Hello everybody and welcome to the first episode of Retrospect, a podcast where we go through our gaming backlog and we talk in depth about our thoughts and experiences on the particular game we are playing. My name is Curtis.
And my name is Saul.
And today we are discussing Hollow Knight Silksong, a game made by Team Cherry, released about a month and a half ago-ish?
Yeah,
4th of September.
It's not quite accurate to say that this was our backlog because we both bought it and played it as soon as it came out.
Yes.
So we're breaking the rules straight away.
We are, but it's a game that we've both been anticipating for a really long time. And we thought that it would be a good opener for the podcast that we're doing here.
Yeah, it's a game that we have lots of thoughts about.
Yes.
Let's just say that.
This is probably going to be a long episode, I would have thought.
Yeah,
we've got a lot to talk about today. So we'll do our best to be as concise as possible. There will be things that we'll probably miss or skip over just for the interest of time. I think it's safe to say, just to get a disclaimer out before we start, spoilers for the entirety of Silksong. If you haven't played it, I recommend you do first.
And if you haven't played the first one, play that as well.
Yes, there will probably be discussing story-related spoilers for the first game as well, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll come up.
Yes, towards the end especially.
Yeah.
So without further ado, I suppose we'll get straight into it.
Let's do it.
So the game starts with a cutscene where you're basically being escorted in this chariot of some kind by a bunch of bugs wielding these white cloaks. I
haven't actually seen that cutscene since I first played the game.
Oh, really?
No, I haven't actually seen it since then.
I've seen it a few times, only when I'm editing the video of my playthrough, and I watched it quite a few times at the start. But you're essentially seeing Hornet being escorted through this barren wasteland, and eventually the silk starts to envelop a bridge they're crossing, which causes it to collapse and her to fall down through this huge cavern. And that's about it in terms of setup. You're thrown straight in. That's all you get. You wake up in like a really pretty area, very luscious, very green.
And you're gonna have to remind me, what is that area called?
It's called Moss Grotto.
Moss Grotto, that was it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, so you wake up and you're told to use the bind to kind of like get some strength back.
Oh yeah, she's limping around, isn't she?
She's limping around a bit. She's clearly lost a lot of her strength from being captured. There'll be a few moments throughout this opening sequence where she'll just stagger in place and she won't be able to walk very fast.
Yeah,
and then she'll try to compose herself and she'll carry on. This area is very good at introducing you to a lot of things that will be very important throughout the entire game. Notably, breaking down walls to reveal areas. Like in order to progress, you have to cut through a bunch of vines to get to the next area.
I remember. Do you know? Actually, no, I do remember now because you sent me those parody videos of
exactly.
If Ubisoft made it and things like that.
Yeah, there's so many of those. There's one for like FromSoft and Nintendo and everything.
Yeah, the
it's funny.
Bethesda one. Yeah,
they are very good.
Actually, just looking through my notes, like when I actually first started playing the game, I was very surprised to see the game was split up into acts as well.
Yeah.
Because the first game didn't have that.
That's very true. Before you even begin it comes up Act 1, Farloom, and that's all you're told.
Yeah.
So you have made your way into a new kingdom. This isn't Hallownest. This is Farloom. Completely separate part of the Hollow Knight world, I guess.
Yeah, that's accurate.
A few bits, a few pointers. You can swim off the bat.
Yeah.
And
oh yeah, because in Hollow Knight doesn't he like just die if you hit water?
Because that's mostly because the pools of water are acid that you see. First
and in Hollow Knight.
Yeah. So there is. Did you see the hidden area below that huge spine on the first screen? You can go underneath it in the water.
Oh yeah, maybe I might have done.
So
yeah, I would have been conditioned by the first game to check everywhere. So
check everywhere,
yeah, probably
because there are hidden areas everywhere throughout this game, to our detriment, because it makes finding things really hard later on in the game that are necessary to see everything the game has to offer. Pretty much.
I do. So. Yeah, we'll get into that later. There's a couple other things I made a note of, which I noticed was one small change they made was that when you sort of hit the edge of a ledge, you actually pull yourself up, which I don't think the first game did that.
Possibly not.
I don't think it did.
It's been a really long time since I played the first one, but I don't remember that being a thing.
No, I remember
also,
it being notable.
If you do ledge grab, if you jump while you're doing it, you'll actually boost yourself straight up off of the ledge as well.
Oh, yeah. I noticed that as well.
Which is quite useful sometimes. You progress through this first screen. They're just like some basic enemies, some moss grubs, little worm things that crawl along the ground and the walls.
Yep.
And there are a couple flying variants that have their wings, and they'll just try and slam down from above you if you go directly underneath them.
Yep.
You find a mossberry in this room, in like a ledge above the way to progress. Those will become a bit more important later on.
Yeah.
But for now, just know that they're just a collectible, essentially.
Yep.
Moving on through this screen is one of the first instances where Hornet will just struggle to walk properly, and she has like a little moment, little episode.
Yeah, just a little stumble.
Yeah.
Comes back quite a lot, that.
Yeah, again, just kind of reinforces how some of her strength's been taken from her capture.
Yeah. Which I guess explains why she's weaker than she was in Hollow Knight.
It's a way of kind of explaining the fact that she doesn't have all of her abilities that you could see that she had in the first game. Did you ever play the Metroid Prime trilogy? I haven't played a single Metroid game, actually.
Oh, right, fair enough. But I played the first one and completed it. It was great. Okay. It was excellent and everything. But then I started up the second one, and like the first thing that happens is you just lose everything.
Oh yeah.
And I was just I'm not doing that again. No thanks.
Yeah, it's kind of like have you played Symphony of the Night?
Yeah.
Where you have everything at the start, and then death comes and takes all of your stuff away.
Yep. I remember that.
Kind of like that, really. Just an excuse for progression and all that stuff.
Yeah,
slowly feed back all your abilities over time.
Oh yeah. Also, should mention, I don't know if at this point it tells you how to heal, or if that was earlier.
It tells you the bind button before you start.
It tells you the bind button,
which I think does give you some of your health back because you start already weak.
Because obviously at that point, another thing I noted that was different from the first game is healing is about, I think, roughly about the same. It takes the same amount of time as it does in Hollow Knight.
It's very different because in this game you heal in chunks of 3, whereas in the first game you hold it down and you'll heal one by one the longer you hold it down.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It is slightly different. I think I prefer this way.
Yeah, it's it makes a definite, a very noticeable difference in like how they pace like fights.
Yeah,
because you can heal quicker and you can do it more frequently, but it makes like bosses difficult. They don't have to have quite as many windows of healing, which like the old bosses used to have. Yeah. But yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that.
In this next room, there's a large gap. It shows the shaft that you fell down, this canyon.
Yeah.
You have to jump over to the other side, and then you go through to a place that's a lot more kind of dark, and there isn't much floor or anything. It's like very rocky.
Mm-hmm.
There's introduces you to all the spikes. There's a big spike pit in this area. If you go to the other side, there is a large door with a bunch of eyes on it, kind of like a spider.
Oh yeah, with the silk notes on the on the side of it. Yeah,
we can't access this yet.
Yeah, the classic Metroidvania, can't access this, come back to it later.
It'll give you a bunch of stuff where it's like, well, this is a door. Remember that it's here, because it'll probably be come in handy later.
Yeah, and that's before they even give you a map. And remember.
Yeah.
It's a lot like the first game actually, because by the time it takes a while to get the map of anywhere.
Yes, it takes longer in this game, I think, to get your first map.
Yeah, because in the first game, if you know exactly where to get it from, you can just go and get it straight away.
You can get it within minutes of starting. Yeah, but this one you got to go through a couple areas first before you find your first one. So moving on through Moss Grotto, there is a second mossberry that's hanging from the ceiling at one stage. And fun fact, you can actually get it at this stage. If you jump at the right time, you can pogo off of the flying worm and hit it down.
Oh yeah.
It's a bit tricky to do, but it is possible.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I didn't do that on my first. No, not my first playthrough. I didn't get this mossberry till a lot later on. So
okay, yeah,
we'll assume for the time being that we don't have it, and we'll come back to it later. But it's interesting to know that is a strategy you can do to get it earlier. You then cut through some more vines, and you're ascending higher up, essentially. And you cross the huge cavern again to the left side. And you enter a place called the Ruined Chapel. Mm-hmm. Really small area. Doesn't have much significance at the moment.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet. It won't have for a very long time.
No.
But you do find your first bench here that you can rest at.
Classic bench.
Not before Horner having another one of her little mini seizures. That she pulls through. And you head upwards into a room with a really large green cocoon hanging from the ceiling. And if you try to head to the other side of the room, or you hit the cocoon, then the first boss of the game emerges from it.
I'm guessing you hit it. I'm pretty sure I just hit it.
I hit it, yeah. Who wouldn't, you know?
Yeah. This isn't my first ride. I know what this is.
Exactly.
As soon as you walk into that sort of square-shaped arena, you're like, oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah, you just know it's boss fight. Yeah.
The game's very good at doing that.
You can see flying worms in the background, just like hovering around. Like it's just boss vibes. You just know.
It's boss vibe.
If you've played a game before. So this is the Moss Mother. This is just your standard kind of first boss of any game. Nothing too challenging. Did you die to Moss Mother?
No, I didn't die to Moss Mother. No,
I came close.
Did you actually? Oh no!
I came close. I killed it with 1 health remaining, just because I did a couple mistakes.
Because it's one that's you can't exactly the attack opportunities aren't like that frequent, because if you try and attack her from underneath, if you try and attack from underneath, she can just
do her charge attack and almost guaranteed to
fly
hit
straight
you.
Down.
Yeah. She has a few attacks. First one is she'll extend her stinger outwards and charge downward towards you in a straight line, which you just have to jump over. It's simple enough. She can also slam herself into the ceiling, and it will cause light shafts to come down, and either boulders will fall where the light shafts are, or little adds.
Oh,
little
yeah.
worms will fall down that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
That's about it in terms of her moves.
Yeah.
When did you first realise that your downward attack is diagonal?
Oh, it was probably here.
Was it? Because I tried
it
doing
might have
it
been
slightly earlier on in the level. Yeah. And at first I was like, this is so cool, you can like dash diagonally. My opinion on that changed really quickly.
Yeah, as soon as the jumping
game
puzzle comes along, then yeah, it's
as soon
like
as there are jumping, platforming, yeah, that require you to bounce off of things, it becomes a huge problem, for sure.
Yes, I did notice that. And trying to do it on this boss was like, oh, hang on a minute. This is this is hard to get used to.
And it was the main reason why I almost died on my first fight, because I was trying to get attacks in as she was charging underneath me, and sometimes I would just mess it up and fly straight into her and just get hit.
Yeah. It's way more like, it doesn't look like it's difficult to pull off, but it actually is.
Yeah. I first learned in this fight the fact that if you get hit mid-heal, you won't get the heal off, and your silk will still be used.
Yeah, which is tragic.
It's quite harsh.
Yeah, the other thing you might have learned at this point as well with the healing is that you can actually do it in mid-air.
Yes, which I didn't learn for a very long time.
Oh, did you not?
No, I always assumed you had to be on ground to do it.
It's one of those little secret things they just don't tell you about.
Yeah, it's really good knowledge to know, especially in some instances later on in the game where you don't always have solid ground to stand on.
Yeah. One thing I want to make note of this boss is it starts a trend which I'm not very fond of.
Okay.
Where the boss has very limited moveset, so to make up for it, they summon other enemies, like other basic bitch ones, which for the most part I don't mind. In this case, like, it's hardly an inconvenience.
It's the first boss, right? So it's excusable. Boss. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are bosses later on in the game that spawn ads that the boss fight would have been better had they not been there, and the boss just had a few extra moves that it could throw.
Yeah, there's one boss in particular which when we get to it, I'm going to mention like how much of a bad opportunity they missed by doing that. But okay. Yeah, but
I have a few ideas of possibilities that you mean, so I'll be interesting to know which one that is when we get to it.
There's a couple,
yeah. But we make short work of Moss Mother. Doesn't pose that much of a threat. On the other side, there is a rope leading upwards that you can ascend. There's like a white butterfly that flies up, kind of signaling the way forward. When you climb up the ladder, Hornet starts to stagger again in front of a silhouetted figure in front of her, and she blacks out on the floor. She can't go on any longer. Her strength has fully ran out, and you are woken up by this figure smacking you on the head with her staff.
Yeah.
And this is the chapel maid.
Yeah, the snail lady.
The snail lady, yeah. Which I didn't clock at first that she was a snail, because she has she has the cloth over her. But I mean, if you just look at her, formation, it's fairly obvious that it's a shell on her back. But yeah, she basically gives you the rundown on Farloom and the impact that this place called the Citadel has had on the kingdom. And she gives us our first objective, which is to reach the Citadel itself, which seems easy enough, but that probably won't happen for a good 10 plus hours.
Yep, I actually made a couple notes here.
Okay.
Hornet has her own dialogue.
Yes,
didn't see that coming. I mean,
she has her own voice lines. Yeah, she's not a silent protagonist.
Yeah, I should have seen it coming, because obviously she speaks in the first game.
In the first game, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, she'll communicate with the NPCs throughout the game. There's actual back and forth dialogue. It's not just, mute person and like an NPC just holds conversation like the entire
we're
time.
just a complete mute person staring at them.
Yeah, exactly. Which is good. I'm glad that's the thing.
Yeah.
It helps build her personality, and like you can just understand her views on certain situations.
Yeah, I can imagine from a writing perspective it's a lot better as well, because they can give out a lot more exposition and details if they're actually having a conversation, whereas like you said with Knight in the first one, people are just telling him his life story.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he would just stand there not saying a word.
Yeah, just looking at him.
Yeah, which is quite funny. But that's luckily not a thing in this one. So
thankfully.
After speaking to the chapel maid, you walk out into a massive bright light that reveals the large open space above the grotto. And as you walk forward, you see hundreds of bugs flying out in the background, which I think is a really cool moment.
That is a cool effect. I can remember where that was. I thought that was like when you wake up, but no, it's actually when you come across bone bottom. Bone bottom,
yeah. So past that is you jump over the hole that you fell through, and you reach your first little hub area, which is bone bottom.
Yeah.
Couple important NPCs here. You've got a merchant called Peb. Peb the merchant. She'll sell you a few things that can help you out. They're quite expensive though, and they require something called rosaries. So there's a couple currencies in this game that we haven't talked about yet.
I actually one of the first things I noticed was I was like, oh, shell shards. I guess that's the new currency.
Yes, because that's what drops from enemies first. And there are a couple things you can hit on the walls or ceilings that give you more shell shards. And I assumed that was the currency in this game, because there's only Geo in the first game. Right?
Yeah, only Geo. And then you meet this merchant, you realise, I can't actually buy anything.
I
haven't got any rosaries at all.
There was a secret, not secret area, but like an optional area in the grotto that had a chest in it, that when you hit it, a bunch of rosaries comes out.
I probably missed it.
You can collect some there. It's only about 30 or so, it's not much. But yeah,
it's not enough to actually buy anything.
No, so you have your two currencies. You have shell shards that are used purely just for crafting. And we'll get into crafting because I didn't use shell shards for a good chunk of this game because I didn't find anything to use them for a long time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really long time. I'll mention it when I get to it. The first instance of being able to use them was. It's not for a long time.
I don't think I made a note of when I picked up the first tool that I found.
I'm going to assume it's earlier than me.
Yeah, because I think the first one you come across is the throwing dagger thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Which I did use.
We'll get to that because I've got a very funny story about that particular area. Okay. But so you've got shell shards. They're sometimes used in quests because you need to donate a bunch of shards, and it's just a way of a reason for having lots of money, just a money sink pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then you've got your rosaries, which are dropped mostly by enemies that have some sort of like sentience, like pilgrims.
There's never any beasts or it's always a person,
kind of more civilized bugs. Consider the person of the
I did
world.
Air quotes.
Yeah. So the other, I should mention what Pep sells. So she sells your first Marsh shard. They're returning mechanic from 300 rosaries. Actually, it's not the most expensive. We'll get to the most expensive.
Oh, it's not.
It's 300 rosaries for the Marsh shard. So just like the first game, you'll find these throughout the game, and you need to acquire 4. And then once you do, you get an extra health slot.
Yep.
Which is nice. Quite a few of them throughout the game. I think you can earn 20 throughout the game, so you have 5 more health by the end, something like that.
Yeah. By the end of the game, I was missing 3.
Mm-hmm.
I know you got all of them.
I got all of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's worth mentioning that you obviously 100% of the game.
Yes.
I did not have the patience for that.
But you more or less did, right? We've fought every boss that we were able to in the standard mode of the game.
Yeah, before we did it, we agreed that to record this, we'd at least have to do every single boss.
Yeah. Within reason.
Yeah.
Because there are a couple. There is 2 fights that I missed.
I know one of them, but what's the other one?
Yeah, so we'll get to that a bit later on.
Okay.
Because I'm interested as to whether you did the fight or not, because it is missable. But it's not required for 100%.
Oh.
So...
I think I must have... You know what? I think I must have done it, because when I was scrolling through the list of bosses, there's only one on there I didn't recognise.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get there.
So she sells the Mars Shard. She sells a magnetite brooch that basically is a means of whenever you kill an enemy that drops rosaries, it'll magnetize them to you, so you don't have to constantly running around to pick them up, which is super useful. Mm-hmm. I probably used that for the majority of the game once I bought it.
Same. Yep.
Yeah, because you're gonna need a lot of rosaries in this game. There are a lot of things to buy, and they get so expensive towards the end.
Yep,
it's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. She sells craft metal, which is not to be mistaken as a weapon upgrade material.
Yeah, because it's very similar to the one in Hollow Knight, which upgrades your weapon.
Because you had pale ore in the first game.
Pale ore.
So looking at craft metal, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's my upgrade material. No, it's not.
No, and you did. And am I right in saying that you didn't know what it did for a long time?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think I used craft metal until Act 2.
Ah, okay.
So yeah. That's the thing. It's mainly used for acquiring tools, new tools. Mm-hmm. That's it, to craft new tools, or to get someone else to craft them for you. That requires craft metal. She sells 60 rosaries for the craft metal. She sells a simple key for 500 rosaries.
Yeah, that's a returning mechanic. The simple keys. The
simple keys, yeah. You'll find multiple of these throughout the game that are used to unlock certain doors. Yeah. But it's cool that you can, within reason, as long as you have access to the door, you can unlock them in any order. So you might unlock certain ones before other people do.
To tell you the truth, I only remember 2 places where I used it. I can't remember what the other ones were. No, I remember 3 places where I used it.
Mm-hmm. I think I can only remember maybe 3. The only ones I can definitely remember off the top of my head are the ones in Act 1. The ones in Act 2 and beyond, I forget where exactly those doors are, but I'm sure we'll probably remember as we go through.
Well, hopefully.
If not, it's just kind of the case of doing something like this. It's impossible to mention everything. And
there's going to be a point where your detailed analysis of step by step is going to stop, and we're just going to you're just going to have to do all the backtracking and all that, so there's no point mentioning all of that. Exactly.
I mean, we've been talking for half an hour already and we haven't even reached the first proper area yet, so that's just the way it is. She sells rosary strings for 80 rosaries. Now, these are interesting because you can buy these as many times as you like. And essentially what it does, it converts your soft currency into hard currency.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is if you do die, then you will drop all your rosaries on death. And you'll have to go back to the point where you died to get them back. What rosary strings does is you pay a premium to essentially bank them for later use. Yeah, tie them up on a string for later use.
So you don't drop
you'll
them
buy it for 60, and then you redeem it for 60?
Yeah, they give you 60, you pay 80, so they take a bit off the top, which I didn't realise for a long time.
Yeah, I didn't realise either. So I did that a few times at the start, I think, only to find out that I was actually just wasting money. So that's something to keep in mind. The other NPC here is Flick the Fixer, who is just seen fixing up some sort of notice board at the front of the town. Yeah. We'll get back to that a bit later because it's not ready yet.
Is it not?
I don't think it is. No, you just see him building it, and then you come back a little bit later, and then it's ready to use. Yeah.
I should have mentioned this when you put up the when you mentioned that we were given a quest. That was another thing I noticed, was that now quests are a thing. That was never a thing in the first game.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, there is a whole tab in the options menu dedicated to all of the quests that you have.
Yep.
Which is quite handy, because the amount of times that probably could have been used in the first game to remember, oh yeah, this is something that I need to do, or things like that. Quests in the first game were very loose. They didn't have as much direction as they do in this game. Yeah,
this game doesn't really have much mystery behind most of it.
No, there are a couple that can be a bit hard to solve. One in particular, of a particular meal you have to prepare, but that's a bit later on.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
Yeah. So, after walking around Bone Bottom, you proceed right into a cave system, and we meet Sherma for the first time, who's playing her music and singing in front of a large bone door that's obstructing the way forward. And you can talk to her, and she's basically just singing this cute little song. And
I was convinced, right? Because you remember in the first game, there's that the happy little mining NPC, the little bug.
In the crystal caves.
In the crystal caves, and then the game flips it on his head, and then she turns
hollow.
As all the others.
So hollow. We'll just say hollow, just to make it easy. Yeah.
It's like one of those just sad moments. I was convinced throughout this whole game that was going to happen to her.
Yeah, me too. And the longer she stuck around, the more tragic I thought the inevitable event would be. Luckily, I think she's free. She's good.
Yeah, she makes it through the whole thing.
She does. She does really well, actually. Yeah. She has a couple close calls, but we'll get to that a bit later.
Yeah.
So what we have to do is we have to climb up and around to reach the door from the other side. Before reaching it, we go into our first little arena fight. There's a lot of these throughout the game where you're basically locked into a small area, and you have to defeat a few waves of enemies for the way forward to open up, essentially.
Initially, with these arena fights, I started to not like them at all.
Okay.
I got annoyed at how many there were.
Oh, there's a lot. Yeah.
There's a lot. Actually, I had the interactive map open after we completed the game, so I can have a look, and it was there's just way more. There's more than double the amount of bosses.
Yeah, loads. Some of them are quite trivial. In fact, I would say most of them probably beat on my first try.
Yeah, same.
But there were a couple that really, really grinded me down.
Yeah, there's one in particular, I think in Act 2.
Okay.
That really, really got me annoyed.
Oh, okay. So you didn't, you wouldn't say any in Act 1 gave you any trouble? Some definitely gave me trouble.
There probably is, but when we get to it, you have to remind me, because then I'll be like, oh yeah, that fucker.
Yeah. Actually, I'm glad that you said that. I'm assuming swearing is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Just want to check.
I found out that YouTube has stopped. It used to be that if you swore
the first
in the
30
videos,
seconds, right, or something. Yeah. You had to be
used to be, but they got rid of that completely now. So.
Oh, okay. Nice. All right. Awesome. Right. Sweet. So we'll go through some of the enemies. because the first one you come across here is there's skulls littered everywhere, right? And sometimes when you walk up to them, they'll shake, and then a bug will just crawl, like kind of like a
little
use
spider.
it as a shell. Yeah, like a little spider.
Yeah, like a little. Well, actually, no, like a little crab.
Yeah,
using
essentially.
like a little shell. Yeah.
And I thought this really reminded me of the enemies in Deepness in the first game that would use bug shells as like mimics.
Yeah,
like
mimics,
it gave me that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
You'll find small ones, and then you'll find like really big skulls that are much bigger. That also have these bugs inside them. And the bigger ones in particular, they'll deal 2 hits of damage when they touch you. So it introduces you to the fact that some enemies will hit you for double damage. If you give them the chance. Some.
I'd say a good 50%.
Oh yeah, okay, well, starting off in Act 1, I would say some.
Yeah.
Act 2 and 3, I would say most, for sure.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where you have to make sure you're finding those Marsh shards, because if you don't, the game will really punish you for having low health later on, for sure.
There's a boss that I found particularly difficult because of it.
Okay, yeah, there's a few that I found difficult because of the whole 2 damage thing. Yeah.
But we're getting there.
We'll get there. You get to the other side of the door that Sherma is on, and you open it up. And she says, "Oh, look, we did it. We opened the door." And then that's kind of about that. She thanks you for... Yeah. I don't even know if she thanks you. I think she's convinced that she did it herself.
Yeah, even though you walk through on the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's very heavy religious tones in this game. Which
extremely.
Which I don't think the first one really had.
It did a little bit, but it was more in service to a king rather than to like a...
Yeah, to an actual deity, I suppose.
Deity, yeah, exactly, yeah. It explores like a... Yeah, like kind of... structure in a slightly different tone. This one is definitely more religious and like cult centric, I would say.
Oh yeah.
So if you can carry on going horizontally across to the right, you'll eventually come to a lava field that you can't get across. Actually, before that, no, you go into the area that brings up the Marrow title card, right? And there
does that not come up straight away?
I think that comes up after you've unlocked the door.
Oh,
no, I might be wrong. No, I think it is as soon as you enter. I completely went past this.
I love the massive title cards that come up whenever you get a new area. I mean, it's obviously from the last game as well, but it's always fun.
And it always is positioned so well that it gives you like a screen that really encapsulates what this area is all about, right? When I first walked into the Marrow for the first time, I was like, this looks like an end game area from any other game. Like, it's proper, like, intense. Like, you've got lava fields everywhere. You've got sparks flying through the air. All this stuff. It's very intense.
I'm thinking similar. I was like, wow, this is the first area? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Did I go the right way?
Like, I've just walked straight from the kind moss forest into Mount Doom. Like...
It's almost like in Dark Souls when you most people in their first playthrough like try and go towards the catacombs instead of turning around and going to the actual first area of the game. Yeah,
there was a part of me that thought like, am I supposed to go here first?
Yeah,
but I just carried on going anyway. It is the way you're supposed to go. It's the only way you can go, in fact.
The one thing that keyed me in was that enemies were still going down very easily, so I was like, this must be right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it is very intense for a first level, for sure. Visually, anyway. So, I guess we can talk about the area where we hear the most wonderful singing voice in existence.
Yeah, it's very nice.
It's so good. So this is Chakra, and she is this game's replacement for Cornifer from the first game.
Cornifer,
and I didn't think there was any way to top the iconic humming that Cornifer used to do in the first game, but they really smashed it out of the park with this one.
Yeah. Such a nice little. Yeah, I was just singing it every time. Like,
it's
I was
so
going
catchy.
into a new area. Yeah, every time I hear her, I just join in.
Yeah, and every time I hear it, I was like, yes! It's the same feeling that you got in the first game whenever you hear like, the iconic humming. It's like, yes, I got my map.
Yeah,
hell yes.
And the difference with her is that she has her projectiles as a clue that she's nearby, whereas in the first game it was like scraps of paper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can tell she's near with the brass rings in the ground and just loads of dead bugs everywhere. Because if you go back to the same location once she moves on, the bugs that are already dead here will actually be alive, walking around.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So that's quite a cool little touch.
It is.
We'll be seeing her everywhere, thankfully.
Yeah, literally everywhere.
Every significant area of the game, she'll be at a certain point of it, and whenever you talk to her, she will sell you maps of the area that she's in, as well as a few other little quality of life things. Things like pins that give you the locations of benches you found, fast travel stations, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
As well as selling you markers that you can personally put yourself on certain areas of the map to signal areas that you should come back to later, which is really important in this game a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's handy.
As soon as I got these, I put a pin where that door was in the grotto that I had to come back to. Just anywhere where I felt like I could probably interact with that later on once I have a certain ability. I would just put a marker on it straight away.
I would say she probably in the end she probably sells way more than you actually need.
Oh yeah, way more, which is a good thing.
Yeah, which is a good thing, because I'm sure lots of other players use like all of them.
Yeah,
whenever there's the chance to use it.
Yeah, for sure. She basically tells you that she's looking for her mentor.
Yeah, that sounds
right. Her whole story arc is basically encountering her higher and higher up throughout the world until she eventually reunites with her mentor. So she's just on the lookout and following in her footsteps. And she's a massive help along the way by giving us maps that she has made or started to make. She gives you a very basic outline of the area, but it's up to you to fill in most of it.
You have to actually buy the ink and quill off of her to actually fill it in yourself.
Yeah.
There must be playthroughs of people playing through this game and Hollow Knight without like picking that up.
I feel so bad for anyone that does, because that would whenever you go into a new area and you press the map button and then it just comes up with an icon with a map with a cross through it, it's so depressing. It's like, oh no, where am I going? You feel so lost.
Yeah, you can only hope that you're going in the right direction towards her.
Yeah, and it's futile looking for secret areas when you don't have the map.
No, that's priority number one.
Yeah, because the map will always give you little pathways that doesn't have an end, which is like, right, okay, I need to go back there because there's a path like through there. A bit up past her, you go back into a more luscious area, which is called Moss Home. And this is where you see your first pilgrim enemies. Then they'll actually drop rosaries for you. So you can farm them here because you won't have enough rosaries to buy all of Shakra's inventory right off the bat. So
you have to come back.
You want to make sure you buy her inventory soon so that you get all of your map quality of life upgrades sorted.
Yeah, so important. Getting the compass as well.
Yeah, the compass is very important. Yeah.
Yeah. I find I can't play without it most of the time.
That is another tool that's just equipped for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
that will always take up. Yeah, that'll always take up that slot. So I guess we should mention now with tools, there are different coloured slots that you put different tools in. Yeah. So the compass uses a yellow slot. The tool we got earlier that helps gather rosaries easier uses a blue one. And then when you get your first offensive tool, they'll take up red slots.
Yeah.
And each the crest that you have to start with, the Hunter's Crest, that's Hornet, Star, and Crest, has one of each slot available, but the rest are locked. And
yeah, before I knew you could get extra crests, I did think this system was a bit of a downgrade compared to how Hollow Knight did it.
Same. I still do think. I still prefer the old charm system.
I do like the. Yeah, I do like. Well, yeah, because you can have like ultimate customize. You can customize anything, but I really like how the crests like fundamentally change like how she feels and plays.
Oh yeah, no, I do like the crests. I think that is a good upgrade from the first game. I feel like, I don't know, maybe not. I just get the feeling that you had more total charm slots in the first game to equip more stuff, more useful stuff. Because a lot of the time, like, you'd be limited to, for the majority of the game, like 2 yellow slots, 2 blue slots. But there are so many tools of that color that I would like to have on at once that you just simply can't.
That's why you have to like pick the specialized crests that combine them together. But, yeah, you're right.
But they usually end up being crests that I don't like playing with. Is the problem.
Actually, I agree. There are a few that are a bit. Yeah. Well, most of them I didn't really enjoy that much, but I mean, it's more of just getting used to one of them and not wanting to get used to the other ones.
Yeah,
like,
I think you find the one you're comfortable with, and then you more often than not, you just stick with that for the rest of the game. It's like if you play Dark Souls and you start leveling up a weapon with your Titanite, right? And then
you're not switching after that.
No, because you've already invested in that weapon, so you're like, right, well, I may as well use that for the rest of the game, because if I try to use another weapon that I haven't upgraded yet, it's just going to be worse than my more upgraded, more powerful one that I've already invested so much time into.
I remember
that's
that being
more of a fault of me as a person, I think.
I don't know. I think that's pretty common. That's a common complaint.
It's very common, but
yeah, especially considering how annoying it is to gather those resources in the first place in Soulsborne games.
Yeah. Regardless, though, if you go up above Chakra's area and then head right, you'll come to an area that's just full of bells everywhere.
Yep.
And you walk into this big arena, and you see suspended in huge strands of silk this huge beast that's trapped in the silk. And no matter how much you try to hit it free, like, nothing really works at this point.
Nothing works.
So you have to come back to this a little bit later. Instead, what you have to do is you have to go back further upwards, and you'll eventually come across an area that also has similar silk strands blocking certain parts of the screen. This area in particular introduces you to tripwire traps, which for a little while I didn't actually realize what was triggering them, because they're unless you're looking out for them, they're quite subtle and they blend into the background quite well.
And I will never remember that they're there every time I come back through.
No, me neither. So you try and hilk these silk strands, and you can hit them and break them, but they'll grow back almost instantly, and you can't hit them fast enough. But in this area, you come across your first... I don't know what the official name for them is, but I'm calling them Weaver altars.
Weaver altars?
Yeah, because I mean they're altars that give you abilities of the Weavers, right? That's like your clan.
Are you talking about the actual skills? Because they're just called silk skills.
Yeah, well, you've got ancestral arts and you've got silk skills. This one in particular does give you a silk skill. You basically have to bind at these altars throughout the game, and it'll give you some of your abilities back that you have in the first game. The first one you get is the Silk Spear, which is actually a really good attack, special attack.
Yeah, it's a very good attack.
You fling out.
Best.
Yeah, I used it for the majority of the game, I think.
I mistakenly didn't use it for a long time.
Okay. I probably didn't use it in combat as much as I probably should have or could have.
Yeah, it wasn't until Act 3 when I started using more silk skills where I was like, why have I been sitting on this? Because I was playing, I just had the mindset of playing the first one where you just basically just have to hit everything.
Yeah. For a majority of this game, I don't think I even used the offensive tools either. It was only towards the end where I started, using tools at range in between melee hits to get more damage in, because it becomes a necessity at one point.
Yeah. When it comes to the tools, I don't know when you come across the first one, but I might mention it now. With my controller, I'm going to show it on camera, but there's these little extra buttons on them next to right bumper and left bumper. Okay. Which you can rebind to stuff.
Nice. Interesting.
I rebinded them to the hunter's tools.
Oh, because so for plebs like me that use a standard controller, you have to hold up or down on the D-pad and then use the tool attack button.
Which is like the right bumper.
Which after a while of doing it, you get used to it and it's not a huge deal. But I could imagine just having a dedicated button would probably be a lot easier. Yeah,
when I first did it, I was like really up and down, and that's such a shitty combination.
It is a bit, it's not the greatest.
It doesn't feel right because you can't really move at the same time either.
Yes, that's the main issue.
And what I realised at the end of the game is that they didn't have to do that because it was like, they ran out of buttons. That makes sense. I was like, no, they didn't. Left stick and right stick. If you press them in, that could have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have solved it. But just using Steam input to rebind the controller to do that, will actually save you a lot of pain. And actually make you use your tools because the tools are amazing. They're so good. They can absolutely melt through bosses.
Oh, some of the ones you get later on are so good. I heavily incorporated them into my combat strategy towards the end.
It's just a shame that they make it so awkward to use.
Yeah.
Where I feel like a lot of people just be like, I don't really need these. At least I did initially.
But the Silk Spear, one of the main things that it does for you right now is it will permanently clear these silk strand obstacles that block your way.
Is there literally any other place where those are silk strands actually are?
I was going to mention this, that I don't think this mechanic is used ever again.
No, I don't think it is. I don't remember.
No, I don't think it is used ever again. Which I find really weird that they put so much emphasis and focus on this as an obstacle, and then once you hit, there's two that you need to hit in this screen, and then the one to free the beast in the bell area, and then after that, I don't think you use it ever again to break an obstacle, which is weird.
It's strange. It's a weird thing for Metroidvania to do.
Yeah, especially with the fact that the higher up they go, the more silk is around, because that's the whole idea of the game, is that there's this deity that's just consuming the land in all this silk. But this just doesn't really come up again, which is strange.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
But maybe they just forgot about
it. I think it's just one of those things where it just helps to... It's a means of making sure that you're doing a certain thing a certain amount of time so that you remember that you've got it, right? Yeah. You have to use the Silk Spear multiple times to ingrain into your mind, this is an ability that you can use when you want, don't forget that you have it.
Yeah.
Which it makes sense.
Yeah, the way I see it, maybe they thought that they were going to do that, then block off certain areas with the Silk Spear, but then they're like, oh, hang on a minute, we want different silk skills, so how are we going to incorporate that?
Exactly. I think that's the main reason why. It's because when you do eventually unlock these new ones, I think it would be detrimental to have to switch back to this to clear a path going forward, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably is why. I would rather them do it this way than have to get to a location, realize I need the Silk Spear equipped to get past, so I have to backtrack all the way back to a bench, re-equip it. Because you can only equip and set silk silk skills and tools while resting at a bench. You can't just do it while you're walking around.
Yeah, same with the charms in the first game. You have
Which
to...
is really annoying. And can you think of a good enough justification as to why you can't just switch them on the fly?
I guess because maybe then you can't, like, you can easily turn the compass on and off if you want to.
I suppose that's true.
And then you turn it on
I guess that is probably a good point. Yeah,
there's probably there may be like some broken like build as well, which like imagine you're in the middle of a fight and instead of healing you just quickly swap something out. Like I can imagine that might be broken.
Actually,
for certain people.
Thinking about it, if you were able to swap them out whenever, then you could go through your entire offensive tools list. And you would just have so much damage because tools have a maximum capacity that you can have at once. And then once you've used them, you have to rest at a bench and use your shell shards to craft them again.
Yeah, and if you run out, then you just can't craft anymore.
Yeah. That wasn't a problem for me. I think the majority of the game, I would always be at max shards.
Yeah.
Just because I wasn't using them.
If you are actively using them, then you run out of them
once I started using them, I was burning through them real quick. And it did get to a point where I was like, right, I just can't use tools for a while now because I'm not getting shards fast enough to make up for the ones that I've spent.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the moss druid that we find here.
The magic lady. The
magic lady that's stirring the pot, you could say. She has a massive cauldron that she's making some sort of concoction in. And she gives you your first optional quest, little side quest, which is
hundreds of optional quests.
Yes, there are lots of quests, and
called wishes.
To get to the true end of the game, you have to do all of them.
Or near enough all of them.
Near enough all of them. I think it states you have to do all the ones in Act 1 and 2. You have to do all of them to progress to Act 3. It's one of the requirements.
It's every single wish that's on a notice board is what they prioritize. I think any of the other ones don't matter because there was a couple I didn't do. And the game didn't care.
So all notice board. Okay, so this wouldn't count then as one you have to do, I guess.
No, I don't think it does.
It's one that most people probably will do, though.
Yeah. It's not difficult.
She basically asks you to collect 3 moss berries. We've already found one. We already know where one is.
Yeah, and you potentially have 2 at this point.
Potentially have 2 if you have the, knowledge that you can get the one really early. But the third one is right below her room. There's a breakable wall to the right that you can smash down. And inside is a really dark room where there's one of the flying bugs that's carrying a moss berry. And you defeat that to get that one. I thought these looked very similar to the Vengefly enemy from the first game. But they're called acnids in this game, so they're a different bug entirely.
Okay. Same moveset though.
Yeah, basically they just fly at you.
Around.
And then they'll go in. When they get close enough, they'll stop a second, and then they'll fly at you even quicker than you can move at this point. So you will have to dodge them. But now that we have the Silk Spear, we can actually break free the beast in the bell room. And instead of thanking us for freeing him, he decides to attack us instead. This is the second boss. I would say the first true boss of the game.
It's hard to count Moss Mother.
It is. I would akin this more to the False Knight than I would Moss Mother.
Moss Mother's like the Gruz Mother.
Yes,
from the first
very
one.
much like that. Yeah. But yeah, this is the Bell Beast. Actually, really liked this fight.
Yeah, I did as well.
Really good.
It has quite a varied moveset, which I wasn't ready for.
He has a lot of moves. I don't think it necessarily has loads of moves, but he just uses them in different ways and switches them up, which I think is quite interesting. he we'll go through them, I suppose. So there's one move where he'll just slide across the floor and you have to jump over him.
Well, it swims, really.
Yeah, I guess he swims through the bells. This one's, you can get hit in as he's going under you. He doesn't give you much chance to hit him after he's traveled. He'll just sink straight back into the bells again.
Yeah.
He's one of the there's quite a few bosses throughout this game that will essentially do an attack, go off screen, come back on, do an attack, go off screen. This is the first one that follows that kind of system.
Yeah, which works with his character as well, because that is what he does.
Yeah.
Swims around in bells.
He does, yeah. He's very good at doing that.
Yeah.
He has, I guess he technically has 2 phases, right? When he
does,
because he
gets angry.
He gets him in range after he takes enough damage, and then he'll have a few more moves at his disposal.
Yeah.
He heavily relies on using all the bells to try and hit you. He'll sometimes emerge from the bells and a bell will drop either side of him and roll all across the screen that you have to jump over.
Yeah.
Bells can fall down from the ceiling, similar to the boulders in the Moss Mower fight.
That's what he adds to his moves after he gets angry.
Yeah, the whole floor starts to shake and then bells fall from the sky. But did you die to Bell Beast?
I did not die to Bell Beast.
I did not die to Bell Beast either. So
at this point in the game, I have not died.
No, me neither.
That is coming up soon, though. Don't you worry.
Yeah. My first death comes up fairly soon.
Also the first boss that does 2 hearts of damage, which is from what I know, because Moss Mother doesn't do 2 hearts, just does 1.
Just 1. Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, I think that's where most people's complaints lie, as far as the difficulty goes, is the fact that most bosses do 2 hearts of damage.
Yeah.
Which I understand, because at this point you only have 5 mask shards.
You have 5 health, yeah. So that essentially means you can be hit twice before you have to heal, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't think is that harsh. I think that's still fairly... Like, the moves are fairly well telegraphed. Sure, sometimes you have to see a move once to anticipate it. But for the time being, the bosses at the beginning, like, their moves are fairly well telegraphed ahead of time, so you can anticipate what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, none of us died to this boss, so I mean, it clearly wasn't that tough.
Right.
I mean, I'm actually watching on my second monitor his fights. I mean, he gives you a full second and a half to move out of the way, and it's a very obvious sign when things are about to hit you.
Yeah. I don't have much else to say about the fight itself.
No, I mean, it's very simple. It's very simple. Second boss.
But I really liked it. I thought, in terms of visuals, there's so much going on, like animations and everything. Like it's such, you can see how far Team Cherry have come in their boss fight design, right?
Oh yeah.
Because there's so much going on. The sound effects of the bells, like everything together, the music, it all just creates such a actually quite an intense fight.
Yeah, like I'm looking at it, and there are background details of different bells in the background that react to the vibrations of the fight, and there's ones in the foreground as well.
There's so much attention to detail in this fight, and I feel like the boss in this game, there are some that you can tell they spent way more work on than others.
Yeah, 100%.
In terms of the detail and just everything that goes on in the fight.
This is one of them.
This is one of them. Another one will be coming up fairly soon that we'll get to a bit later. But yes, when you defeat the Bell Beast, it looks like you defeat him. Whenever you beat a boss, they'll do a roar or a cry on the spot, and then they'll explode, do a little explosion.
Yeah, an explosion.
He does this explosion and he falls onto the bells, but then he quickly gets up and buries underneath them again. So you already know that you haven't finished him off. When you do, orb appears above the arena.
Yep.
that you have to jump into, and then you essentially start like screaming, and then the whole screen kind of explodes. You wake up in quite a mysterious area that you'll come back to a few times throughout the game, where it's just covered in silk. There'll be some lore lines that appear at the top of the screen, giving you really vague snippets of the overall story, which we probably won't. This isn't a podcast to learn all about the lore.
No, we have no idea.
No, that's. I'll leave that to the capable hands of other people on the internet to piece together. But essentially, it's just an area where you have to jump up platform to platform to reach the top.
Mini little jumping puzzle.
Yeah, there's these platforms where you have to hit a wheel to like
to
make it rise up.
Yeah. They get harder and harder as the game goes on, but they're never punishing either, because you don't actually, if you fail them or you go into like the void or whatever, it just resets. No damage, nothing like that.
I don't think I ever fell down to see what would happen if that triggered.
Oh, right. Yeah, nothing happens, just resets to where it was.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like you call them platforming puzzles. There are some later on that are like this game never reaches the limits of Path of Pain for the first game.
No, it doesn't.
At any point.
No,
not even close.
No,
which I don't think is a bad thing, to be honest.
No, I don't think it's a bad thing either.
Yeah, but all of these kind of dream-like scenarios are always fairly easy and straightforward to traverse. You'll usually get these in between movement upgrades.
It's usually giving you a movement upgrade or something like that. Yeah,
and then the one after will incorporate that movement tech into the platforming itself. So you'll get to the top, and then you'll get your first silk heart. I know you have a few thoughts about silk hearts, Saul.
I have no thoughts, because I didn't know what they did until I got my third one.
So silk hearts, for the most part, are pretty irrelevant in terms of a mechanic, and
I know what
how much emphasis they put on acquiring it. Like, it's really underwhelming.
Yeah.
Essentially, all it does is, for every silk heart you have, you'll always be able to regenerate the first little segment of your silk bar. Yeah. And starting off, I think you have like 10 segments in your starting silk strand.
That sounds about right.
So it's really like not a lot. And you need, I think it's 10 silk segments per heal that you can do.
Yeah, so if you want to heal, you have to get 10 segments of it.
Yeah, and you get silk by hitting enemies, dealing damage, essentially. And so that's your reward. And you wake up, and then the bells start to shake again, and the bell beast reemerges and does a roar. And at this point, I thought, it's round 2. We're fighting again. But no, a harp appears from the ground, and then it tells you that you can. This is your fast travel. This is your
This is your guy.
This is your guy. This is the what was it in the first game? The stag beetle from the first game.
Yeah, the stag beetle, the stag carriage.
Yeah. Which is awesome.
Yeah, which is very cool. Initially, I was comparing the two in my head, and I was thinking I preferred the stag carriage as far as a character goes, because he obviously, in the first game, you talk to him and he explains like a little bit of lore about like each area. Yeah, you don't get that with this character, because it's like people compare to it as a giant cat. Because it's a beast.
It gets a little bit of development in Act 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, I did change my mind when Act 3 came about. So I was like, oh, actually, that's great.
Yeah. but there are probably some people that have played through to credits just thinking that this is purely just a fast travel, just beast. Like, there's no story development here at all.
There's nothing there.
It's just a means to traverse the map quicker. I think... Yeah, I do agree that the stag beetle from the first game had a lot more going about it. Like you felt connected to it and bonded with it a bit more than you do this. Up until Act 3 anyway.
Yeah, Act 3.
Once you've done that, you move on to the first of 5 unique rooms in Act 1 that has a giant bell hanging from the ceiling.
Oh yeah.
And you have to hit a lever which makes it ring a certain tune. And Saul, if this isn't just straight up 1-for-1 the Dead by Daylight theme tune, the bell toll.
Oh, I thought it sounded familiar, in my head, I was like, I recognise that, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
It's just, I just thought Dead by Daylight, just instantly.
Yeah.
And it just made me laugh every time I heard it.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so many notes in the world.
There is. But it's just funny that they use the exact 5. No, it's 4. 4 notes.
Yeah, 4 notes.
These bells are actually pretty important. There are 5 of them for Act 1, and you have to ring all of them to access Act 2.
Yeah, which you don't know about yet. You just sort of
don't know about yet.
Don't know what that did.
But whenever you see one, just make sure you ring it. You probably always will anyway, because this one teaches you, I ring the bell, I get a bench, like I get a checkpoint. So you'll probably instinctively ring them whenever you come across them anyway.
Do you reckon developers did it as a little homage to Dark Souls 1, maybe? With the ring of the
I didn't
bells?
even think about that. Maybe.
Yeah, it's very similar. Very similar.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I didn't make that connection. But
you can't access a certain point until you've rung both the bells, so...
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Yeah, I would say, like, past, like, Sen's Fortress and beyond would technically, I suppose, be Act 2 of Dark Souls, wouldn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Not until you, and then Act 2 ends with Ornstein and Smell, so yeah, that works.
Yeah, and then Act 3 is just your collectathon. Kind of like this game, actually, to be fair.
No, actually,
there is actually quite a lot of similarities between this and Dark Souls 1. In terms of... Yeah, very interesting.
That's how it works, yeah.
Yeah. There is a group of NPCs that you can find at this point that make up the Flea Caravan.
Oh, yeah, the Flea Caravan.
These are some good boys.
Yeah, right.
They essentially act as the Grub Father from the first game.
Yeah.
Where there are a bunch of fleas that are lost throughout Farloom that you have to rescue, similar to the grubs that were trapped in jars in the first game. And but they have a bit more like about them than the Grub Father in the first game. Like you interact with them a lot more.
Yeah, you don't even speak to the Grub Father; he's just there.
No. Granted, the Grub Father does give you a lot more money. Like the Flea Caravan don't reward you quite as generously.
No, they actually
for freeing the fleas. They straight up don't. Yeah, I think they only give you one thing, and that's when you complete their first quest, and then they give you the brew. But that's about it, really. So yeah, they'll once you've interacted with them, it's worth noting if you were to go back to Bone Bottom at this point, I'm pretty sure this is when the Wish Wall will be built. I think the trigger might be defeating the Bell Beast.
Yeah, maybe. Or just not being there long enough for it and then coming back.
Yeah.
Like if you rest at another bench and then come back, then it's probably
it might be that. Yeah, it might be the first bench you rest out after interacting with the fixer. But these Wish Walls, you'll find one of these in each main hub area of the game, and they are essentially points that people will post their quests for you to pick up and complete.
Yeah.
The Flea Caravan themselves will post a quest here, asking you to free 5 lost fleas. And this might take you a little while to do, to find the first 5. I know it took me a little while.
Yeah, it did for me as well. I had discovered at least like loads more areas before I was able to finish that one.
So we'll talk about what happens when you complete that a little bit later on. Because I'm not sure when's the earliest you can progress it, but it'd be quite interesting to know actually how much of the map you could skip by progressing their quest early.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, there's got to be a certain, because you know where they set up after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like you at least have to clear that bit first.
You say that. There's actually an alternate area where a certain event at that place can show up if they move before. Yep. I'll get to that a bit later.
Didn't know that.
I only looked that up today. I was just looking up, cool little like optional things.
I guess most people on their playthrough don't do that because the fleas are quite hard to spot and find.
Yeah, for sure. Progressing a bit further on in the Marrow, past the Bell Beast and the Giant Bell, there's a room that has these red bulbs that are sticking out of the background into the foreground, and you can pogo off these to reach certain areas. This is a hint of another area that's very close to where this screen is. And it took me quite a while to get consistent with doing these with the diagonal downward attack.
I have a question. Do you use the analog stick or do you use the D-pad when you play this game?
So when I first started playing, I was using analog, but as soon as I got to these platforming things that required attacking downward, I went to the D-pad and never looked back.
That's fair enough.
Because the amount of time that I would feel like I'm pressing down, but I would just attack to the right or left, it happens so often. The analog, I don't think, is that viable for platforming in this game.
No, it is not.
No.
It is not,
It's really bad. Make the change if you haven't already, because that is,
the game will
so much
kick you
easier.
out of that habit pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't miss the analog either.
No, I mean, it's a side scroller. They're made for D-pads. It works.
There's a certain room that you can walk in around this point, and you walk in there, and there's this giant fat off ant just sitting in the way of a door forward. I remember the first time I came across this because I was going back in my editing, and I just stared at the camera for like a few seconds. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, all right, well, this looks like a boss. You walk forward and it starts attacking you. No name pops up, so it technically isn't even a boss.
No, it's not.
It's the first of many mini bosses you'll come across. Well, I say many. There isn't actually a lot mini bosses in this game, to be fair.
There aren't. There's three. I think there's about 3 versions of this guy though.
Yeah, this guy doesn't come up very often. He only comes up in like arena fights or special set pieces like this. But I don't know if it's possible to kill this guy at this stage in the game. He moves way too quickly, and
to be able to move out of the way.
Your movement at this point, you can't move fast enough to dodge some of his attacks, especially if he does the jump and attack at you, and you don't go under him. Like, you're kind of screwed.
Okay. Would you like to know something?
I would.
I did kill him.
At this point in the game, you killed him? Really? That's awesome.
Yep, stubbornness. Died 5 times.
Jeez. Yeah, I died twice to him. And after the second death, I was like, okay, I'm going to come back later, because clearly I'm missing something here. And I'm glad I did, because you get something soon that trivializes this fight. Completely.
I suppose it does. I think I know what you're talking about.
That's hilarious that you actually beat this without getting the dash upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, I did it without the dash upgrade, and then I got into that area, and you don't need the dash in Hunter's March.
No, you don't. No.
So it
does make it easier, for sure.
It does, because you can just jump over half of the fucking obstacles.
Yeah, exactly. That's so funny that you beat this.
This is when I started dying more often now, because my first death was
Was this your first death to this guy?
No, it wasn't. It was before that. I came across a optional jumping puzzle, which required the downward slash, and I
know exactly which one you're talking about.
I just died to it, and I was like, all right, there we go, first death. There it is.
And I'm pretty sure the reward at the end of that is just is it just some rosies, or do you get some sort of tool You might get some sort of tool.
Maybe it's a tool, because that might be why I don't remember.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't worth it, but I mean,
No,
I had to get used to the jump puzzle eventually.
You do get quite a lot of rosaries for going to the other end of that, but yeah, it's not the greatest. So we'll, for the sake of this, we'll just assume that he's still alive for now, and we'll come back to him a bit later. If you head underneath that area, there's a door you can walk through, and this has a bench inside, and it also above the bench has a bunch of prison cells with bugs inside them.
Yeah, I wrote this little note as well.
Right, so I only found out yesterday that you could have just smacked the doors down at this point.
Did you not do that?
I didn't do it. I saw that a merchant was selling a simple key, and I thought, oh, you need the key for these doors. So I spoke to the NPC. I didn't even bother hitting them, and I walked away.
That's interesting.
Which is hilarious, because it means that I didn't get the tool inside here until way later on. So I'm guessing
would be when I got the tool.
So this is when you got your first offensive tool, I assume.
Yeah, which I'm pretty sure was that throwing knife. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the straightforward pin that you throw in a straight line. Yeah. I didn't get this until much later on. I'd already got another tool by then. Yeah. So like,
because I wrote down in my notes that I freed him, and I wondered if there was any consequences to that because he was quite dodgy.
Yeah.
Turns out there isn't. I had a look a bit of Dark Souls, like, oh, what happens if I let this guy go? Is he going to kill another NPC?
Is he going to be like a lore trek or something like that? Yeah. No, he's kind of a chill guy actually, for the most part.
But he's fine. He's he shares the same character model as some actual enemies.
They don't show up until a lot later on.
No,
But yeah, he's just the associated. His species of bug is associated with thieves. Essentially, he's a thief.
Yeah, his name's Grindle.
Grindle the thief. Yeah,
Grindle the thief. Yeah, he's probably based off like an actual like insect that has that kind of mentality as well.
Yeah, probably.
They always do that with this.
Yeah,
like they always design the bugs to have the personality of like whatever bug they're actually based off of.
Yeah, 100%. Interesting, if you come back here a bit after you freed him, he'll be rummaging around like the ground near the bench, and if you talk to him, you pay him 15 rosaries, and he gives you some little scoops.
I did it once. And I was like, oh, I'm not asking you for help anymore.
Yeah, I paid for it once, and then never again. Well, I didn't do this at all in my first original playthrough because I didn't know you could free him at this point. So for just out of pure curiosity, yesterday I attempted a steel mode. Run.
Okay.
And that's where I found out you could break the doors. I didn't make it very far. I died in Hunter's March. But it was interesting. So
I will never ever be attempting that.
No. I might just casually, but I don't think I'd ever complete it.
You don't think you'll get the achievement that only like 0.4% of the players have got?
100% of the game in one life? Absolutely not. No.
Oh no, that's not the achievement.
Oh, okay.
It's just beat the game in Still Soul mode is like the achievement, but there's another one which is 100% the game in 30 hours.
No, I'm pretty sure there's an achievement to 100% the game in Still mode.
Oh, really?
And only 0.5 of players have completed it. Yeah.
Oh God. No, that sounds awful.
0.5%. Oh yeah. How anyone's done that? There's
my God,
videos
you're right.
on YouTube. Yeah.
There's 1.2% have got that.
Oh, it's gone up. It was 0.5 the other day. Jesus.
That's still way higher than they were expecting.
That's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how that's possible.
No.
That's way beyond me. Yeah, he'll the first time I spoke to him, he basically just said, "Oh, if you go down into the deep docks, then there's a door on the other side, if you can get it open, there's some goodies in there. It's like, great, you're just telling me that there's potential treasure ahead that I knew there was probably going to be anyway.
Yeah, behind the door that actually I could pay to unlock. Yeah, is there?
Well, I would expect there to be something on the other side of it, thank you.
There's something on the other side of this door. Oh.
Clearly just swindling you for your money.
And at this point, like 15 rosary, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot of money to give over.
Yeah, it is. But that's more or less it for now in the Marrow. And we progress on to a place called Deep Docks. The quintessential lava zone of the game. This is where all the lava in the Marrow has clearly been pouring out from.
Yeah.
This area introduces some enemies that cannot be hit from above because they are wearing bells on their head. Which, you know, does play a part sometimes when you're trying to fight them.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you can't do any down slashes on them.
Yeah, so you can't really cheese them. You have to get in their potential line of fire.
Yeah, it's interesting that those flying ones, you can't cheese them, but then there's loads later on in the game which you can cheese by doing that.
Yeah, and the flying ones in this area gave me a lot of grief when I first started playing this game.
Oh, really?
Just because of how evasive they are. They would fly just out of reach. They would throw these fire rocks at you.
Yeah, and like miniature grenades. Basically.
Yeah, essentially. And then once they do a little mini explosion. Yeah, not that big though.
No, I mean as long as you're standing a little bit away.
It's just like a little puff. Yeah, so they'll throw a rock and then they'll fly away out of your reach again. And you basically have to wait for them to come to you. And it just becomes this game of like, if you have patience, they're fine. But when you're doing a run back to an area and you don't even have to fight them, but I stubbornly fight them, and you get impatient, then they'll punish you for being impatient for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I was just patient. I never really had a problem with these guys.
Yeah, that's
I used to have fun just trying to time their throws as well and try and hit the projectile back at them. That's always quite fun.
That is quite fun. Yeah. There's a like a lever on the ground. Well, I say first off, you meet Chakra again.
Yeah.
A little ways in, and she'll sell you a map of Deep Dock. For usually her maps are anywhere between 60 to 80 rosaries a piece, I think.
Yeah, I think they start 60 and then they get 80.
Progressively get a little bit more expensive the further on through the game you go. And you definitely want to pick that up, for sure.
Well, yes, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously.
This area has a lot of verticality to it to progress. Notably, there's a lever on the floor that when you hit it, it'll release a trapdoor that you can go down underneath.
Yeah.
And it's in here that you can find an NPC called the Forge Mother after doing a little arena battle.
Quick question.
Yes.
Did you find this person?
Nope. Nope. Not at all. And it's so hard to miss as well. I don't know how I missed it. Because it's not even that out of the way.
We tried not to talk to each other too much about this game while we were playing it. But one of our first conversations about it was like, have you ever seen, are there any needle upgrades?
Right.
And we were like, I don't know. We don't know yet because it's been a while and there's no clue that there's going to be like a needle upgrade. Yeah,
we were convinced at one point that there weren't weapon upgrades because we'd gotten quite far in the game at this point and we hadn't had any inkling of a smith or anything.
Yeah. But you said that you had craft metal that you didn't know what use it had, and I was like, oh,
yeah.
Oh, you missed this person, did you?
I did. I didn't find this person. Genuinely, I don't think I even found Forge Mother until Act 2.
Oh, man.
which is so brutal.
But,
I know.
Yeah, but at the same time, you weren't using tools either, and this is what she specializes
No, because
in.
I didn't find any.
No.
If I'd have found, I would have been using them sooner. But yeah, that's the thing, is that for so long, I didn't have any offensive tools, so I was getting all these shell shards. And like all these, I would even get items that were related to like, used in crafting, like craft metals. Like, and I was just constantly thinking,
what is crafting?
Where is the crafting? Like, I shouldn't have to go this far into the game to know what the crafting system is.
Yeah.
And there were even times where I was on my recording. I was like, right, I'm going to backtrack because there's got to be something I missed because I still haven't done any crafting yet. And yeah, I just didn't find anything. It's hilarious. Looking back on it,
I find it quite interesting as well that the NPC, what's her name again?
Forge Daughter.
She has like a regular enemy character sort of next to her.
Yeah, a friendly version of a enemy that you see throughout Deep Dark.
Yeah, for the longest time though, I thought it was just an enemy, and I was like, I'll leave it alone. I won't go near it.
No, I don't think you can. You can't hit him.
No, you can just talk to him though. I didn't know that until Act 3, and I was like, oh, this guy actually talks.
It's so hilarious how that guy plays such an important role in Act 3, but he's just, you'd assume he's just a throwaway, just NPC, just to make the world feel a bit more alive.
Yeah, feel a bit more alive. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, she sells a few tools, but notably she'll only sell them if you give her rosaries and a craft metal for some of them.
Yeah, it's mostly the tools that she sells that do that.
Yeah, the offensive ones. And craft metal is actually really hard to come across in this game.
It's not common.
You don't find many. And they're quite hidden away a lot of the time.
Yeah, to the point where I basically didn't spend them either when I had them. I was like, I better say this is something really good. Yeah. I mean, you just don't know what the tools do before you buy them, so you just kind of guess if they look good or not.
Guess by their visual and their item description as to what they do. Yeah. And then just kind of take a chance.
Because this one sells like I can't remember. Is it the pins that you drop on the ground? Does she sell that one?
She sells the traps that you lay on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, the little pins. That is probably one of the best ones in the game.
Really?
Straight up.
Yeah, I never used it. But I can imagine for fights where bosses are flying around, and there's one we'll get to very soon that does that. I can imagine it probably would deal a lot of damage to them. Yeah.
It's the ones that I'm talking about the ones that you lay on the ground that they walk over.
Oh, like the actual like tacks that you put on the ground.
Yeah, the little tacks.
Okay.
That is the best one in the game.
I'm not sure if she sells those, or she does. It's not at this point. She sells the ones. She sells the ones that you can like just plant in place, and if anything walks into them, I think that they'll take damage.
Like a big explosion thing.
Well, I never use them, so I don't know exactly how they work.
No, but watching that channel that goes through all the boss fights, I saw he used this one a lot, and I was like, oh shit, that actually seems really good. So that is one that is really good.
Yeah, for sure.
I can imagine for group fights, that one's really good.
Yeah, and not only that, just another way to spend your shell shards that you otherwise would just be hoarding and be at max. Like the amount of times I'd open a breakable wall that would lead to a rock that gives more shell shards when I'm already at max.
Which you can pick up annoying. Still, even though you're at max. Yeah,
exactly. And they don't respawn either.
No, so, I had a lot of that where that would happen. I'd be like, I'm using tools at the moment, so this was just a waste. But I still break it anyway because I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
What you're supposed to do is mark it so that you know that there's a place where you can... But then again, they don't drop that much either.
They really don't.
No, considering sometimes to refresh your hunter's tools, it takes like 80 in total.
Yeah, there's a huge shift midway or towards the end of the game where you'll go from having an excess of shell shards and scarce on rosaries to the point where like you'll just have an abundance of rosaries and you just won't have any shell shards. Because rosaries are a lot easier to farm than shell shards are later on in the game. I found. But in this kind of underground section, there's a little optional area you can go to where the ground is like singeing. And I always assumed, well, for quite a while, I assumed if I touch this, then I'm just going to take damage and respawn at the last bit of ground I was at. But it turns out that... Go on.
Yeah, did you come across that bit before the clue of the enemy that just jumps on it?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it was at that point where I accidentally fell into it while trying to hit it, and then realised, oh, I'm still alive, and you take damage after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, if you stand, is it if you stand still? Or is it if you just
if you just like, even like if you're walking along it, as long as you're in contact with it for a certain amount of time, then you'll take a point of damage.
Yeah, but you can just keep jumping and it's fine.
Yeah, and you're fine. You just need to keep jumping off of it. There is a room that has the bottom is basically just entirely that, and there are lava streams falling down periodically. A little mini platforming section that leads to what would probably be a lot of people's first spool fragment of the game. This was not my first one.
I don't think I made a note of when my first one was.
I know when my first one is, and it's much later. So yeah, these spool fragments are essentially similar to marsh shards. You need to collect 2, and when you do, it will extend the amount of silk that you can carry at once, which is quite handy.
But they don't give you much when you collect 4.
Not really. No.
You
I think they give you 2 segments per 2 that you collect.
Yeah, basically, if you collect every single one in the game, it gives you an extra heal.
Full heal charge, yeah. So I think it's 2 segments per full spool that you collect. So it essentially equates to 1 segment per fragment, but you have to get 2 in order to extend your total silk. Yeah. So yeah, you can find that here. I found that much later on, but that's something you can get. In order to properly progress further, you have to backtrack a little to where you found Chakra, and you have to go upwards. You have to climb up a bunch of platforms, which takes you into a bit of a foresty kind of area where there's a bunch of ant enemies roaming around. And another little arena fight. Probably by far the toughest arena fight yet. You're dealing with some enemies that can be quite awkward to fight when you don't know their attack patterns and how they work.
Which enemies are they again?
So I'm talking about these ants that they like to burrow a lot, and they'll throw the discs at you.
Yeah, the little ant guys.
The little ones. Yeah. So there's an arena that's filled with there's these little basic ants that will crawl on the floor, and if they see you, they'll speed up towards you. There's flying ants that basically are just your regular flying enemies. Like when they get close, they'll do like a small dash in your direction.
Yeah, they're not too difficult to deal with.
It's for sure. There's one point where 2 of those disc throwing guys will spawn. To the point where, like, when you're fighting them and you're initially learning them, you're like, oh, okay, they'll just burrow, they'll come up and they'll throw a thing at you, so I just need to close the distance. But they also have a really quick melee attack that does 2 hits in a line. They don't give you much warning when they're going to do it. So they can catch you off guard with that quite a lot if you get too close to them. So they're a bit finicky. I cleared this though first try.
I didn't make a note of it.
Okay, yeah, fair. I didn't make a note on all of the arenas, but
I made a note of the one that the map lady joins in on.
Oh yeah. I have a lot to say about that one.
Yeah.
When you get past this arena, you get to the next altar that you can bind at, which gives you your first major movement upgrade of the game, which is Swift Step. This is huge.
That was actually called.
Yeah, Swift Step. Yeah, this is a game changer. My reaction to how quick you can dash and like the dash jump and all this stuff is great.
Yeah, at this point the game still kind of feels quite similar to Hollow Knight as far as like the traversal system works. But as soon as I got this, I was like, okay, this is different.
I don't think the first game had a sprint button, right?
It didn't. You had to get the dash and you had to just spam it.
This makes backtracking so much more convenient because you can go through areas so much quicker.
Yeah. You know what I'm surprised at though? When you get this, it teaches you how to use it by having platforms quite far away from each other.
Yes.
So you sprint jump to a lot of them. However, later on in the game, not necessary at all. I can't remember a single puzzle which involved like a sprint jump to start.
No, you go from jumping while sprinting to later on you'll just jump and then press the button to dash in a direction. Yeah, more often than not.
Yeah, pretty much. I saw worth mentioning. I saw on Instagram a clip of someone reacting to the sprint mechanic, and they didn't realize that if you hold it down, you can sprint. They thought it was just another dash.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's tragic. And he was like,
so
"Oh my
tragic.
God." I know, but apparently that's quite a common problem. Like people don't actually realize that. But what's it called again?
No, but you read the description. It says when you acquire it, it says dash forward and sprint with unnatural speed. It tells you what it does.
It does tell you, yeah.
So they clearly didn't read it properly when they acquired it.
I just remember seeing it in the trailer.
But no,
as well.
I feel bad for that.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't watch anything. I avoided trailers and everything before.
That's good.
The only spoilers I had was like the screenshots. And like there was a screenshot of like when you enter the Marrow and it's all lava and everything. It's like, why are you showing me endgame areas? And you find out that it's the first level of the game.
Yeah. I watched the trailer and it does spoil. It's only really spoils Act 1.
Okay.
And a bit of the chambers later on in the game.
Oh wow, it's quite far then.
But mainly just the areas. It's not really bosses. But there's one boss that spoils in Act 1, which I was like, really? Because it wasn't a surprise when I came across it.
Was it fourth chorus?
Yeah, it was fourth chorus.
Oh, that sucks. Why would they put that in the trailer?
I don't know, man. Because I saw him.
Terrible.
I saw him when you walked past him. I was like, I know you're a boss. I know you're going to come get me at some point.
See, I didn't have that knowledge. So I was like, that's cool. Yeah, we'll get to that when we come across it. Yeah, very shortly, actually.
How long are we in, by the way?
We are hour 45.
We've done 1 hour and 45. Oh my god, man. I might have to speed this up a bit.
Yeah, I know. I think we will. Okay, let's speed up. All right, so getting the swift step.
We've only talked about 2 bosses.
I do think when we get into Act 2, things will be quicker. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, look, all I'm saying is you don't have to explain like every other little room that we come across. Like, maybe we'll just try and skip to the upgrades and just the bosses. Okay. Because my god.
Okay. So next boss. Now that we have that upgrade, we can jump to a platform that you hit a lever to open a door into a large chamber that has a huge statue in the background. Yeah. You've seen this quite a lot, and you'll see this statue quite a lot throughout the game, actually. It's quite a significant kind of ornament of the land, I suppose you could say. Yeah,
is the lady, the snail lady at the beginning, is she holding like a staff with this?
Potentially.
I can't remember.
Potentially has that shape. I can't remember either.
I know there's enemies there on that
be
that.
Yes. It's quite an important kind of holy symbol, I suppose, of this land. But you are confronted by Lace in this arena.
Yeah.
Very, very important character to the story.
Yep.
Who basically just essentially mocks you at this point, just saying like, you don't belong here, dude. You need to leave. Like, I'm gonna just like make sure that you go away.
She serves the exact same purpose that Hornet does in Hollow Knight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And she's quite difficult. She's a big difficulty spike, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I died a couple times to Lace.
I just got 2 deaths on Lace.
Yeah, I died twice. She, in terms of moveset, is way more advanced than any boss we've faced so far. Very quick. and she's very small. She's basically the same size as you, so she's a lot harder to get hits in on.
Yeah, but she gives you plenty of opportunities to get those hits in if you're aggressive as well.
Yeah, you have to play aggressive. She reminds me of like a Bloodborne boss, where like you have to be just as aggressive as the enemy in order to do well. You can't. She'll punish hesitation for sure. I think does she have multiple phases? She get a bit stronger halfway through.
From what I'm watching,
maybe?
I don't think she does. I think she introduces. No, but
she definitely does. She definitely does.
Oh yeah, she introduces that miniature
big
explosion.
AOE, big AOE attack halfway through. She'll do that sometimes. So yeah, but I think this is really good. Like you'll fight her a few times throughout the game.
Yeah,
and it's good. Each time she'll just expand on her moveset even more. So this is a good baseline to teach you what she does, what she's about, to an extent. Because the time between fighting her now and the next time you fight her is so long.
It is a long time.
That by the time you see her again, you've completely forgotten what she does, and you have to relearn it all over again, essentially.
I mean, like I said, it's exactly the same as the Hornet fight in the first game. Similar sort of time you get to her, similar sort of difficulty jump as well. And yeah, like the gap between the two fights is massive as well. So
yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's very true.
Very, very similar.
Yeah. So, but you eventually overcome her, and she basically just gives you a few lines of dialogue, saying, "Oh, you win this time, but next time we face, it'll be different." And then she just flies off screen.
Yeah.
So it's not the last you'll see of her.
It definitely isn't.
No. Your reward for defeating her is your second Dead by Daylight bell that you're in.
Yeah. She doesn't say anything actually. She just jumps off.
Oh, does she just jump off? Okay.
Yeah, she just jumps off.
Fair enough. Yeah, she just jumps off screen. So before progressing into the area beyond the bell, we'll quickly go through the area that was blocked by that big Scar guard earlier, the big ant boy.
Yeah, because you went back to him at that point.
At this point, I went back and fought him. And you go through a little, quite a small area at this point in the game. There's not much to it, but it's called Hunter's March.
Yep.
This area is dripping in details.
Yeah, initially, when discovered it, I was like, this is my favourite area.
Yeah, the music is
so
really
cool.
nice. The music kind of gave me the sense of like an area that was past its prime and struggling a little bit. It was a bit down on tone, but still quite nice at the same time.
Yeah, I saw it as like the equivalent to the Mantis area.
Mantis Lords
game.
area. Yeah. Like Fog, no, not Fog Canyon, Fungal Wastes.
Yeah,
I think it's
because
that
the
kind of
Mantis
area.
village is below the Fungal Waste, yeah.
Yes, yeah. The one of the details that I picked up on quite early on in this area was whenever you kill an enemy, you know the ants that crawl along the floor, they'll pick up parts of enemies and they'll take them underground.
Yeah, I made a note.
I just thought that was such an amazing detail that they included there.
Yeah, it's weird because like none of the other areas like even come close to that level of like.
No, they really don't.
Really
I think
cool
this is one of the most
things.
detailed areas for sure. Really cool to explore. The platforming gets a bit harder here. There are a lot more areas where you have to pogo from point to point to progress. Where at the other end of this area is a arena fight, and this is probably one of the more notorious ones, at least in my opinion, at the start of the game.
For difficulty?
Yeah. Well, I mean, difficulty in the sense that. So to give some context, you're fighting a bunch of the ant enemies that you faced in this biome, right?
Yeah.
And some of them are quite tough. Like they have a lot of health.
Yeah,
these ant guys.
You're right, because I made a note saying like, oh, have I got to come back when I've got like an upgrade to the needle? Like this is taking ages to kill these guys.
And like this is a purely optional area at this point. Like you don't even have to be here. I don't think you have to be here until Act 3.
Technically, yeah, I guess not. You don't.
So, yeah, you don't necessarily have to do this, but I was stubborn and decided to anyway.
I mean, I was even more stubborn than you. I I got here way earlier.
You beat the Skarrguard without even the dash upgrade, which is crazy. Mad respect for that. But yeah, this fight, midway through, Chakra will appear, and I do massive air quotation marks, help you out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
She caused me a lot more problems than solutions.
I'm gonna guess why.
The amount of shit flying around the screen, I could not pay attention to what projectiles were hers or the enemies.
I was just jumping over everything. I was like, oh my god, why did they make her projectiles exactly the same as theirs? Like, why would they do that?
And she was flying around everywhere. I couldn't tell what was her or like one of the flying guys that would throw spears. And it's just, I died a few times on this fight. And I didn't have a problem with dying there, but it's the run back to get back to the arena.
Yeah, that is tough.
You have to rest at the bench at the place where Grindel was locked up, and then run back all the way through all the platforming sections, everything. It's probably at least a minute run back, a minute and a half maybe.
Yeah,
if you're
that's
quick.
just to an arena fight. Like, it's not even for an actual fight.
Yeah, I died a few times in this arena before getting through it. Just complete chaos, complete sensory overload. Like, I just couldn't deal with it.
But thankfully there's never an annoying run back ever again in the game.
Oh yeah, thankfully that is the last of annoying run. Yeah, that's never again is there a run back to be made in this game after this point, which is, that's nice of the devs to do that.
Yeah, really nice of the devs, because it's an outdated mechanic, isn't it, the run back? Even FromSoft don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thankfully a thing of the past.
Yeah, 2025. Why would a mechanic like that still exist?
How far we've come. There are two other bits of interest I want to quickly touch on here before we move on. One is a large statue in one of the rooms that's depicting a large female bug gesturing up towards like a light shaft above her. Doesn't mean much at this point, but it's worth keeping in mind. You do find an NPC here that's hiding as a bush.
I didn't find this person.
Oh, really?
When you told me yesterday there's some NPCs that you never come across.
You never found her?
Never found her.
Wow.
Nope. I saw it in the wiki and I was very surprised.
Yeah, you there's a bush that kind of wriggles in the background, and if you hit it, an NPC will appear. She doesn't provide much, just some kind of lore-related things about the area.
Just a cute little interaction.
Yeah. She has a bit more development in Act 3, but for now it's just kind of like a irrelevant thing. There's a bench in this area that when you go to sit down on it, a huge trap will hit you from the ceiling.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
And thankfully, I had enough health to withstand 2 hits from this, because I was like, oh, very funny game, trap bench. And so I went to sit down again to rest properly, and then it hit me again. And I was like, what the hell's going on? There's a hidden area to the left where you have to break the tripwire or the string, the mechanism that triggers the trap. I tell you what, I say it in my video, like, if the only reason why I found this funny was because I didn't die. If I'd have died from this trap, I would have hated it. Yeah. My entire perception around it would have been flipped on its head.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the same as you. I didn't die to it. I sat on it once. I wasn't stubborn enough to sit on it twice.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious that they put that in there.
Yeah, it's very funny.
A lot of traps throughout this area, to be fair. But yeah, okay, moving on to Farfields, which is past the lace fight. This is probably one of the biggest areas in the game, I think.
Yep.
It's huge.
It's huge, yeah.
The main part of it is a huge canyon. Oh, yeah, go on.
I was going to say, inversely, Hunter's March, smallest area in the game, one of the smallest.
Definitely one of the smallest, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it might be the smallest.
Yeah. Actually, aside from Wisp Thicket later on.
It's also very small. Yeah, that might be smaller, actually. Yeah, thank God, because by that point I was starting to get fatigued, to be honest.
It's a big game.
Yeah, it's a big game. Big podcast, big game. The main chunk of this area is a huge vertical drop that for the time being, you can't progress up. There are lots of vents with air coming out of them that you just kind of have to bypass for now.
Yeah, just walk past,
But this is probably, in my opinion, one of the most like wild, untamed, like pure, untouched areas where life just seems to kind of thrive without any interruption.
Yeah.
Which is quite nice. It's like right on the edge of the map, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Really, really luscious area. Lots of green, which is nice. A nice change of pace from the reds and oranges of the deep dots. Yeah. They do a good job of mixing up color palettes as you go from area to area in this game.
Oh, yeah. Every area is very distinctive from the other.
Yeah. So
and the transition between areas is really good as well. How they subtly like introduce elements of the
terrain,
the next area. The terrain changes. It's
definitely.
So
yeah, it's very good. It's very well done. You on your path going forward, you come to another large pool of lava with platforms that you have to jump over, and you come across this huge mechanical bug in the background. I didn't know it was a robot at this point. I just thought it was the corpse of a huge bug.
Yeah, like I said, sadly, I knew what it was.
Yeah, that is very sad. Yeah, this is a boss that we'll be fighting a bit later on once we've gotten our next upgrade.
Yeah, shortly.
Very shortly, yeah. But it gives you a good like prelude to it. It lets you see what's coming up.
Yeah,
a glimpse of it anyway. This still doesn't do a very good job of representing just how big this thing is. You only see its head buried in the background.
I was going to say the Dark Souls, again, another Dark Souls equivalent would be the that demon in Lost Islip. Is it Lost Islip?
Oh yes, the Ceaseless Discharge. Is that what you're on about?
Is it Ceaseless Discharge? Who's the one? It's the one which you can just kill by running to one side of the arena and
then knocking it off the edge.
Yeah, knocking off the edge.
Yeah, that's Ceaseless Discharge. Yeah, a huge lava beast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a great name. Definitely not memed at all.
Yeah. Ceaseless Discharge.
What a name.
That's lost in translation, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah. So yeah, you when you get into this area for a start, you're trapped. Like you drop off a ledge. There's no getting back out. The only way is forward, and you come across this huge open area with this massive structure made out of some sort of like fabric that's like tied and suspended in the air. Inside is the seamstress NPC, who basically says, if you gather a bunch of spines for me, I'll give you a neat little upgrade for your cloak there. Anything you have to say about seamstress?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I even made notes about her, to be honest.
So the quest she tells you to do is to collect 25 spines, right?
Is it 25?
Yeah, it's 25. You collect these from projectiles that are shot out of enemies in the next area.
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea that that's how you got them when I first played.
Yeah, they shoot out the projectile, and then you have to hit the projectile.
You have to hit them out of the ground, and then you pick it up.
Took me a while to realise that as well.
I had no idea that that's what you had to do. So I got to the end of the area. Yeah. I think I accidentally smacked one out of a corpse while I was fighting another enemy. Yeah. And I just thought, that item was just always on the ground. It's like, I picked up my first first spine. There's a part of this level where you actually, we've come across quite a few of these before, where there's these big orange rocks that when you hit them they'll explode and reveal more area. There's one you can do here where you hit it and it falls down onto a giant rib cage spine to create a shortcut. And when that happened, I thought, I'm destroying this huge spine and I'm collecting shards of it. So I went back down and there was nothing there. I was like, okay, that's not what I'm doing. It took me a while to realize that these were things you had to collect off of projectiles. But anyway, you get 25, you go back to her, and she upgrades your cloak to the Drifter's cloak, which allows you to glide in the air.
I'm sure
which is very useful.
A lot of people surprised that it is indeed a cloak that she's wearing and not a dress.
Yeah. A very cool upgrade. it allows us to zip up through the air vents that come out of the ground, which allows us to escape this little area. But before we do, on the way back out, the huge robot in the background wakes up and attacks you. And holy shit, this was a cool moment when it woke up.
Yeah, I mean,
really cool.
I can imagine it being great.
It was so unexpected that I was mid sprint, running off screen, and the screen was staying in place. I was like, oh, and I fell in the lava and took damage. And then I respawned, and the thing just started bursting out of the background. I was like, no way, we're actually fighting this. Yeah, it was great.
It is cool. It is very cool. Even knowing that it was gonna happen, I was like, yeah, this is great.
I think this is probably, I would say, the most detailed fight in the game. His animations are so smooth, and his sprite is so detailed and shaded. I feel like this is probably one of the first bosses they designed, and it's probably one that they're most proud of, I would say.
Yeah,
I would think it's a safe bet. He's very simple. He's not a hard fight.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. He's incredibly simple. He has
really
a couple
easy,
of moves,
which is a bit of a shame, actually.
It's a shame for something because you never fight anything of this scale again, except for there's another one which we'll get into. But it's nowhere near as cool as this one is.
No. Wait, what do you mean by that?
There's the boss I'm referring to. I'm referring to. Let me just look up its name. Where is it? Father of the Flame.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sure. I get what you mean.
That's
there.
later on, though.
Yeah, and nowhere near as cool as this one.
Yeah, it's a very cool fight. I felt that I was almost expecting there to be another version of this fight that was more difficult later on.
Me too. And this isn't the last time that you'll see one of these. Yeah,
literally.
But you never see one active again, which is a real shame.
It is a shame because it's such a cool, like you said, just the animations and the
they're
way he
so
moves.
Smooth and clean.
It is so smooth.
It's the smoothest animations in the game. It's crazy.
Yeah, he has more individual things and movements going on than Hornet does.
Yeah.
Hornet looks like she's running at a different...
than Lace does, or the end bosses. It's mad how much effort was clearly put into this one, but it's such a cool visual set piece that I was blown away by this one.
It's a cool set piece, but as far as mechanically, I found that when it charges up an attack, I felt that I was jumping as soon as I saw him do the charge up, and I felt like I should have been punished for that. Because the attack doesn't come until much later after. I think you could just float.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like this boss would have benefited from some switches in wind-up lengths. If sometimes he did it instantly, or sometimes he would delay it. I think adding some variance there to the swipes would have maybe enhanced the fight a bit more and made it a bit more challenging.
I can see why they didn't do that, because the actual attack is really quick.
Yeah, true. He only has kind of 3 attacks, I think. He swipes from left to right with one of his arms.
Yep.
He'll crush down and temporarily destroy one of the platforms. Yeah. Or he'll smack the ceiling and cause boulders to fall down from the sky.
Yeah, very slow falling boulders that come down.
Yeah. I didn't die to him.
I died once, but that's because I accidentally panicked and fell into the lava.
Fair enough.
That was the initial, when I was learning the boss and I was learning what it was doing, I just fell in the lava a couple times and then just got smacked. And that was it.
Yeah.
But as soon as I came back, just didn't have any problems with it at all.
No.
Very simple.
Yeah. So we take out fourth chorus and we gain the ability to rise up.
Before that, what we haven't mentioned... Oh, no, you talking about that now, when you rise up above him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, why don't you go ahead and...
his final phase is that he... does he even take damage anymore from... He does, doesn't he? You can still smack him about. But it doesn't do anything. And what you're supposed to do is, because when he smacks down, he reveals... two floating bits which you use to float up above and destroy two different explosion orange things that you hit, and you hit both of them and a giant rock falls down on him and kills him.
That's a thing?
Did you not do that?
No.
Oh.
I know. I didn't know.
Did you just smack him down?
I just smacked him until he died.
Oh no, there's like two orange
things
that you hit and it drops a massive rock on him and it just kills him.
No way. No, I didn't know that was a thing.
Because the only reason I discovered it is because I kept smacking him still.
Mm-hmm.
But now I was thinking, oh, this is taking a while. Maybe I've got to do something else. And I looked and I was like, oh yeah, if you smack these two bits, then it drops a rock on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's how I killed him. I guess that's not how you killed him.
No, I just smacked him until he eventually did his little, death animation and then fell into the lava.
Yeah, it's a good thing I'm watching these bosses as we're talking about them, because I did forget that that's what happens. That can happen. Yeah,
his death animation is also really good. Really well done. The way he falls back and slumps into the lava, it's really cool. Yeah. There's another fight that takes place in this arena a bit later on that I had a lot more trouble with.
Don't take me started on that boss. We'll get to him. I know you're talking about.
Yeah. We can now traverse up the shafts in the main canyon bit of Farfields, and you get to there's a little area that you can get to that has a sheltered area, Pilgrim's Rest, I think it's called.
Yep.
You see Sherma here trying to sing and calm down this phased out pilgrim sat on the floor, this big fat guy. Yeah. Is clearly out of it. I don't think she's helping by smacking her chimes in his face, to be honest. There's a house here that every time you want to enter, you have to pay some rosaries to go in.
Yeah.
Inside is a bench and a merchant that sells a few things. I can't remember exactly what it is he sells.
No, I can't remember either. But
probably
I know
just
some
tools, some items that you can.
Yeah, there's some cool things. I think he has a mask shard and other little bits that.
Yeah, or a small fragment maybe or something like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't know this until much later on that you can actually hit the mechanism on the inside by the door, which makes it so that you don't have to pay ever again when you go back in.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, you
I
can.
just kept paying.
You smack the gear. Did you figure out in the end? Or learn that in the end. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can smack it and then it will just stay open, which is hilarious.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a door to the right of this area that there's clearly something massive trying to break out from the other side. This stumped me for a really long time. It won't be relevant for a while.
It's not, but I'm trying to think what is actually behind there, because you don't come back to it until much later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't remember.
It's one of those big rhino bugs.
Oh yeah. I know. Yeah.
Only two of them in the entire game. Yeah. But yeah, you can't get in there for now. So the only way out is to carry on going up, and you eventually get to a platform that has a huge glowing rock that you smash, and it sends a huge jet stream that you go so high up through the ground. And you come out in a place called Greymoor, which is a really depressing area, actually.
Yeah,
lots of grey, lots of drab, lots of grey. Yeah, real gloomy. But this is home to the Craw tribe of birds. I guess they're not really bugs, are they? They're birds.
Yeah. Did you go through the Craw portion of it first?
First, yes. Yeah.
Okay. I came back to that later, so...
Okay, so you went left first.
I went to the left and got the bar. I opened the bar first.
Oh, okay, and then went back. Okay, so that's not far left. Or did you do the whole left first?
I think I did the whole left. Well, obviously not the whole left, because you have to keep
because you would have gotten the map, right? Did you get the map? Because the map
is
right.
That's on the right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have got the map and died to the crawls, and I was like, hang on, I'm going to try the other way.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. All right. We'll talk about the right side first, because it's the out of the way bit. Yeah, there's a bunch of enemies here that are called Craws, a Craw tribe. They're birds that fly around, and they're really annoying to deal with. They're crows. Yeah. They're evasive, quite hard to hit sometimes. They like to fly around and fly out of range of your attacks. Their main base is like this huge water mill. Like a massive wheel in the background. You go inside and you do like a little arena fight. I quite like this arena fight because you can see all of the enemies in the background.
Oh yeah.
And the further you go in, they'll go away. They'll fly in to the foreground. I think that's a neat touch of the enemies in this area.
That's cool.
Doing this opens up. You flip a lever and it activates a bunch of these bouncy balls that you can pogo off throughout Greymoor that allows you to reach the higher levels.
Yeah, I didn't do this until much later.
Oh, really? I did this right off the bat.
I died to the group fight arena, and then I was like, I'll explore to the left instead, and then that's where I spent the entire time just going that way.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, it didn't. It was a while.
I mean, this is where I found my first tool, the freefold pin.
A tool I don't think I ever picked up.
Really? Oh, it's basically the same as the first one you get. There's a pin in a straight line, but you essentially throw three, like in an arc. I use this for the rest of the game. I thought it was so good. So good.
From the clips I've watched of this boss fight thing, I was like, yes, I wish I had that.
yeah, for sure.
You're doing 3 ticks of damage if you're at close range to something.
Yeah, I mean, you throw it in the direction and you're almost guaranteed a hit on whatever you're trying to hit. It's really good. At the very tippy top, you get your second silk skill, which is Thread Storm. I used this for a little bit. But soon switched back to Silk Spear. It's good. It's just essentially an AoE around you. You just hits everything that's close to you.
Everything once. I watched a video going over all the Silk skills and their levels of usefulness. That one is considered the best in the game.
Oh, really? I did use it for the next couple bosses. I do switch back to the Silk Spear at some point.
Yeah, there's a point in the game where your silk skills can be upgraded quite a lot if you build around it. And at that point, they're all amazing, but that one is the best. Especially during phases of bosses where a lot of bosses tend to have a phase where they get hurt and they sort of like take a breather for like a couple of seconds. Yeah,
you stagger them and they'll like fall to the ground or stay in place. They allow you to get a few more hits in.
Yeah, you either get a few more hits in or you heal. Basically, that's what you use that window of time to do. Yeah,
I usually use it to heal a lot of the time.
Yeah, unless I'm full health, and in which case you just start
smacking them.
Yeah, and that is the best time to use all the silk skills, especially that one.
Yes, I can imagine it definitely is. Yeah, I can see that being a good thing to do. Opening up these platforms you can bounce off lets you get to the third giant bell that you ring. In this area, and then your only option is to go left. And like you say earlier, you end up at a place called the Halfway Home. It's like a little inn, like a little respite area. There's a couple NPCs in here. There's the owner who you don't really interact with much until a little bit later on. But there's also up above in like the attic, there's a snail that's like actively like doesn't have her shell on. It's just sitting in the other side of the room. This is new. Quite a funny character. She gives you the journal. She acts as the big hunter guy from the first game. Yeah,
literally. Same role, just a much more cuter looking.
Yeah. She even tries to go for a kiss at some point, right? And then you smack her away. which is
also in the trailer.
Oh, really? No way.
Yeah, I think
That's crazy.
I remember seeing that before the game came out.
No way. There's another NPC in this area. Well, a couple, but they count as one. Garmund and Zaza.
Garmund and Zaza.
Oh, what
legends!
What a legendary pair they are. They're essentially just like this old gruff bug with a big mustache and his little lady kind of bug-esque, like little companion that he rides on. He gave me big vibes of the bit in Labyrinth towards the end where like the little rodent guy rides the dog around.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
It gives you that kind of vibe. They'll show up at certain parts to just like help deal with enemies in certain locations a bit later on.
Yeah,
I think mainly in Act 2.
Mainly in Act 2, yeah. It's important to note here that the game, when you talk to him, he will ask you if you need help fighting the next boss.
Oh.
Did you notice this?
I didn't get that.
Did he ever help you in the fight?
No.
Oh my god, okay, you missed something kind of big here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you go and fight Moorwing, I think if you die to Moorwing, and then come back, you can talk to him and he'll say, oh, would you like some help in the fight? And he will come and help.
No way. So I never spoke to him after fighting Moorwing for the first time, so that's cool. That's the thing.
That is cool, but it did trick me into thinking this was going to be a common mechanic in the game. Yeah. That's the only time it ever happens as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I thought summons were going to be a thing, which was interesting.
Sadly not, no.
No, sadly not.
That would have been useful in some others, for sure.
So I suppose that nicely transitions us to Moorwing, the next boss, which you come across.
I do want to just touch on one thing before we do talk about Moorwing, and that's the first chapel that you can explore here, where you get for the next crest.
Yep.
There are a few chapels in the game that essentially just act as like little areas you go inside, you do a little arena fight some enemies, you bind with like some sort of, in this case it's like a corpse on an altar.
Yep. And
you unlock a new crest. This is the Reaper crest, and it is, in my opinion, the best crest in the game.
Yep. I would say, as far as making the game easier, yes, it definitely does. Yeah, it carried me almost through the entire game.
Yeah, same. I think I used it for the final boss.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I didn't, but when we get to that, I'll explain why.
Fair.
Yeah, because you do get some extra crests later on, and every time you get them, it automatically equips it, and you get to try it out. And every single time, I was like, going back to Reaper. It's just too good.
I have a big problem with it automatically equipping, because there's no bench. So it unequips all of your tools. Yeah. You have and you can't re-equip them unless you go back to a bench, and at this point it's quite a ways away. Yeah. So I don't like the fact that it auto-equips. I agree. But I do like the Reaper crest for two reasons. The first reason is it makes platforming trivial, because your downward is not diagonal anymore. You just hit directly below you. Yeah. Which is really good for platforming sections.
Yeah, so much easier.
Yeah. The second reason why I like it so much is because whenever you heal, there's like a certain time period until you get hit again, where if you hit something, little silk balls will fly out of them, and if you run into them, then it will regenerate some of your silk back.
Yeah, and if you play aggressively enough, you can get another full heal ready to go, just straight off the bat, and it makes the game substantially more manageable.
It does. It is kind of like I think it is kind of like a noob trap crest. In hindsight, I will admit that.
Oh, 100%. Because the first crest that you get is objectively really good as long as you're really good.
Yeah.
But I mean, playing this for the first time, like it's a difficult game. It's a really tricky game.
Really hard. Yeah.
You gotta like take any like help you can get.
But yeah, that's chapels. So yeah, Moorwing. Moorwing is great, I think. Good boss.
Well, the only notes I wrote for Moorwing is the amount of deaths I had. 9.
9 deaths to Moorwing.
And then, and then all I put as a little description was "Thank fuck that's over."
I have similar notes to a boss much later on, but no, Moorwing was not my.
Oh yeah, that note comes up quite a lot actually.
Oh, okay, fair.
I would say this was the first wall I came across.
Wow, I only died twice to Moorwing.
And I do wonder if it's because I had Garmin and Zara
distracting you.
Yeah, distracting me. Because there's a certain attack that that Moorwing does.
Yeah.
Where it shoots out the spears.
The go in an arc, the wrap back round?
Yeah, the wrap back round.
Yeah.
And every time Garmon's in the way of that, he does like a little block, and it almost looks like he's parrying it, like he's deflecting it towards you. And every time I kept thinking, like, stop hitting it towards me, man. What are you doing? It's so annoying.
So, out of interest, once you've asked him for help, is that it? He will always be in every fight? He will always
be in every fight. Basically, you'll start the fight, and then shortly into it, he will just turn up and help you out.
I see.
And I say help you out in quotation marks.
Yeah,
because
kind of like Chakra earlier.
Yeah, because the only attack that he can do that lands is like he goes underneath the boss and sort of waves his little thing about. And then that does a little bit of damage. So his little thing. Yeah, that's about the extent of its help. I just had such trouble with the I think the projectiles that it throws at you.
Yeah, I had an issue with them because at first I thought that they were just homing shots.
Yeah,
that's how accurate they felt to me. But as soon as I realised, oh no, it's just a set arc.
Yeah,
I adapted to it, and it became a lot easier after that.
Yeah, I think it just took me a while to realise what the arc was and where it had to stand in order to dodge it. Because
it really does feel like that they're just homing onto you no matter where you are.
Yeah.
It's very clever how they did it, actually.
And there's two different versions of it as well to sort of throw you off. And then in its second phase, it fires two of them at you. Which is,
essentially all of its moves are doubled.
And the second one curves right back around to like fuck you up.
The first one isn't a problem. Yeah, it's the second one that curves back round. Yeah, that one got me a lot.
That got me a lot as well. And at this point, you still only have 5 health, and they do 2 damage, so it's really tricky.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's also worth mentioning as well that this fight, since we've both fought this fight, has been nerfed.
Yes, I saw that.
I don't know how, because I haven't seen the boss since then.
I think what they did was they made it so it doesn't do 2 damage anymore. It just does 1.
that would have saved me so much time and frustration, man. Yeah, that is literally the killer. That is what screwed me over.
Yeah, it's very punishing, the 2 damage for sure. There's another enemy in this area, the one with the scissors, that I had a lot of trouble with when I first encountered them, because a lot of their attacks will do 2 damage when they grab you.
And did you find coming back to those enemies later on, you're like, why did I even struggle with these?
Oh yeah, all you got to do is just hit their head. That's it.
Yeah, you just got to jump on them. They can't do anything about jumping.
Easy.
Yeah. But I guess at that point when you're fighting it, you don't have the traditional.
I don't think you have Reaper Crest even.
You don't have the Reaper Crest, so it's much harder to get the hits off. Yeah,
for sure. But once you defeat Moorwing, you head into Bellhart. You get a cutscene when you enter Bellhart.
You get a cutscene. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, first cutscene since the start of the game, I think.
Yeah.
It shows a bunch of pilgrims that are suspended in the air, trapped in silk. And you're given an objective to free the residents of Bellhart from this silk curse that's infecting the town.
I can guarantee you that you did this way before I did.
Oh, yeah?
It took me a long time to realise that there was a sort of hidden wall or whatever it was.
To access the boss.
To access the boss that's got them under their spell.
Yeah, I didn't have any problems finding it.
How soon is it until you fight the boss?
You just have to beat the boss of Shellword, and then you have access to it. Once you have the wall jump, you can get there.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What's the boss in Shellword?
Sister Splinter, which we'll be coming up to fairly soon. You go into Bellhart. There's not a lot you can do here. There is a one house you can walk in that has the fast travel station. Yeah. And it also has a hidden path to the right, which leads down into the Bellways a little bit, where you can talk to an NPC called the Bell Hermit, who's a bit of a prick, actually. He basically tells you to not bother saving the guys above. It's not worth it. He calls you a slave. He's just generally not a nice guy.
Yeah.
And he does become quite important later on, though, towards the end of Act 2.
Yeah, he does.
But for now, you walk straight through the other side of Bellwood into Bellhart, into a place called Shellword.
Shellword. Yeah,
another luscious area. Really
quite similar,
nice music,
quite similar to
actually.
the Farfields.
Yeah, just with more water, essentially. I think the music track in this is one of my favourites. It's up there.
It's really nice.
Really good. It's really peaceful.
Which you don't expect after coming into Bellhart, because it seems like, shit, this is where stuff gets dark. But then you just go to the next area right next to
nice,
it, and
peaceful,
everything's nice again.
Like fantasy forest area. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, you don't expect it, but it's great.
No. Again, another nice welcome change of scenery from Greymoor. They do a good job of alternating grim scenery and pretty scenery. Yeah, I think. The platforming starts to get a bit tougher in this area.
Yeah, I'd say so, but not punishing. Tougher,
no, not overly
punishing.
But the platforms that you peg off of, they now are destructible in this area, so you have to time.
So you got to keep moving.
Yeah, you got to time it well. You got to make sure that you're doing it successfully, because otherwise you'll just fall back down to the bottom of where you're trying to climb up.
Yeah, I never had too much of a problem with it, because at this point, the with the Reaper Crest, it felt like Hollow Knight's system at that point.
Better than Hollow Knight's, actually,
better,
because the Reaper Crest, it gives you a little buffer where you hover in the air before you attack, which so you're suspended. You keep your yourself suspended in the air, which helps a lot.
It does.
Makes timing a lot more easier, I feel.
Yeah, it's less strict,
Yeah. I won't go into too much about this area. It's just
a nice area.
Just a nice area. Some all the enemies are mostly plant related. So you've got like animated sticks or plants that have nightmare fuel heads inside them. The one enemy that I want to touch on more than others is the wood wasps. You know, those purple little flying fuckers.
The little purple ones. Yeah, they're a bit annoying.
Yeah, they're a bit annoying. Their nests reproduce them at a rapid rate.
Yeah, you have to prioritize the nests.
Yes. There is a hidden tool behind one of the nests, actually, the first one you come across.
Which is the spear?
It's the long pin.
The long pin, yeah, that's what I was
it's essentially the same weapon that the flying enemies at the bottom of the level will try and throw at you. Yeah. There's an NPC in this area that asks you to collect some polyp hearts for him.
Which is the purple.
Really, like kind of shady kind of character, actually.
Yeah, very shady.
Not trustworthy, to put bluntly. I wouldn't trust this one.
Wouldn't trust this one, but you can trust it after doing this quest, because nothing bad happens. It's just later on. Yet.
Later on. To progress to the main part of Bellhart, where the boss fight is there, you have to get through another boss first in Shellword, which is Sister Splinter.
Sister Splinter.
Yeah, it's actually really cool when you first enter the arena, because huge thorn pillars will slam down behind you, blocking you in. Which I think is quite cool.
Have to fight it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It means as well that if you try and recover if you die to this boss and you try to recover your thing and get back out, you can't. You have to commit to fighting.
You have to commit to the fight. Yeah. Because at this point you don't have the consumables that let you recover your cocoon early.
Which is fine, because the boss isn't too much of a problem.
No,
but
I didn't struggle with her too much. I beat her on my third attempt.
Fair enough, I did on my 6th.
Oh wow, okay.
But for the main reason that I want to get into is, I mentioned this earlier, that she's a boss that summons other enemies to make up for the lack of her own moveset, which in this case I felt was completely unnecessary.
Oh, the ads that she spawns are pricks, man.
Yeah, they are pricks.
They're quite tanky. At this point they take like 3 hits to kill, which doesn't seem like a lot. But when you're enclosed in sections because there's pillars around you, and you're trying to dodge the slam attacks from the main boss, they'll just they'll swing at you. And like they'll do 2 points of damage if they hit you.
2 points. Yeah, it's just insane.
Yeah, and there's two of them a lot of the time.
I was really questioning the difficulty at this point in the game when that was happening. I was like, are they going to keep doing this? Like, this is a bit annoying. Once again, this is one of the bosses that's been nerfed. I don't know how. Yeah, I think
it's probably just damage related again. I'm not sure entirely how. But yeah, it was this and Moorwing that they patched like a week after the game came out.
Yeah,
because people were complaining about. Yeah, exactly.
That is my main problem with it, because I feel like its moveset's really fun to like move out of the way of.
Fun fight.
Like what it should have done instead of summoning enemies to attack you is they should have done more with the branches that she pulls down.
Yeah, agreed.
Like maybe if there was like ones that go horizontally, as well as the ones that are vertical.
You just had to like downward slash and they would get
rid of them.
Yeah,
you have to downward slash to get rid of it. Like, that would have been a much more interesting alternative to it just summoning some more enemies that look like Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, agreed. The only ways I died to her, comically, my first death was I wasn't anticipating that she would fall out of the sky and land when you stagger her. So I took 2 lots of contact damage and died the first time.
Yeah, I think I might have done something similar. I remember not really understanding that just touching her is enough to take 2 hearts of damage. I was like, she's not even doing anything. She's just sitting there.
I know. She's literally just flailing around on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. And then the second time, the second death was to the ads. Just purely just the ads.
Yeah, the ads, of course. Makes sense.
But yeah, on my third attempt, I managed to get through it. So it didn't give me too much trouble.
No, I would argue it didn't give me too much trouble either, but it did make me notice that trend with bosses that summon other enemies, and I was like, I don't like that. It's not. I'm not a fan of that.
There isn't many.
There isn't many, but they stand out when they do.
The ones that do are usually the ones that I like the least.
Yes, in fact, I'm pretty sure me and you both have one of the worst bosses in the game.
Most egregious. Yeah,
most egregious, and it suffers from that problem.
Yeah, for sure. Beating Sister Splinter gives us access to another altar that gives us the ability to jump off walls. Another returning ability from the first game. Yep,
the old Mantis Claws.
Yep. Great upgrade to add to the roster.
I was very happy that returned.
Yeah, me too.
Because that is just a fun move. As well as the double jump, which comes back a lot later. It's
a lot later.
A lot later, but and optional as well.
I know. Yeah, technically.
But the double jump is also optional.
Actually, well, it's not optional. Actually, you have to have double jump to.
You're right.
Technically, to reach certain areas, you have to have double jump, but it's really locked away. They don't make it obvious.
No,
the area itself seems purely optional, but yeah,
it definitely is.
Now that you have the wall jump, you can access a hidden area way up to the top right of Shellword. You break through a bunch of breakable walls, and I'm guessing that's probably why you missed it, because it's behind a breakable wall, multiple breakable walls.
Hang on, I've got the interactive map up. Let's have a look. I see it. Multiple break. The game does that sometimes.
I think about 3 or 4 you have to break through to get into the upper bellways of Bellhart. And you drop down. You deal with some little bell enemies that hide in bells and jump out at you. There's also these big fat ones that fly up and down the shafts in there that are really annoying.
Yeah, they don't
attack you, but they're just an obstacle.
Yeah.
They just move up and down really slowly. But you get down, and then you find out what's been causing all the stuff going on in Bellhart, and it's this very spidery like character called Widow.
Yep.
Who, before you interact with her, she's playing music on some strands of silk, just sat there. playing a little tune. This fight is. I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but I really enjoyed this one as well.
Yes, I actually really enjoyed this one as well.
Yeah, really good. Really fast paced.
Yeah, I had to scroll past 2 bosses before I fought this one, but
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, my notes here, I just said, great boss. I had a lot of fun learning its attack patterns, and I mean, I did. It was great.
Yeah. It's not. It's a boss that is really hard, but at the same time felt really fair. Didn't feel unfair at any point. Really.
No, every attack was easily telegraphed, and you know exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, I agree. Perfect.
You just have to be quick. You just have to time your dodges well. She doesn't let up. She doesn't really give you much breathing room, to be fair. No. There are a couple of attacks that give you chance to heal when you need to. You just have to learn when they are.
Yeah.
She has 2 phases. Essentially, the second phase is just the first phase, but more projectiles and a bit quicker. Yeah. I only died once to Widow.
You're not going to believe how many times I died to Widow.
How many times?
10.
Oh,
I loved it. Don't get me wrong, I loved it.
It would have been one of those bosses where I wouldn't, each death I wouldn't have minded as much because the fight is fun.
Yeah.
Really fun fight.
And there was no like annoying run back or anything. Just go back through and then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the bench.
Yeah, because you unlock a shortcut. Just before the fight. So that's nice. I wish they did that more often, but they don't.
Yep.
But yeah, do you have any other kind of things to say?
No, I mean because there's nothing to complain about. Just a really solid.
Yeah.
Like
one of the best fights in the game, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
It's up there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's a good skill check of a boss fight. I think it teaches you that sometimes you just need to up the aggression and you need to not be afraid to get hits in when you can.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, because she never gives you like any openings where she'll just stand still and let you hit her. She'll always do a move and then go off screen, do a move, go off screen. You have to hit her in between her moves, like while she's doing them sometimes. Yeah. Defeating Widow makes you go into another one of those dream scenarios where you have to climb up some platforms. This time giving you the ability to play music with your weapon.
The needling. Yeah.
The needling.
Yeah. The equivalent
I've been needling this.
The equivalent in the first game would be the dream nail.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cool ability. It opens up a lot of areas, especially those specifically those doors that we saw all the way back at the start of the game.
Yeah.
They require song to open. And when you defeat her, you have your big giant bell to ring. And then there is one more in Shellword as well, near the fast travel station. And that is all 5 that you need to ring at the start of the game.
Yeah.
So once you defeat Widow and get your needling ability, the curse on Bellhart is lifted and all of the residents are free and walking around back down in the town. Actually, one thing I need to mention, at the end of the dream sequence, you get a little cutscene.
Yeah, I'm literally just watching that as you're talking about it.
You get a little cutscene of a bunch of figures that are essentially the statue that you've seen everywhere, like the giant statue in the background of the lace fight, that like religious symbol. It's essentially just like a bunch of, I guess they're spiders, right, playing music on
they're playing on a big harp.
Yeah, and they'll stop playing and turn towards you, and then that's when you gain the ability to do the song, like the music yourself. This unlocks a few shops in Bellhart, doesn't it, Saul?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, shops that I didn't realise were there for a very long time, and they're quite important.
Yeah, in Bellhart, all the residential shops and everything is like above the base area of it, and unless you actively go up there, You won't know it's there.
And you know what's hilarious is that I went up there while it was still cursed when I first entered there, so I knew that there were shops up there.
You knew they were there.
I just completely forgot by the time I came back round to, go in there again.
Crazy.
It's mad, because one of these vendors gives you the ability to upgrade your weapon.
Technically, we both got this upgrade late, because I didn't fight Widow until I came across... Oh, no, the last judge was a bit later on, but I still found...
It was one of the last bosses in...
I fought the Great Conchflies before I fought Widow.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, like, we both didn't have like the potential to be doing as much damage as we could. But I mean, you, like,
I didn't realize that you could upgrade your weapon until way into Act 2. So that was brutal for some of the boss fights.
I still don't know how you managed to do it.
Yeah, I know, me neither. But yeah, so you unlock the ability to upgrade your weapon with the Pin Master. The first upgrade is free, and then every other upgrade after that, you need some pale oil.
Pale oil is.
They went from pale ore to pale oil.
Yeah.
So yeah, which you'll find very sparingly throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Next, after freeing the town, I guess we'll clear up some optional fights. Now that we've got some movement upgrades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we do that, I like how in this game there's different hub areas.
This is the second hub area. Yeah. By the way.
Which is a nice change, because in Hollow Knight there's only one hub area which you always go back to.
And it's such a pain in the ass to backtrack at certain parts of the game. Yeah,
because you have to always get the carriage back. So it's nice knowing that in this game there's about 3 different places you can go to that all hub worlds all have merchants and all have people around it. Quest boards. More importantly, the quest board. And it's funny you say that, because in my notes here, I wrote down, fuck, I forgot about the notice board. Because at this point we've discovered so many areas.
Loads of quests back at Bone Bottom to redeem.
Loads, man. Loads.
Yeah. One of those quests in particular tells you to go out into the Marrow somewhere and hunt down something called a Skull Tyrant.
Would you like a fun fact about this little boss?
I would.
I beat this boss before I even knew it was a quest.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah. I just came back to the notice board and went, oh.
Yeah.
I got a reward.
You want this? Oh, here you go. I've got it right here. Say less.
I killed it. Say less. Yeah, say less.
I did the exact same thing. Not a hard boss, Skull Tyrant.
No, not at all.
He's just basically a giant version of those enemies that inhabit the skull things, like around the Marrow. It's just a huge giant version of it, essentially.
Yeah.
It has like a couple of attacks at most where it will just either charge or jump towards you, or flail around to make boulders fall down from the sky, which has become a common attack amongst bosses at this point.
Yeah, coming off a Widow, that's very similar, isn't it?
Yeah. I did die once to Skull Tyrant because
I did as well.
He caught me off guard with his charge attack and stuff, because he does do 2 damage, I think, on contact.
Yeah, I actually wrote in those. It kind of makes sense that he does 2 damage because he's a truck.
I mean, even the smaller, bigger guys deal 2 damage when you hit them, when they hit you. So it makes sense that this one would as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But he is easy to avoid once you kind of understand his patterns. They're not that hard to get the hang of. It does require the wall jump to access, though, so that's why we're talking about it now.
Yeah.
The reward for beating him and redeeming the quest is actually no, it's not the reward. He drops the crown fragment when you beat him, and that's the item that they wanted.
The hand in, the quest hand.
Yeah, which you receive a heavy rosary necklace for, which redeems for. It's pretty good. It's 220, which is quite a lot.
Yeah, it's the biggest one you can get.
At this point, yeah, for sure.
Oh, is there a bigger one? Oh yeah, there is,
there's the pale rosary necklace, which gives you like 600 or something crazy like that.
That's right.
But that's a lot more rarer to find. So that's one optional boss. I want to give a brief mention to an arena fight in Hunter's March that you can now access, which involves one of those big Scar Guard guys and a spear thrower that flies in the air. This guy pissed me off so much.
The spear thrower and which one, sorry?
You know the big guy that you fought without the sprint upgrade?
Oh,
the massive
yeah,
ant. So there's a duo of him and a spear guy.
Yes. I just flat out refused to do this until I was like almost at the end of Act 2.
Oh, at this point, I did it here in Act 1, and it took me 7 tries, and I was raging. I got really mad.
So annoying.
Really,
difficult
really mad.
to dodge the big guy's attacks.
Yeah.
And dealing with the little
Keep
one as well.
track of, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, nightmare.
Ornstein and Smo ain't got nothing on these two.
Yeah, literally. Oh, man.
It's crazy.
If it's just an optional mini bosses as well.
Yeah, it leads to that that ant merchant that sells a couple tools. There's like a little ant merchant in Hunter's March that doesn't speak a word of English.
No, he doesn't, but you can still buy stuff with him. Yeah, yeah. I never came back.
Yeah.
After I got that, I was like, cool.
Yeah. There's another chapel that you can access in Hunter's March now. I think it's in Hunter's March.
Yep, the Chapel of the Beast, right?
Yes, of the Beast. And there is a beast hidden inside that you have to take down. The Savage Beastfly. This guy's
my least favourite bosses in the game.
Yeah, same. But not this one. Not this instance.
No, I understand, but this instance of it still annoyed the ever-loving shit out of me. I think there's something about its attacks which are so annoying. At this point, you don't get quite enough height to be able to jump over it.
Yeah.
Like if you hit it at the wrong time, or if you time a jump at the wrong time, you won't be able to jump over his attack.
No, because he flies. He'll line up to where you currently are, like your X coordinates or whatever, your Y coordinates, and then he'll fly forward out on that trigger line. So if you were mid-jump when he starts to do it, sometimes you can't dodge underneath or over him, like you'll just get hit.
Yeah, and that's just how I kept
two
going
health
to it.
contact?
Yeah, 2 health, of course it's 2. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, not great.
It's annoying because I like its move, which it does when it slams on the ground.
Yeah, me too.
Which I thought, that's a fun one because you can get it hit in as you dodge to one side, dodge to the other side, quickly hit him.
Yeah.
It's a good little attack. And of course, he does my favourite thing and summon other enemies.
Of course, the little smaller versions of him that will just fly in a straight line when you're on the same line as them.
Yeah, again, it's another one where if it was just him on his own, probably wouldn't have had too much problem, but because I had to deal with all that other shit, I just kept dying and dying and dying.
So how much trouble did it give you?
It gave me 12 deaths in total.
Wow! Do you want to know how many times I died to him?
Probably way less than that.
I died once to the Beastfly in this arena, yeah.
Dude, I just couldn't get the hang of... Like, I'm watching... That's what we were just talking about. I'm watching the guy in the fight do the exact same thing where he jumps a bit too early and then it screws you over. Yeah. Hate it. Hate that so much.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. But there's another fight that we'll talk about a bit later in a different... back in 4th Chorus's arena, which is a lot worse.
Yes, I agree.
A lot worse.
I do agree, because the enemies that he summons are worse as well.
Yeah. Do you remember what the Beast Crest does? I think it has a lifesteal effect, right?
It has a lifesteal effect. It's one of those really interesting ones, which I was like, I would like, if I was to ever play the game again, I would absolutely use a different crest. And this one would be like up there, because it's a really cool idea.
Yeah.
Instead of healing, you go into like a rage mode in which you do a lifesteal instead of, and you do more damage as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which
do
is
you
really
still
cool.
get the heal? I don't know if you do, right? Do you still get the heal and then you get like the lifesteal bonus and bonus damage?
I can't remember because I never used it.
No, because I don't know, I might be wrong, but I think you don't get a heal, but instead you just hit to heal instead.
Yeah,
I might be wrong.
Yeah, that is the mechanic, which is interesting, and I think it really changes up the game.
Yeah.
And also has probably the most interesting down slash of all the crests as well.
Yeah,
you do like a big AoE of damage, which just encompasses all of Hornet.
Yeah.
Which is really cool, but I was not in the mood to learn a new set of moves when the Reaper Crest was just too good.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah, but yeah, if I was to play through again in the future, I will probably exclusively just not use the Reaper Crest. If I'm able to try just use other ones. I think I owe myself that and the game, to be honest.
Yeah. I'll give myself credit. I used the very last one that you get.
Oh yeah,
and that was
cool.
why I switched up to that one because it was it was awesome.
Well, it's Moonlight Greatsword, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's great. And I love it.
Yeah. So after acquiring that crest, I want to talk about an optional area you can go to above Bone Bottom. There's like a cliff edge you can get to, and if you jump off it and glide to the other side, you'll get to a secret area that has probably one of the worst designed enemies in the entire game. I just think it's really lazy and it sucks.
Are you talking about Wormways?
Yeah, just before you get to the Wormways door, there's that Craggler that goes across the ceiling and shoots down poison bubbles at you.
Yes. Oh yeah, he's rubbish.
And that sucks. It's rubbish. It's not engaging at all. He has way too much health, and the entire fight is just dodge underneath a platform, jump up, hit him once, then dodge under the platform, rinse and repeat for about I don't know, a few minutes.
Yeah, literally a few minutes. I just didn't
terrible.
bother.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I ran past it and killed it later on.
Okay.
You don't have to fight it.
I was stubborn and I fought it just to get out of the way. But yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. I would 100% literally just running past the boss and then coming back later to take it out because you get nothing for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely nothing.
And you don't even need, it's not even like making the area easier to traverse either. Like you never have to go past that bit again.
No, you don't.
Yeah, so it's just a waste.
Yeah. I died once trying to fight it.
Yeah, I did as well. And then
it wasn't hard, it was just boring as all hell.
Yep.
And of course, classic, it does 2 points of damage every time it hits you.
Yeah, of course, it's 2 points, yeah.
But past him, there is one of those locked doors that you can open with one of the simple keys. And this takes you into a small optional area. You don't need to be here, aside from maybe a flea. 1 or 2 fleas might be trapped here.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, this is the Wormways, which is a really cool area, actually.
Yeah,
it's very small.
Of Deep Nest.
Yeah,
in the first game.
Yeah, for sure. Has a bunch of enemies that will burrow from the ceiling down into the ground in a straight line downwards that you have to time to get past. And
very generous as well, because you can, if you mess up, you can just keep hitting them and get your silk back.
Yeah, which is nice.
That is nice.
They don't fight back. It's just if they'll fall on top of you or not. And
you can't kill them either.
No. Well, you can, just not with normal attacks.
No.
You have to get a certain ability later on that allows you to one-shot them, essentially. Which is how you fill in the entry. No, it's just to fill in the Hunter Journal entry, to be honest. That's the only reason why you would need to do that. Cool little lore piece in this area is if you go to the southern parts of this, you'll come across the blue butterflies from the first game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lifebloods. I don't know if it's called that, but it's
I think you are
blue
right.
butterflies. From the first game. They make a reappearance here, which I thought was
the only place they make
an
appearance as well.
Yeah. Doesn't really mean much right now.
Not right now, no, you have to wait quite a bit.
Yeah, a bit later on it becomes a bit more relevant, but as a whole, the Wormways is just a completely sort of optional area.
There's literally almost no point going there in Act 1.
No point at all. But it was cool to go through, for sure.
Yeah.
I also thought it was very similar to Deep Nest, especially with the enemies that will burrow out of the ground and lunge towards you.
That's what I thought you were talking about when you were saying like the cheap enemies. I was like, yeah, I suppose they're a bit cheap, but they're not that bad. But then when you explained it, I was like, oh no, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
But yeah, they're really not that bad.
No.
The only other optional area we'll talk about for Act 1 is Weavenest Atla.
Yeah.
Which is found on the other side of the door that you need to use the needle in on back in Moss Grotto.
Yeah.
These are very interesting areas. There's a few weave nests dotted around Farloom.
But this is the only one that actually is a map location.
Yeah, this is the only one that has a map for it, and like has anything really of major.
A reason to return there multiple times. Yeah.
This area, they're very strange. They're very like advanced technological looking areas, very mechanical, very out of place to where you find them in relation to its surroundings. These, I guess, are just hidden temples that are related to the Weaver clan, I suppose.
I suppose, like you said, we're not getting into the lore of this. So.
No. But it does have a very important NPC called Eva inside.
Eva, yeah.
Yeah, she will upgrade your crests if you fill out all of the memory locket slots on a crest.
Yeah, specifically she only upgrades the Hunter's Crest.
Is that the only one she upgrades?
Yeah, she upgrades, and then she gives you the optional ones that you can add an extra yellow and blue one to.
That's right. Yeah. Which are really useful.
Yeah, which is a shame because I kept thinking, I was like, I wish you'd upgrade my Reaper Crest. I want that to be better.
Same. Yeah, they were putting so much emphasis on the Hunter's Crest. I was like, I don't care.
I don't want to use that down slash. Leave me alone.
There is a boss fight in Weavenest Atla, and it is one of my biggest hurdles in the Act 1. And that is our good friend Moss Mother Duo, except this time there's two.
There's what? Two?
What do you mean? That can't be that bad. They're not that tanky. Oh well. How about Moss Mother, but about 4 times the health, and there's 2 of them.
There's 2 of them. Yep.
They have so much health.
Yeah. It's a long one. It's a chaotic one as well because they both summon the equal amount of enemies to help out. There's so much to keep track of. There's no like rhyme or reason to their charges either.
Yeah.
There's no synchronization to it. They'll just do it whenever they feel like it.
Yeah. Surprisingly, in my notes, I wrote down a long time ago after I beat them. I wrote surprisingly difficult. And in my opinion, a good example of a duo boss fight done well.
I disagree with that completely.
I don't know if that aged well.
No, it didn't.
I think what I was trying to get at with this was the fact that it just goes to show how much more difficult you can make a fight by just doubling the boss, right? By having 2 of them.
I understand that's what you mean. I don't think it's a well designed. I think this is like one of the lazy ones that they just threw in.
I think the only thing I gave it credit for was the fact that their movesets are very simple, right?
Yeah.
It's just when faced with 2 at the same time, you just have to really concentrate and be precise with when you're deciding to jump or dodge in a certain direction.
I didn't die once to this boss.
Really? I died twice.
Yeah, I didn't because
I guess you did this a lot later?
Not a lot later.
Okay.
But I had
an
upgraded weapon, so it didn't take quite as long. And I found that because of how often you can hit things, there's always a heal just waiting to go, and they can only do 1 damage, so it never became too difficult. Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, but I still hold on to the fact I think they had way more health than they had any right having.
Yeah, I think it's literally just because you didn't have the upgrade at that point, and you probably should have.
Yeah, you can't access this fight before having access to the upgrade. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they do give you a tool for defeating them, which is called the Weave Light. This one, I think I had a massive misconception about it, and I put it in higher praise than I think it deserves. I think I misread the description. It reads, increases the speed of Silk's regeneration, which, when you only have one Silk heart, is completely meaningless.
Yeah.
I was under the assumption that this gave you more regeneration.
Yeah, I thought it just gave you more every time you hit something. That's what my brain was telling me it did.
Yeah, something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah, and I had it equipped for so long where I was like, why am I still using this? Like, clearly doesn't do what I thought it did. It's actually useless. Yeah.
It got to the point where when I was re-equipping all my tools, I was like, right, okay, well, Weavelight's a must-have. It's just a given. I equip it immediately. I got to the point where I was like, is it actually, though? And then when I realised that actually it kind of does nothing, I was like, wow, I've just got a whole new... I think it's a yellow. It's either yellow or blue.
It's a blue.
It's a blue, okay. But yeah, and those slots are very valuable.
They're very valuable. They're some of the best tools are blue slots. So 100%. Using it on that is just a shame. I think they give it to you way too early because Silk regeneration only matters when you've got the harpoon.
Yes.
That's the only time it ever matters, and the harpoon doesn't come until much later.
Yeah,
so,
agreed.
Don't know why that's there.
You don't get your second and third Silk heart until much later either, so...
No, so it's just a complete waste.
Yeah. All that leaves us really for Act 1 is the last big hurdle of an area, the Blasted Steps.
Blasted Steps, yeah.
Blasted Steps is it's a location.
It is definitely a location, yeah.
It's really tough. I think the first area of the game where I really struggled to just get through just the area itself.
Yeah, because your movement is still relatively limited at this point.
Yeah, and the environment actively works against your movement.
Yes. There's no time. There's no like noticeable like timing to it either. It just sort of happens when it wants.
Yeah, every now and then there'll be a massive sandstorm that goes from left to right. Which, if you're gliding at that time, you can't glide left. It'll push you back to the right.
Yeah, so you have to wait it out.
Which can sometimes be useful if you're going left to right, but if you're going right to left, then it's a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, and I swear to God, the game designs it so that you're mostly going left.
Most of the time, you're going left to right.
When you need it.
Yeah. Not only that, but most of the floor is death. There are these things called sand carvers. They're essentially these groups of bugs that will just erupt out of the ground if you go near it. And if you touch it, they'll do 2 points of damage. Which is crazy.
Of course
crazy. There's a lot of platforming in this area. And there's some pretty hard enemies. The regular judges, very tanky.
They're very tanky.
They're essentially mini bosses in of themselves. Like, they have a lot of moves.
Yep, they're just a classic, like, don't bother fighting them really unless you're trying to actively get the thing, just run past them.
Yeah, they gave me vibes of like white or even maybe Black Knights from Dark Souls.
Dark Souls 2.
That kind of significant...
Oh, and Dark Souls.
Yeah. Maybe White Knights and Anolondo I would relate these guys to.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, but the area itself is like really good at setting like an atmosphere. Right, like you feel like you're on the edge of the earth in this place. The music, the sound, just everything, just makes it feel like so isolated in such a wasteland.
It's the perfect crescendo to the end of Act 1, which this whole area is leading up to. Yeah.
There are 2 bosses in this area. The first one is towards the left side, and it's around an area that has like quite a lot of enemies that are essentially drill-headed flies that will shoot out drills in a diagonal, and they'll ricochet off whatever they touch for like a few hits. They can be quite tricky to deal with if there's
they take a bit of getting used to.
But you
once
can
you get
hit
used
them
to
back
it,
at them.
You can. It's quite tricky to get the timing of it, but it is possible. And I would say they're actually quite easy once you know how to deal with them. They're just a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially later on, which we'll mention.
Yeah. The boss itself is 2 giant versions of these enemies. The Great Conchflies.
Yep.
I don't think this boss is particularly difficult. Nope. I didn't die to them.
I didn't write any notes.
No, I didn't either, really.
No.
They're not very eventful. Essentially, their main gimmick is they'll each pick a direction, and then they'll drill forward in that direction. They'll burrow into either the wall or the ground, depending on whether they're going up or down or left or right.
Once they come out and they land on a new surface, they stay there for a few seconds, and that's your attack window. Yeah. And their telegraphs, which bit they're coming down from, is so obvious that it's not difficult to avoid. I mean, they're quite quick.
They are quick, and they do spawn ads, I think.
Yes.
They'll spawn the little tiny drill guys, but I don't think they're much of a problem, really.
No, they're not.
It wasn't a difficult fight.
No.
Yeah.
But a good bit of a fine duo boss.
Yeah. For a duo boss, it's fine. It gives much better than Moss Mother Duo, that's for sure.
Yeah, it gives you the false sense that maybe this area of the game isn't going to be too tricky.
Yes, it does. It does, yeah. The area past the Conchflies is a massive open wasteland of more of these sand carvers in the ground.
Yeah, which you can't get past at this point.
No, you can't travel past here until you get a certain ability later on. So we'll come back to this later when that's relevant. The only other way to go is to the right side of the blasted sands. And this is a really difficult platforming just area.
Yeah, it is.
You have to pogo off of bells that are hanging from platforms that are suspended above either spike pits or pits with these bugs in that you don't want to fall into.
And if you're still using the Hunter's Crest at this point, but I mean, God bless you.
Oh, I can't imagine.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, for sure. The Reaper Quest makes this so much easier to traverse, and even then it was still tough.
Yeah, still tough.
Yeah. So you've been fighting a lot of these judges, these smaller versions, but the main boss of this area, when you eventually get through the sands, you reach the grand gate, the big door that leads you into the citadel itself. You finally made it.
You finally made it. Yeah. Had you already activated all the bells before you came here?
Yeah.
You had? Okay.
Yeah.
If you haven't, in my case, because I didn't, the NPCs out there will give you the quest to go and ring them all.
Oh, interesting. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, and then they mark them all on your map.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. No, if you ring them all before going there, they're still outside. They'll just say a few lines, and then the boss appears.
Yep, the last judge comes down.
The last judge.
The last judge.
Shit, man. This boss.
Yeah. This is the point where I realized what kind of game I was actually playing.
Yeah.
This is the level of difficulty that you have to overcome. This is the challenge.
The gloves are off at this point.
The wall, if you will, that you have to overcome. This is the big one.
Yeah. This is the Ornstein and Smo of this game, right? This is the test that you have to pass in order to be considered worthy of, exploring the rest of the game. Yeah.
Which I think is very fair.
I think it's great.
I think it's a great fight as well.
So good.
I love it.
So whenever I die to a boss, I always get mad a little bit, just instinctively. But I never felt bad dying to this.
No, I never thought that it did anything cheap.
No.
The only thing I had a problem with was if I just touched the boss while it wasn't doing anything, it was still 2 massive damage, and that's just annoying.
Yeah, I agree. Because there's one attack where it will throw its chain forward, and the ball will just land on the ground, and if you just touch the ball while it's just on the ground, you'll get hit for 2 damage. And I was like, really?
And that's before. At that point? Yeah, that's before it unleashes fire as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so this is a multi-phase fight once again. Funnily enough, the first time I fought this, I was on 1 health when I reached the gate. And there was no way I was backtracking to the bench because I'd just have to redo the whole area again. So the boss came down, it threw its ball forward, hit me, and I died.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh yeah. I mean, I pretty much would have had the exact same quick death level of like interaction with this boss.
Yeah.
You have to get a few deaths in before you see all of its attacks and understand how you're supposed to dodge it. And at this point, you can still even have 5 hearts, which is nothing.
I did still have 5. I didn't fill a Marsh shard at this point.
Yeah, I managed to.
Okay.
And it made a bit of a difference.
I know you did actually, because I remember because I would always look at which achievements you'd unlocked.
Yeah, I popped that one before.
You did a lot before I managed to find all 4. So yeah, that definitely would have helped.
Yeah. It doesn't help as well. I was on holiday while I got to this point.
I remember that.
And the only small periods of time where I could play, I fought the boss a couple of times. I was like, no, I'm not doing this now. But every time I got better, which definitely helped.
Yeah. The only problem with that is that every time you fail, you have to do a really bad run back.
The bad run back, yeah.
Bad run back.
Which by the end of it, I absolutely perfected.
Yes, me too.
I was so graceful traversing this little section.
Yeah.
To the point where, do you know the little bit at the end when what you have to do
bells suspended above?
Yeah, the 2 bells suspended above, where what you're supposed to do is run to the left and jump up the wall and then jump across to to it. But I was like so fed up that I was like, no, I'm going to do this quicker. So you pogo off of the guy onto the bell. You barely have enough height to be able to pogo off the bell, but it lets you do it.
Exactly what you mean.
God. Yeah, because it sped that procedure up so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as runbacks go, that was horrible.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not the worst.
It's annoying. It brings the boss down just a little bit just because of it.
Yes.
I feel like it's a boss that you want to be outside and go back and just fight it over and over again.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of ruins it because of it.
The boss fight itself is top notch.
Oh yeah, excellent.
So good. I have no faults with the boss fight itself. It's just the run back to it if you fail.
Yeah.
Even like you say, when you master the way back, it still just takes a long time.
Yeah.
And it just makes you more impatient, right?
Yeah.
And you'll make more mistakes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. How many times did you die to the last judge?
I lost count. I just put 20 plus. So, I mean, I wasn't counting when I was on holiday, so I just that's probably around 20. But it's more than 20, 100%. I know that much.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, but I will tell you the truth though, that is as high as it ever gets.
Okay. I would hope
never
so.
any more than that.
Yeah, I would hope so at that point. There's only one boss in the entire game that I broke double figures on deaths.
I know which one it is.
This was not it.
Yeah, I think I know what it is.
This one, actually there's 2. I tell it like there's 2. This one I died 5 times to. So definitely the toughest challenge so far. For sure. But it was so satisfying to learn.
Yes, 100%.
It was great. Its second phase is peak boss design. So
it's
good.
Great. It's so good.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, really good. It is a lot of health. Like the fight goes on a long time, especially
for you. It did.
Did you have your weapon upgraded?
Yeah.
To fight? Oh yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is amazing me because you're obviously a lot better at video games than me. Because even with an upgraded nail, only took you 5 attempts, which couldn't be me.
This boss really does set the bar for difficulty going forward.
It certainly does.
Expect to be pushed to your limits a lot of the time. Yeah,
and I feel like there's no such equivalent in Hollow Knight, the first one.
No, I don't think so.
I never struggled to any of the bosses as much as I did to this one.
The only boss I struggled with in the first game was Radiance. That's literally it.
Radiance. I would even say I think I found the Knight hard. The
Hollow Knight was hard. Yeah,
the Hollow Knight was harder than the Radiant.
Yeah, the only other boss I can remember being really hard in the first game was the you know when you beat bosses and you dream nail them to fight like a stronger version.
Nightmare Grim.
Oh yeah, Nightmare Grim was really hard. and also the Spirit Master in the top of Soul Sanctum.
Oh,
I thought he was really hard too.
I'm really good at that boss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's one I understand a lot of people had a problem with, but I've never, even the upgraded hard version, I never had a problem with him.
Okay, interesting. But no, yeah, Nightmare Grim, that's really hard too, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
About that one.
I was going to say, actually, bringing up Radiance
yeah.
at the end, that do you know what makes that boss special? It does 2 masks of damage.
Wait, what are we talking about here?
The final boss of Hollow Knight.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the only bosses that does 2 hearts of damage.
Yeah, I know.
Not a thing in it. No, yeah, like...
Yeah,
find a boss
true,
that doesn't
actually,
do 2 hearts of damage in this game.
Yeah.
Like, there's 1 or 2.
Yeah, like, mostly every boss in this game will do 2 hearts of damage on one of its attacks.
Which is, in my opinion, why they made it so that the heal gives you 3 back
multiple
rather than 1.
at once, yeah.
Yeah, why it's
I think
quicker
so.
and more effective, because they knew that they were upping the challenge by making enemies deal more damage.
Yeah. There is a tool that you can get in this game that basically makes your heal like the heal in the first game, but it's trash.
Yes.
In my opinion. It's too slow
Yeah.
for how quick this game expects you to respond to like fights.
Yeah, it's like they threw that in there without really wondering how without making it work with the mechanics that they already had in place. Yeah, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's Last Judge.
Oh yeah, one little anecdote
fight.
as well. I actually beat this boss maybe even less than 20 times the first time. But I stupidly had this moment of relief where I was like, oh, finally, I beat this fucking boss. Thank God. Put the controller down. I'm stood right next to the boss. I think you can see where this is coming.
Oh no!
I was like, oh, the screen's shaking. What's going on here? I've got 2 hearts left and no silk for healing. Boss blows up. I die. Got to do the fight again.
Yeah, Last Judge is one of the few bosses that will actually explode and deal damage on death. Yeah. Did that mean you have to do the fight again?
Yes.
Oh, that's terrible.
It was brutal. I was so upset.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I think I would probably like just close the game.
I didn't.
That point.
I was stubborn. I was like, nah, I've perfected this boss now. I should be able to just get him, and I did.
Yeah, nice.
So it wasn't too bad.
It's a fight that I look forward to doing again.
Yeah.
If I play through the game again, or if they release a DLC that has a boss rush like the first game, then I'll enjoy fighting a stronger version.
Yeah, or even just that version with all the upgraded moves would be quite interesting as well.
Yeah, for sure.
All the full moveset.
Anything else on The Last Judge?
No, I mean it's excellent.
It's great. One of the best,
absolutely,
for sure.
It almost shits on pretty much every boss in the first game in a way.
Yeah.
As far as spectacle and style, I mean, and it's only the start of the game, really.
Yeah, it really is. Like, even though it's quite a lot of game that's been played by this stage, it's dwarfed by the remainder.
Yeah. At this point,
not knowing that at this point, it's the only other game that's kind of given me that feeling is Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Just the scope of like
the pure scope
the game.
of it.
Yeah, for sure.
And you almost think like you probably should have expected this because they spent so long making this game and it got delayed so much because they just kept thinking of ideas like of new places and they're like, we should probably. I know this game's supposed to come out this year, but should we add this because it's going to be so much more cool? And they did. And God bless them for doing it because I mean, this game is well worth the £16 that we spent on it.
£16.79 or something. Like, I would have paid double, and I still felt like I would have been getting a good deal.
Yeah, that was the one thing they always said about the first game as well. I remember the reason why I bought the first game, right, was because I watched this game reviewer called Joseph Anderson.
Oh, I love Joseph Anderson.
Yeah, he did a review of Hollow Knight. Yeah. The first thing he says is like, Hollow Knight is launched permanently on sale. Yeah. For like 15 quid, and I was like, all right, I'll stop watching this and I'll play it. that's a hell of an endorsement.
He does a great video on Hollow Knight. Yeah, if you want a really good story-based Hollow Knight video, a YouTube channel called Quibs just released a full-length, like 100% walk through the game, mentioning all of the story beats. It's great.
That's great.
it really puts into perspective some of the things in this game. That I wasn't aware of before. But yeah, that brings us to the end of Act 1. Once you go through the Grand Gate after being the last judge. And you're... I don't remember what the name of the second act is. Is it just like the Citadel or...
Yeah, I think it is called the Citadel. Act 2, the Citadel.
Yeah. Which...
Citadel of Song.
It's what, sorry?
It's called the Citadel of Song, is the name of the act.
Okay. Yeah, nice. So, we're gonna record that on a separate occasion, I think.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to click my fingers and we're going to suddenly change clothes. Ready? And we're back.
Oh, who turned the lights on?
Oh.
Oh, my shirt's different. All right.
Oh, so is mine. I look completely different. Goodness.
Don't know what happened there.
No.
Anyway, Act 2 begins.
Act 2.
And we enter in the Citadel proper. So it's very eerie when you first walk in. Like, there's no one there, no one inside, not really any music going on. It's all very quiet.
Yeah. Do you see dead bodies at this point?
I don't know if you see any in the Grand Gate entrance. I might be wrong. There might be a few bodies around.
Might be.
But at the moment, we're in this large room that has a bunch of these kind of seesaw-like platforms, which I think at this point you can hit them from below to be able to climb up, but I didn't know that.
Oh, can you? I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you strike them from below, then you can send the one that you hit upwards and the other one will go down, and it acts as like a seesaw.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
You need to do that when it comes to one of the courier quests a bit later on, when you have to deliver some stuff. Well, that's one of the ways you can do it. Probably the easier way.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you do that at this point, you can't climb very far. You can get a spool fragment at the top, but that's about it. I think you have to hit the shortcut from the other side to be able to get into the actual Choral Chamber.
Yeah, because that's one I knew about, hitting the platforms.
Yeah. So I might be wrong. You might not be able to hit them at this point, but I think it's just worth mentioning that is a thing you can do later. So I have no reason why you wouldn't be able to do it now, because you can't really go anywhere that far upwards anyway.
No. You
so
can't.
your only way forward is to carry on going to the right, and you reach this very, very big elevator.
Yep.
Which you hit the switch, and then it starts going down. And you're thinking, why am I going down? Shouldn't I be going up? And then the elevator stops. And you're like, I'll hit the switch again. So you hit the switch again, then it carries on going, and then it starts to shudder and all this stuff. And stops again, and then you hit the switch a load of times.
Yeah.
And then you just full on break the switch.
Yeah.
It just gets destroyed, and then soon after the elevator starts crashing down the shaft, and you crash right at the bottom. And at this point, you are stuck. You have no fast travel point, no bench.
No.
Your only option is to move forward.
Yeah, I think I remember whenever the game throws this kind of like little curveball at you, I always think like, what happens if you do die? Does it take you back to the bench that you were at before? Because
it's a good point. I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't test that. The only reason why I didn't test that is because they do give you a bench like right away.
Oh right, it's probably impossible to die then.
Yeah, I have a feeling it might just send you back to like the bottom of the elevator shaft.
Yeah,
maybe.
That makes sense.
But who knows? Maybe not.
Who knows?
If you know, then let us know. I don't know. But you head into a place called the Underworks. And I really don't like this area. I think it's like, I just hate it. Whenever I'm here, I just can't wait to be like out of it.
I do remember when it came to backtracking, there wasn't that many reasons to go back there.
Yeah, there are a few. but it's mostly to do with an NPC. It's the only reason you come back here most of the time later on.
Quest, right?
Yeah. One of the big reasons why I don't like spending much time here is because every time you want to use a bench, you have to pay for the privilege.
Yeah, that is a theme with I think this act in general.
Yeah, you have to
because I think there's
pay
other
for a lot of
areas
things.
Yeah.
They are one-time use. You pay like 15 rosaries, I think, and you can rest of the bench. And then when you do, it will close up again. And then you have to pay another 15 rosaries to rest again. It's just that kind of idea of the system really getting the most out of the pilgrims and abusing their power by forcing you to spend money in order to get some rest, because all the enemies in this area are basically just overworked pilgrims.
They got that look about them.
Kind of just gone mad from the amount of work they have to do. It's a very dirty place. It's all kind of falling apart. It's where all of like the broken machinery kind of ends up from above.
Yeah, it's interesting that they chose to show this part of the Citadel first, because they usually they would use that as like a little surprise. Like you see how the beautiful Citadel, and then you see the horrible underbelly. But it's clearly a design decision to show you that straight away. Yeah, for sure. There are a couple of annoying enemies down here, like the flying ones. They always just seem to annoy me. Anything that can fly always gave me a bit of grief when I was playing. What was their gimmick? What was their flying gimmick?
So they would there was one of them that would throw kind of like a double-edged blade thing that would just basically just be like a spinning blade they would throw at you. It might have done 2 damage if it hit you, potentially. But not only that, it's a lot of the areas in this place are very cramped corridors with traps going on, like stuff falling from the top down to the bottom, where if you touch it, you'll take damage.
I know which one you're referring to now, because there's 2 types of the flying ones. There's the underpoke.
There is. One was fine.
Yeah, underpoke, which is the fine one. The other one's called underloft, which
underloft I think is the annoying one.
Yeah, it's the one that throws the projectiles at you, and also turns itself into a projectile and throws himself at you. That's
right.
Yeah,
I think that's what did 2 damage. If you got hit in that, it would hit you for 2.
Yeah, of course.
There was also a arena fight in this. I think there was a couple arena fights, but one in particular really had some trouble with, where you were fighting one of the flying guys and an undercrank at the same time, and the undercrank is essentially the Scar Guard of this area. Big pilgrim enemy with a massive spiked shell on his back.
Yeah, he tends to hide in that shell, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. If you go to hit him, you'll get hit him, but then he'll like a turtle, just kind of like retreat into its shell and move back.
Yeah.
Making some distance, and then he'll do his attacks are very simple, but when paired with another enemy that's throwing projectiles at you, it's always harder to pay attention to everything that's happening all at once.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm looking at the interactive map now. There are 3 total arena fights in the Cauldron. That's loads. Yeah. Actually, there's 3 in Hunter's March. That's just silly.
There is quite a few in Hunter's March. Yeah.
They must have been really proud of that ant enemy.
Yeah, that duo fight in particular, I died 5 times to, so that took me quite a bit to get through.
Yeah.
But other than that, the only other things of note I have to mention about this area at this point, because you can't access all of the Underworks right now. You access it from above in other areas of the Citadel. But there's one NPC that you can find at the moment. That is hidden. It's like a hidden ceiling I think you jump through. Did you find an NPC called Loam? Very big.
I didn't. I'm looking at him now. I had never found this person.
Yeah, so Loam is essentially this very large, spindly, lanky beast that runs on this treadmill on all 4s, and the sound that he's making, he's just basically he's like panting and heaving as he's like running on this thing. And if you talk to him, he's basically he's convinced that he has to just continue running to keep the machinery going, and he'll just constantly run, to keep this machinery operational. There's a little treadmill to the right of him that you can run on and power yourself. I ran on it for a little bit, but nothing happened. But I looked this up.
I'm reading it now. Yeah.
If you run on the treadmill, I believe for 90 seconds straight, you'll be paid 1 rosary.
Yes, 1 rosary
for your trouble. And I found it quite funny because I was reading the description page for this NPC, and one of the guys in the comments put really good pro tip for rosary farming. If you leave your character sprint running on the treadmill and leave it overnight, within 8 hours you'll make 350 rosaries.
That's not enough.
Please keep this hush from the developers so that they don't nerf this abusive strat.
Yeah, so abusive.
So you can technically infinitely farm rosaries at this point by going on the treadmill. It depends how long you decide to
Yeah, if you don't care about your PC just running full power.
Which I thought was quite funny.
That's funny. Don't tell the developers.
Don't tell the developers.
That's great.
Anything of note from your part of this
No, I'm looking at the wiki. The guy, he looks a lot like that boss from the first game, but I can't remember.
He looks like Nosk a little bit.
Yeah.
Nosk,
that's
yeah.
it.
He does look like a bit like Nosk, yeah.
Yeah.
Similar body structure.
At this point, I don't really have too much to say about Underworks because you're basically confined to the left of it.
There are a couple things. There's a confession booth that kind of does nothing, but you can pay some rosaries.
Yeah, I must have done that a couple of times.
And then the person behind the curtain will basically just tell you, like,
you're not worthy.
You filthy sinner, get back to work. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, does nothing, but it's just a cute little flavor thing. There is a secret area you can find at this point, which for the longest time like really confused me as to why it was there. There's a part where you can get to like the outside of a really large bell-like structure, and you can hear some like faint mumbling from the other side of it.
Oh yeah.
You find out you actually go to the other side of this at one point from another area, which we'll get to a bit later on.
Yeah.
But there is a way you can get to the other side. But yeah, for the longest time I wondered what the hell that was all about.
You've actually confirmed what that was now that you've mentioned it, and I'm looking at the map. I was like, that's what that noise was.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah. Once you've dealt with whatever's on the other side, you won't hear any mumbling if you go back to that side anymore. So
that's cute.
So that's a cool little detail.
Cool.
But yeah, just a bunch of traps and stuff, and a bit of platforming, and you'll eventually climb up into the actual Choral Chambers. The Choral Chambers is probably one of the biggest areas in the game, I would say.
Yeah, if not,
it feels big. Area. Yeah, it feels very big. It connects to, I think it's the area that connects to the most different areas for sure.
Yeah,
it's the central hub of the Citadel.
Yeah, Act 2 areas are all confined within the same region.
Yeah, you enter, and again, just like the Grand Gate, it's like a ghost town. No enemies around, no NPCs, no music. I'm sure still.
You, same as me, was immediately suspicious of that.
Yeah. It's the longest you'll go from room to room without any interactions, and it's definitely noticeable because usually. Every time you enter a new room, there'll always be something to interact with, but you go through like 3 or 4 different screens without anything happening. And it definitely emphasizes the fact that it's like something's not right, and you're anticipating something is going to happen, but you just don't know what.
Yeah.
Until eventually, what does happen is you'll get to a certain part of the Choral Chambers, and Lace will confront you again. She's back.
Lace, of course it is. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah. So Lace jumps down, and she has a little bit of a conversation with you again. just kind of saying like, I know something along the lines of just like, so you haven't taken my words, you haven't heeded my words, you're still continuing on your journey up to the Citadel.
Yep, chan shit.
Yeah, basically just trying to tell you to just stop what you're doing. She jumps away again, and I believe what happens is you hear a distant scream, or like a shriek, and that's what wakes up all of the enemies, and that's what starts up the music of the area.
Yeah, silk strands shoot into the corpses of what you thought was just background bodies and things like that, and actually that's what spawns the bodies.
Yeah, members of the choir wearing the same outfits of the people that were carrying you in your captured carriage in the opening cutscene.
Yeah.
Yep. So we don't know what made this shriek yet, but clearly whatever it was has some very powerful control over the silk itself.
Yep, and something to do with lace.
And something to do with lace, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I just want to say right now that the music in this area is probably one of the best soundtracks in the game. So peaceful. Yeah. It's very juxtaposed of like the situation. Like the music just kind of symbolizes like a really like peaceful, holy place. Yeah, it's very it's just gone so downhill. It's almost like they're just putting up like a facade still. That everything's fine, nothing to worry about. Yeah, I bought the soundtrack for this video, so I can get the MP3s. But there's 53 different tracks. On here. Wow, that's more than the Spotify thing. So they must have added.
There's definitely...
No, there's 53 tracks on the Spotify playlist. So.
Okay, yeah. And thankfully for me, they're labelled very well.
They are. They did a really good job of labelling the songs. Yeah, mostly just by the name of the area, or
name of the area, or name of the boss.
Name of the boss, which is good. Yeah,
there's a couple in there which threw me off a bit. Like if they ever reuse a boss theme, it's either Indecisive Battle, Strive,
Red Maiden.
It's
one of them potentially.
Yeah.
Cut Through maybe is one of them.
If you ever hear a boss theme that isn't unique, then that's a boss they didn't give a shit about.
It's just exactly. Yeah, it's one of the minor, usually like an optional boss, but if not, just like a not very important one. For example, Moss Mother shares a boss theme with many other bosses in the game.
Yeah, she does. I think Savage, Beastfly, and Skull Tyrant use the exact same.
That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. So, but it's one of those things where you don't really notice when you're playing, because whenever you're fighting a boss, you're not really paying attention to the music that much, and the time between bosses with the same music is quite a long time. So it's not noticeable. But I understand why they did it.
Noticed it when I was editing.
Yeah. Yep. So, not too far away from where this interaction happens, you find your fast travel area right at the center of Choral Chambers, and next to the Bell Beast place, there's this new machine thing that you can interact with. You pay a load of rosaries similar to the fast travel station, and this huge mechanical elevator tube thing like comes down. And this is the Ventrica system. Did you want to explain kind of how this works?
Well, all the Act 2 areas, because they're all connected as like one big city, basically, they have their own, I guess you could say it's like their own metro line, but it's actually a pneumatic tube system which connects everything. So instead of the Bell Beast taking you to each area, it's a new type of travel. Which is a cool world detail. I don't think it makes much difference gameplay wise, but it makes it more distinct. So
I think it's more thematic. Like the Bell Beast won't be able to travel to all these upper areas of the Citadel because there's no bells to rummage through. So
there's no ground to rummage through, which is kind of contradicted in Act 3, but
it is a little bit. But essentially, yeah, because you can access both fast travel systems from this place, this probably becomes the one fast travel location that you'll be coming to and from the most, just because you can get from the Ventrica to the Bell Beast and vice versa from this one place. So it becomes quite a central fast travel point.
Yes. Have we mentioned getting a map in this area yet?
We have not, no. Should we mention how we get maps in the Citadel? Yeah. This might have happened back in the Underworks, actually.
Yeah, it did. Rather than having, what's the name, Chakra, drawing out maps and selling them to you, instead you actually buy the maps from like a little, small little miniature of the Citadel, which you put your roses
it's essentially just like a miniature city model of the city.
Yeah, and it dispenses a map for you to use, which I think is a bit of a shame. I quite liked getting Chakra, but in this it's a little bit more boring.
It is, and not only that, they're sometimes harder to know when you're near, because obviously if Chakra's in the room, you can hear her voice before you see her. Whereas with this, it's like, unless you actually see it and go and interact with it, you'll have no idea that it's even there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any
clues. A lot harder to find.
Yeah, I don't think there's any clues in the environment either to suggest
not that I noticed. No.
I think for the most part, they put them in like clever little spots that you're guaranteed to walk past.
None of them I struggled to find, really.
No, I never had to look up where one was, but yeah, it's just different. I mean, it goes to
it's fine.
Goes to add to the whole Dead City vibe that they're going for, so I think it's quite cool.
Yeah, because it's not like you never see Chakra in. Do you ever see Chakra in the Citadel area? Anywhere?
No, I think she only goes as far as when she's done with all the areas that aren't part of the Citadel, she just goes back to Bellhart. She hangs
out in Bellhart, doesn't she? Yeah.
That's her region.
So the areas that you'll find her later, there is an alternate route that you can access those areas from, and that's the path she takes. I think she, by just sheer I don't know, like her own beliefs and that, I guess she just avoids the Citadel at all costs. It's just nothing that she wants to mess with, which is fine. Maybe. Fair enough. Good for her.
She might have said a line about it, but I can't remember.
She might have. She probably did. There'll be a lore video on her. Could find
that's almost guaranteed.
Yeah. Right above the Grand Bellway, that's the name of the fast travel location where you have the Bell Beast and the Ventrica. There's a one of the main. There's a few like very large vertical rooms. I think there's like 3 dotted like around the Citadel, Choral Chambers.
I can see like 4 here.
Oh really? Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there's loads.
On this one in particular, there's a sign that goes into a room, and it has this very cool looking painting of this very glorious looking bug in all red colours. And I thought when I first saw this that this was like the Grim Troop again. It looked very kind of that kind of style.
Yeah, had that kind of vibe to it.
I was like, oh wow, the Grim Troop's back. There's like a area to the right of this, but it's locked for now, so we can't access it quite yet. But we'll come back to that when we get to the other side. And I look forward to talking about what's on the other side of that door, because it's great. But until we get to that, you go up this main vertical chamber until you eventually get to this really big mechanical wheel that you have to flip a switch to rotate around, and there's this straight vertical path through the middle of it. And you have to wall jump up through it.
As you're ascending it, you do see that there's a horizontal bit which you can't access yet.
Yeah. So yeah, for now you climb up through, and this takes you up to the third and final hub of the game. The first shrine in Songclave.
Songclave, yeah.
Which is there's a shrine in here. Inside the shrine itself, there's is it just a bench inside, I think.
I think there's a bench.
can't
Is
remember if
there
there's
one
any-
of those puzzles? One of those bell puzzles? I say
Possibly,
puzzle,
yes.
it's
I
like a
think
Simon Says
you're
thing.
right. Yes, I think one of those is inside the shrine. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, because
So
I think you do,
should we
you
talk
do
about
that.
those?
Yeah, because before we do, you do that,
That
and
wakes
then
up
that's when
the NPC,
the
right?
the caretaker.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's talk about these memory puzzles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You flip a switch, and it brings up. I think it's like 5 or 6
I think it's
different
6.
bells.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they'll be positioned. Are they all positioned the same every time? They might be slightly different each time you find one, but they're usually like diagonal, like zigzagging each other.
Yeah.
With some positioned above others, and basically you have to, like you said earlier, you have to do a bit of a Simon Says, where it'll ring certain bells. I think it starts with just ringing 3, and then it'll ring 4, and then it'll ring 5. But the order is always the same. It'll just add more onto the already given order of ringing.
Yeah.
And you have to hit them in the same order with your weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you had the same problem with me. I think this is a result of us using the Reaper Crest because it has a larger sort of attack arc. Just hitting the wrong bell, like because they're a bit too close together, so you accidentally hit the 2 bells at once and it resets your progress.
Yeah. I did
sure
that a
you
lot.
found that.
Hitting 2 bells at once, and then I just have to redo the thing, which isn't the end of the world. It's just a slight annoying thing that can happen.
Yeah, thank God it doesn't reset the whole puzzle. It just resets the one that you were just on.
Yeah.
Because that would be annoying.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah. But once you get the sequences right, you are rewarded with 1/3 of a cog heart. Which is an item we will use to unlock a certain NPC later on. But we need to find 2 more parts first before we can. When you do ring the bells, though, the caretaker wakes up outside. Do you want to talk a little bit about the caretaker?
Well, he's one of those ones who, like, you're not supposed to know that it's a snail at this point in the game. But you talk to this one, and he says something along the lines of, you've awakened everything now, it's all going to go to shit. You better come back here to defend this place when the need arises. Yeah. Which is incredibly misleading.
And it is, yeah. And it's funny because more and more just pilgrims, whether named or nameless, will start arriving here as you make donations and improve and like find people. And every time a new person arrives, he just has something to moan about them being there. He finds it really annoying. He'll constantly, if you don't talk to him sometimes when you are there and you're like doing some merchant like trading or whatever, he'll just constantly do his little like or whatever to like get your attention. Yeah, and he'll just keep doing that until you talk to him, which I found quite annoying at times. But I think that's the idea of the character.
But you, I guess that's also a clue. Because we both weren't too sure how to initiate Act 3. I feel like that's one of the ones that,
it turns out just talking to this guy would have answered our questions.
Yeah, I just didn't feel like talking to him. By this point,
I was so done with talking to him because he would never have anything useful to say, that he was the last person I expected to actually provide some sort of help, which is funny.
Yeah. But he's the only NPC that does that, so... Yeah.
The only other thing of importance at the moment right here is if you go to the right edge of this hub, there is a corpse on the floor that has the white key on it, which will be important to unlock a location soon.
Yep.
Unlocks the white ward, but we can't get there quite yet.
No, we're not getting there just yet.
There's another Ventrica location here. It's worth noting, actually, the first time you open a Ventrica, you're given a location you can travel to off the bat called Terminus. which is when you look at the map, it's located way above like the citadel, like above everything. And you're like, whoa, what the hell? Why am I going this high up? Essentially, all you can do when you get there is it shows a bunch of empty slots where other ventricles would be. And that's kind of about it for now. It's just a location located way above the rest of the citadel that you're able to access now for some reason.
Locked off. Yeah, there's like a little warning sign or something like that, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
In and around the citadel, mainly the Choral Chambers, while you're fighting enemies, I think it's worth pointing out right now that there's a chance that there will be this special enemy called a Claw Maiden that will just appear with the group. And these are really strange enemies. They essentially just look like cloths that the pilgrims are wearing or members of the choir are wearing with mechanical legs sprouted out of beneath it.
Yes, now
they'll attempt to drain the silk from you, and when they drain enough, they'll shoot out a large projectile of silk at you. And these enemies are very strange because there's no rhyme or reason for where they show up. They just kind of show up randomly. There is a reason for this.
They tend to show up, like you said, in the group fights, or against some of the larger enemies which we're going to come across soon.
But they'll never show up on their own. They'll always assert themselves into an already established like group of enemies that are just always around the level. But I'll just mention those now because they'll have a bit of importance later in another area. The only other way to progress right now is above the shrine and to the left, and you go across this really long, straight, like bridge path. Long corridor. The enemies, the enemies in this corridor are a lot tougher than anything else we've seen so far in terms of just a standard reoccurring enemy. The Grand Reed.
There's about 5 of them along this whole corridor, and it's the only place they are. So they're clearly like guards of this particular region.
And they were really intimidating the first time I fought one. When I didn't know what they were doing, they kicked my ass.
I'd say the same. They're not easy to get around either.
No, you're kind of forced to fight them unless they do their jump attack, in which you can run underneath them and just carry on.
I found the best way to get around them was to sprint jump on top of them, which isn't enough on its own, but if you did a strike downwards, that's enough to boost you above and past them, which I had to do a few times, spoilers.
Yeah, you do. What I did, I learned their moves. Once you learn their moves, they're really easy to just cheese. Like you bait out a move, wait for them to finish, get a few hits in, rinse and repeat. Because they do give some decent amount of rosaries for this point of the game when you kill them. About like 40 odd rosaries a kill, which is pretty good.
Yeah, it's probably like the best farming spot as far as.
Yeah, I would say so, because they do respawn when you rest, so you can farm these. And sometimes they'll even drop a little spool of silk when they die, which you can get some silk back to heal if you took a hit.
It's never enough, in my opinion.
No, it's never a lot. No,
it's always like 2 bars and.
Once you run past these, you get to the next boss, the first boss of Act 2 that we're going to talk about. And this is the Cogwork Dancers. Cogwork Dancers.
Yeah, easily one of my favourite fights in the game.
Yeah, me too.
I think it has a bit of everything going for it.
Do you want to talk about their gimmick?
Their gimmick is that they both attack at the same time.
They attack at the same time, but they do a little telegraph of where they're going to move to before they do it.
Yeah, a very obvious telegraph. Their eyes light up, and then there's a line that shoots out in front of them, and that's the path that they're going to go. And they both do it at the same time. Which leads to a fairly simple fight. because all they do is pick a direction, strike in that direction. There's not really much to it. But
if
what
I
makes
know where they're going to move, how can it be that hard? So
yeah, right.
yeah, easy.
But you'll find that they tend to move in spots where you can't necessarily anticipate. Like, you think you're safe to go and hit one, but you might get hit as a result of doing that. It gives them a lot of opportunities to hit you, but obviously you can't complain that you didn't see it coming, because it, it's so obvious. You literally could.
Yeah.
And then they've got a synchronized move where they, when they're on different sides of the screen, they point their lines towards each other, dash towards each other, hug each other, and do like a massive AoE attack in a circle.
Yeah.
Which very conveniently gives you the circle of like where this attack's going to hit.
Similar to the lace circle. Like her
very
AoE,
similar.
it's essentially the same thing.
Yeah, but I feel like what makes this boss great is, I think, if I remember correctly, I think it's timed to the music as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it is, right?
And their moves are to the beat of the song that's playing in the background.
Yes. Which is
this fight has multiple phases.
Yeah, which is great for the second phase, because obviously, how do you make it more difficult? Oh, you speed it up, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. But then the music matches the pace.
Yeah.
They're faster. And I love how... So you'll do a lot of damage to them in phase one. And when you do, they'll both retreat back into the cogs they came out of. And then the cogs will spin round, kind of like grinding them up, like essentially how you would wind up a toy. Like a car, a wind-up car.
Yeah, literally clockwork. It's great.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then they pop out again, and then they act faster, and the music increases in speed to go along with that, which is really cool.
Yes,
I think they speed up 3 times.
Yes, I'm trying to remember if the third phase.
Or they speed up twice.
Yeah,
There's 3
speed up
phases.
Yeah, they speed up twice, but the third phase they
stagger their movements.
They stagger their movements, which I don't know about you. I actually found that easier.
Did you?
Yeah.
I think I found it a bit more stressful. I wouldn't say it's necessarily like... I would say it's a bit more difficult, just because you have less time to process what's happening in between movements, right?
No, yeah,
so
you're right.
There's more chance that they can catch you off guard with stuff.
Yeah.
But it still just never felt unfair to me. It still was really enjoyable to do.
I did find out...
Go on.
Yeah, no, you first.
I was just going to ask, how did you struggle against these? How many attempts did it take you?
3. Took me 3 attempts to get them.
Okay. Yeah, I died twice, so 3 attempts for me as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, fun fact about this boss, which I found out today, is that they don't have a shared health bar. They have 2 separate health bars. So as long as you drain 1 health bar, that activates the next phase, and then the next phase. So if you hard focus on just one of them, you can actually like speed run this boss so quickly.
I didn't know that. I assumed they were shared.
Nope.
That's cool. Yeah, nice. And then
it's great.
So, do you want to talk about what happens when you finally beat one of them?
Yes, it's a good, it's a really good subversion of what you'd expect of this fight. Where you kill one of them, and then the other one is noticeably sadder. The music slows right down. Its moves.
It retreats back into its cog and winds up a bit. But
he just fights on his own. And I'm watching it back here.
Really slow, okay. Maybe about half
really
the
slow.
Speed of the first phase.
Yeah, clearly it's sad that you just killed its friend. And I remember thinking at the time, like, oh wow, I wonder what the lore implication of this is going to be. Like, I guess I'll never know, but I guess you do know.
You do know, yeah. The symbolism of him slowing down once one is beaten is very, very important to a real life event in the game.
Yeah, that actually happens.
That actually happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say also in that phase, it still attempts to do the lock in together move, but obviously has no one to hug, so it sort of looks longingly at where his partner once was, and slowly sort of drops down, not really doing anything.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. I love it because it's almost like you know how, I don't know if you remember, one of the best bosses in the first game was the Mantis Lords.
Yes.
And the big 100%. Problem that everyone complained about with that boss is that as soon as you take out one of them, the fight is it's over basically, because it's so much easier. I like how this game doubled down on that. And make you feel bad about it, really.
And just said, the fight does get easier when you hit one, but by that point you've already proved to us you can beat the boss, and here we're just going to force you to be a dick to leave the arena.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's excellent. Might be my favorite boss, but
it's definitely up there for me. It's not my favorite, but it's definitely up there.
Yeah,
for sure.
I love it. Also, my favorite soundtrack of any of the bosses. Yeah,
it's great. Really good. It sounds just like clockwork music, right? It's great.
It sounds like one of those wind-up toy box type.
Everything
boxes.
about this boss is just perfect, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't think they could
really
have done anything
themselves.
really to make it better. It's just solid. Yeah.
Yep.
Once you beat them, you are presented with I think you presented with a switch that you pull. And
first what happens is hang on, let me just watch that again. I think an elevator comes down.
Yes.
Yeah, you killed the Cogwork, the last one. Everything's sad and somber. The lights go out, and the whole room rotates like a massive clock. To reveal the elevator, which leads to the cradle.
Right.
Yeah.
But the cradle currently isn't operational, right?
No, it's not. So you interact with the elevator, and that's where you get the free. God, I can't believe I never noticed this before. The free bosses that you have to fight to get through. Their statues appear with horns coming out of their chests to tell you that you need to go and kill them.
Or essentially that you need to acquire their melodies. You need to learn what their
that's
melodies
it.
are.
You need to learn their melodies. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And to do that, you have to kill them.
So you have to go around finding 3 different melodies, which you learn with your needle in when you find them. And once you have all 3, then you'll be able to access the elevator upwards. Into the cradle. But we've got a bit of work to do before we can do that.
Just a little bit.
For sure. Just a little bit. First, I want to take a little bit of a detour before we get into the main melody quest line and go to a couple optional areas that we have access to at this point. The first one I want to talk about is the slab.
The slab.
And this is an area that you can technically access from Choral Chambers, but there is a much cooler way to get there. Cooler.
What you'll find is if you go through the way through the Choral Chambers, is that you can only unlock the Bell Beast station, which is like right near the start of it.
Oh, you're right. You can't access the main bit of it. Yes.
No, you can't access the main bit yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you said, there's a much more interesting way of entering this area, and it's probably the only way you can enter it, right?
I guess it is the only way you can access it proper. Yeah. Now that you mentioned the so the way you get in is if you go back to and it turns out there's multiple areas that you can find this particular warden fly.
I figured that would be how it is. Where did you find him?
I found him in Farfields.
Oh, interesting.
Where did you find him?
I found him in Greymoor.
Oh, okay, cool.
I felt like his character kind of made sense in Greymoor. At least, well, it looks like.
Mine did feel kind of out of place, but at the same time, it was like it just gave me the feeling like, wow, these guys are searching far and wide, like, to capture things, because like Farfields couldn't be any further away from the slab. So I thought that's kind of why I thought they placed it there intentionally, because it's like opposite ends of the map when I found it anyway. But yeah, you find this enemy, and if you're good enough to kill him without getting captured, you kind of lock yourself out of this.
Oh, can you actually kill him?
I think you can. I think
wow.
I've seen online where people have like actually defeated him without getting slammed down. But essentially, he has a move where he'll go above you and he'll slam this cage down on you. And when he does, is it a cutscene that plays?
It's not a cutscene. I think it's Fade
just
to Black.
Like, the screen blacks out. Yeah, and you wake up in this like dank prison cell.
Yeah.
With your cloak's gone, your weapon's gone. All of your stuff has been stolen.
Yeah.
And you basically have to do a little prison break sequence, which, as far as prison break sequences in games go, this is like probably one of the better ways to do it, I would say.
Yeah, it was very surreal seeing at this point all of Hornet's gear is taken away from her, including her needle.
Yeah,
so
her needle and her red cloak, and it's really weird to see her without that.
Yeah, without the red cloak, it's like she's wearing like a black
latex suit or something.
Yeah, literally, like like a onesie. It's very it's very strange.
Yeah.
But they replace her moveset with some martial arts.
They did.
Which was really cool.
Yeah. You do like kicks and stuff.
Yeah, you do kicks and punches, which do barely any damage.
Terrible damage.
Takes ages to kill stuff using this like moveset.
Yeah.
It did, like, as soon as I was using it, I was like, oh, there's going to be challenge runs where people mod it so that she's only got this as like her moveset.
Yeah, the whole game. Yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Yeah. That would definitely happen at some point, I feel. Yeah. But yeah, it's a little prison sequence where they do something similar to a certain part in a game called Blasphemous, where you have to collect certain keys that have names tagged to them. And I think you have like the I can't remember what the names of the keys are exactly. I know one of them's the apostate key, but that's one you get a bit later. But there are two others that you can find within the prison.
Yeah, you find them relatively quickly.
Yeah, you find one almost straight away, which unlocks access to a few more areas of the prison. And as you do, there are there's one particular section where you're walking underneath this room where there's a bunch of bugs hanging around, and they're like looking at your cloak and your needle and like hoarding all your stuff in there.
Yeah, it's got your stuff.
And when I saw that, I was like, you motherfuckers, you wait until I get into that room and beat your asses. The enemies in this area, some of them like to spit this gross sticky goop at you. Yeah. Which can get really annoying. If it hits you, it basically makes you stuck in place, and you have to do a few attacks to break free from it, which usually ends up in you taking a hit from an attack, if they're not just being stupid and letting you go free. Yeah,
which sometimes happens.
Sometimes
well, they do. I had a few like back-to-back spit attacks. I don't know if that was intentional. It's probably a glitch.
I think I don't know. I think it's random as to whether they decide to. I think if you have more distance away from you, they're more inclined to do the spit attack.
That makes sense.
But I think there's a certain random percentage in what attack they decide to do. Yeah. So to eventually get to this room where they're holding all your stuff, you have to do some platforming around the outside of the prison.
Yeah.
And this introduces a new mechanic where if you stay outside for too long, you'll start to freeze.
Yeah.
It's really cold out here, and especially when you don't even have your cloak on. Right.
I think you're given between like 10 to 15 seconds before you start losing health.
Yeah, and once you start losing health, it's not like you lose one health and then after another 15 seconds you lose another. Like, you'll lose them like one after the other every couple seconds.
Yeah, it's rapid.
Yeah, So you need to make sure that you get near a heat source, which are dotted around the ceiling of this prison, which you can stay next to warm up, and then that'll give you another buffer before you have to find another. But the big warden flies are all around the ceiling here, the ones that captured you in the first place. And without a weapon, these guys take a lot of hits. Like, it's almost not even worth fighting them at this point.
Yeah, right.
Just run past them. Yeah.
I was thinking back to what you said earlier about if you kill it, it locks you out. I reckon it probably spawns in another one somewhere else.
It's just that one won't spawn in that particular place again, but the others in the other areas could still be found there. Yeah,
it's only because the slab is an important area to access because it's how you get to Mount Fae, which you need to get to.
Technically not. Mount Fae is connected to the fast travel station. So as long as you can get there, you can access Mount Fae.
I
think the slab is purely optional. The fast travel station in the slab, which I think you can access from the Choral Chambers.
Yeah, you can.
Mount Fae is to the left of the fast travel point. It's just beyond it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might be right there. Oh, so you are right. Yeah, so that whole region probably is. Yeah. Oh god, I never thought about that.
Slab is just completely optional. There's nothing vital to. Actually, no. I think there maybe is, because I think there's a boss there connected to a quest that you get at a task board. So
no, there's even bigger boss there.
Yes, there is, but I think that can also be accessed without needing to go into the main part of the slab.
Yeah, you might be right because it's on the lower bit. Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
the whole prison part of it can be completely optional. Damn, can you imagine?
So, I'm glad I fell for it because it's great.
Yeah, I mean it's a tough fight to get right anyway because it's like I think it deliberately
really easy
does
to
the cage attack really quickly so that you're not prepared for it.
You're caught so off guard. Yeah, you're not expecting him to do it. It's a quick attack.
Yeah.
You do eventually get to a point where you're above the room with all the bugs holding all your stuff.
Yep.
And you're given a prompt to like drop down, which you're not given. I don't think you've ever been given a prompt to do something in this game.
Not yet. No.
Unless it's like to bind to something after being widow or something like that. But to initiate a fight, I don't think you've been given a prompt yet.
Yeah, there's only a one other time I remember it doing that, but that's a bit later on.
Yeah. So when you do, you have a little cinematic moment where Hornet jumps down, essentially just executes the two bugs that are holding your cloak and your weapon.
Yeah.
And she re-equips them, and then you have a little arena fight against a bunch of the bugs that you've been fighting throughout the prison so far.
I was fully expecting to have to do this fight without my equipment, without the needle and the cloak.
Yeah.
So it's a hell of a. It's like because it's not a tough fight.
No. What I was anticipating was that it was going to be a multi-wave arena fight where each time you clear a wave, like you'll get back one of your things. That's what I thought was going to happen.
That would have been interesting. But I appreciate the power fantasy you get of
me too.
Suddenly being able to kick these guys' asses because you've got your stuff back.
Yeah. Oh, it's great moment when you see that just like effortlessly just take out these bugs.
Yeah, you've been giving you so much really trouble without your equipment, and then suddenly, it's much better.
You just get to shit on them. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's great.
And then once you get your stuff back, you find the second key, which allows you to escape and open up a few optional areas of the prison.
Yeah, that is the key of the heretic. That's the one you pick up.
Yeah. And then that's basically it for the slab for the time being. So now that we've talked about that, I want to also talk briefly about a place back in the Choral Chambers, which we can now access with the white key that we got at the first shrine location. This key is used to unlock an elevator in the middle of Choral Chambers, like the southern middle part.
Yeah.
And this place is creepy.
Oh yeah,
very creepy.
There's some very dark implications.
Yeah,
in this area.
like in the background you've got like a how would you describe this music? It's like a cry of a woman or something.
Yeah, it
like
is.
a woman cry.
Yeah, where is it? White Ward. Let's have a quick listen. Oh wait, do they even have their own soundtrack? It doesn't. I think it might just be.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it might not even be on the soundtrack.
Yeah, it might just be sound effects. Yeah, because Wormways has the same thing where it doesn't actually have like a proper soundtrack. It's just noise.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, it works in its favor because it's just the ghostly screams.
Yeah, really, really weird. You get the feeling that this place was used for some dark shit. To the point where, in one of the rooms you have to go through, there's this cot just hanging around. Yeah. And when you approach the cot, there's this silk-infested bug that just comes out and tries to get you. Tries
to suck your face off.
Yeah, just huge silk tendrils just get bulging out of his head.
Yeah,
really creepy looking.
Yeah, very spooky part of the game.
You beat him to unlock a passage that goes through the middle of the elevator shaft that you'd taken down. Opens up a bridge. Well, not a bridge, but opens up two sections of it opposing each other.
Yeah.
That allows you to venture further into the White Ward. Do you want to talk about the enemy you find in here?
What, the penis one?
No, not that one.
Okay.
That one's part of the boss. I'm talking about the mortician, the guys with the huge shears.
Yeah, the penis one.
Oh,
you not see it?
I guess.
Do you see the
I do see
tip?
it. I do see it. I thought you were talking about another one that's just pure phallic looking.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's just two in this area that are just like that.
But yeah, I guess this one does. I'd never really noticed this, but yeah, now that I'm looking at it, yeah, it does look like a dick. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
All the enemies in this area make like horrible little like panting noises when they're running at you.
Yeah.
Would you say this one's called the Mortician?
Mortician, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a proper that's a dick right there.
Yeah. Yeah, he does this charge attack where he swings the scissors in front of him and charges forward. But you can just jump over, but he will do 2 damage if he hits you with it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see the other one you're talking about. For fuck's sake.
Yeah. That one's terrible.
Yeah, right.
We'll talk about him in a little bit. But yeah, so there's a few of these that are hanging around what looks like a bunch of cremation machines.
Yeah.
So clearly this is where they take all of the dead pilgrims that are coming up here, seeking worship, and they're just killing them off and hiding the evidence here, I presume.
Yeah, it's like they're doing experiments or some shit on all of on all of them, because you've got all these surgery chairs dotted along the first part of it.
Yeah.
So I believe that's the implication anyway.
Yeah. You drop down back into the Underworks from here. You drop down into a room that has a giant inactive 4th chorus just in the background.
Yeah, really.
There's a few of them in this
really
area.
Cool.
And as we mentioned before in the 4th chorus fight, this is the point where we were anticipating maybe a rematch against it.
Yeah.
But it never happens, sadly.
No, this one
even
never comes to life.
Even though there are a couple of them here. Yeah. Which is a shame. But the good thing about this part of the Underworks, specifically called the Cauldron, is that we can get our next major movement ancestral art here called the Claw Line.
It's a Claw Line. It took me a while to get this one, Yeah,
it did me as well. I didn't get this straight away.
No.
But it's very important to accessing some of the areas we're going to get to, so I thought we'd best talk about it now.
Yeah, makes sense.
The Claw Line allows you to fling your needle forward similar to the Silk Spear attack, except this one allows you to grapple onto little rings that are sometimes hanging from platforms or the ceiling, which you would have seen a lot of them up until this point, wondering what the hell you use them for. But this is the thing you use to interact with them, and you latch onto them, and you can just hang there until you decide to jump away. You can use this multiple times as long as you have silk to use it.
Yes. This and the needling are the reasons why silk hearts exist, because you always need at least a little bit of silk to be able to do this clawline attack or play the needling.
Definitely. It's a really good movement tool to traverse gaps when combined with the dash from the sprint. If you use that, if you do a claw line forward, then a dash, then another claw line, you can cover some major ground.
And it gets
because
just
you can't
insane.
dash multiple times without touching the ground.
Yeah, and it gets silly as soon as you get the double jump. Like traversal just becomes like not even really much of a problem.
Definitely. Once you have this ability, if you go back up into the whiteboard area and go upwards instead of downwards where you fought the morticians, you can find a secret area which you can use the claw line on to pull a lever down. And here you get the surgeon's key.
It's a little group fight.
When did you find this?
Took me a long time. I think I had to look this up.
Yeah, me too.
It was just secret enough where I didn't even realize it was there for a long time.
The only tell that is there is a little faint like cast of light down from the ceiling where you can jump up into. But the game does a very clever thing where it's in the middle of a platform where you're jumping up and then you're given an option to go left or right. And so the last thing you're thinking of is, I wonder if I'll just go straight up. Like your tunnel vision towards going in one of these two directions that it visually shows you, which is very sneaky.
Very sneaky.
But this key unlocks a hidden optional boss. There is no reason to fight this for being the game. It's not required. To a lot of the community's pleasure, because a lot of people say they really struggled with this.
I can see why.
I can see why. Granted, I fought this in Act 3, so I was really I had all my upgrades at this point when I fought this.
I fought this very much towards the tail end of Act 2 when I was just searching, when I was trying to unlock Act 3, so I too also had quite a lot of parts and skills and tools and things to take this out, so it wasn't too much of an issue. The Unraveled. Yes, the Unraveled. Funnily enough, he is one of the figures near the Cogwork elevator that tells you to go and get the one of the melodies.
One of the
which I've only just learned from watching this on the video. Interesting.
Essentially the three statues that had the bells sticking out of them that told you what.
He's the big one in the background. First Sin is on there, and I don't recognise the other one.
Oh, interesting. Okay. The Unraveled fight. So this is another one of those egregious fights that the community has really taken a dislike to, mainly due to the fact that it has a lot of health for if you fight it at this point. A lot of health.
A lot of health.
And the fight isn't particularly hard. It's just it will just always spawn ads, and it's just an endurance test.
It is an endurance test,
and it's not very engaging.
No. One of the things I can imagine being annoying is at this point you might not have the double jump. Which would make jumping over his charge attack maybe very difficult. I doubt impossible.
He's a big guy. I think you'd have to at least do a pogo attack off him to get some distance.
I believe what they want you to do is go onto one of the sides of the walls and mantis claw your way up.
I see. Well, at this point you would be able to wall jump, right? Can you jump off the walls?
You can. Yeah, you can wall jump.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Sorry, that's mantis claws from the.
Sure.
Yeah. But my strategy to being this guy was using the pins that you drop on the ground. So every time he charges at you, he just runs into them, which is really helpful for a lot of bosses. And there's one that I'll mention which helped me later on, but this is just one of those bosses. He summons the penis enemy we were talking about.
What were they called? Do you have the name?
The Dreg Wheel is what they're called.
Yeah.
The Dreg Wheel.
Yeah, these guys are just flat out bellends.
Yeah, bellends on fucking pencil dick necks.
They're bellends made of cum connected to a pilgrim's neck. Well, that's just it.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, you're right.
And they'll spin around and fly towards you.
They'll do a fucking helicopter dick towards you.
They literally...
Yeah.
They show you a magic trick and they...
they do the helicopter dick. So gross how he shoots them out as well.
It is, yeah.
That's one of the other attacks he does. He shoots out these spears, which are very easy to dodge.
I quite like this attack. It's cool. It sets you up for one later, right? Would you say?
Yes, actually, yes, 100%. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's related.
I didn't fight this first, so it set me up in the other way around, I suppose.
Yeah, it did for me as well. Actually, now I think about it. Yeah.
But yeah, there's not really much to talk about, really. I completely breezed it because I was really powerful at the time.
Yeah, I think the only ones I got hit by, really, because all of his attacks are quite well telegraphed, is the ones where he's shooting those guys at you. That one is annoying. I would always get hit by at least one of them. Yeah.
Another thing that caught me off guard at first is when he does his dash to the other side of the screen, he'll get to the end and then his hitbox, his body will move back into you a little bit if you're right next to him.
Yeah, because he ramps into the side.
And then bounces back and goes backwards a little, which I got hit by a couple times until I realised to just, leave some distance for him to go back and then start hitting him. But, and
it is even when you have like the level of upgrades that we had, it was still an endurance test. It takes a while to build.
It still took a while.
You must have quite a lot of health.
So if you can imagine being a couple upgrades short on this point and probably a lot less health total, you probably could be quite a pain in the ass to fight, especially the fact that I'd imagine the run back to this guy probably won't be that nice.
No, but
probably is a really bad run back.
I think it's a pain. It's not difficult. It's a pain.
No,
it's not close. Which can be bad in its own way, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't know if there is a bench right next to the elevator in White Ward, but if there isn't, then probably an annoying run back to do.
Yeah. I'm guessing you didn't die to it, because I didn't die to it.
No, I didn't die to it. No,
because we're both pretty fucking overpowered at this point.
Yeah.
But anyway, he dies, and your reward is another silk heart.
Which is crazy. They chose this boss to tie a silk heart to. It's strange.
But like we said way earlier on, is silk hearts, they're not that important.
They're not, no.
No. This boss is completely optional. You don't have to fight him at all.
But what made me laugh was that, from my perspective, I only got 2 silk hearts before getting to Act 3. And I assumed silk hearts were related to like story, main progress fights, right? Because I feel like you get your first from the Bell Beast, you get your second from a fight, a mandatory fight a bit later. So when I saw that you'd earned an achievement to get all 3, when I'd already accessed Act 3 and you hadn't, I was like, wait, what have I missed here? That puzzled me a little bit.
But they're not important in the slightest, despite the emphasis they put on them.
Yeah, they're not. Well, if you have at least 2, you don't need all 3, and I think that maybe why they chose to just stick it on him, just as another little optional thing. But yeah, you get some cart.
I can imagine he's quite important to the lore, though.
Probably. Yeah, he's a very. I didn't really know what his story was, but his entire, he has the symbol on his head. Like, so he must be quite probably an important character.
Yeah, I mean, if he's if they made a statue of him to progress into the next area, he must be somewhat important to the region. But that's not for us to work out, is it?
No, it's not. But yeah, I look forward to understanding a bit more about him at some point.
Yeah, when someone else has figured it out.
For sure. Yeah. So that is more or less White Ward as a whole. You come back here maybe once or twice more for related to some quests, but
quests, fleas, that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. His arena leads back out to another part of the Underworks, right above the place where the confession booth is, and a bunch of payable benches. Just spits you out there. So now that we've got our claw line ability, we can technically go straight to Mount Fae now and access that area. So we'll talk about that and get that out of the way.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, Mount Fae. I would say this is probably this game's like main like Path of Pain-esque thing. There's
I wouldn't say
one
Path of Pain. I'd say White Palace.
Yes, okay, yeah, you're right. It is this game's White Palace, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's not as bad as Path of Pain, but
no, nothing in this game is, thankfully.
No, wait till the DLC.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because I believe in the first game they added Path of Pain as a DLC. Like it wasn't there to start with.
That would make sense.
It was like a free update.
Yeah. Okay. But this is definitely a challenge area.
Yeah, I found it pretty challenging.
Yeah, it reintroduces the freezing mechanic from before in the slab. That's just going to be in effect pretty much constantly.
Yep.
And you're having to climb this mountain by using all of the parkour movement abilities that you've gathered so far, and it just tests you to use them to good enough effect to get through it. It's just a test of you've gotten all these tools, now prove that you can use them effectively to traverse this area.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, involves a lot of like similar to the White Palace. It has a lot of enemies that you have to pogo off of to gain ground that will temporarily go away once you hit them and will come back after a short time. Yeah,
these are the ones that explode into icicles, don't they?
Yeah,
which do damage if you let it hit. If it hits you.
Yeah. So yeah, you have to go from heat source to heat source, slowly scaling this mountain.
What you'll find with this one is with a lot of the jumping puzzles, you got a lot of time to think about what you're going to do before you do it. With Mount Fae, you have no time. You have to try and get through whatever bit of traversal as fast as you can before you start taking damage, and you will start taking damage.
You will, yeah. It forces you to sometimes just rush, and you don't have time to think through and plan your movements. You just have to kind of wing it as you go, which is an interesting take on White Palace. I think it's definitely a step up from that.
And they are, I wouldn't say generous with bench placements, but they do put a couple in there to sort of checkpoint yourself through it.
Yeah, I would say overall the platforming challenges they present to you aren't as hard as some of the ones in White Palace. But, because you're running against the clock because of the constant freezing, I think it would be harsh if they did. I think that's why.
Yeah, true. And in this area, I don't know if you mentioned, but has ice pools in it, which if you fall into is basically game over, because it instantly freezes you and takes away your health. And if you fall in there, then you have to try and jump your way back out. But it's once you're in there, that's it. It'll drain your health bar, and you have to start again. Yeah, they show up in parts where you're essentially going, walking through the mountain from one side to the other, and there'll just be essentially these ice caves. That just have like a pool of ice water at the bottom. That they'll definitely fuck you up if you fall in it for sure. Yeah, very tricky. So when you do eventually reach the top, though,
I was not expecting what happens to happen at all.
No, it's
I find
odd,
it
isn't
so
it?
weird. Yeah, and to this very day, I have no idea why this thing exists and why it decided to help us in this way.
Yeah, I was fully expecting that to be a boss.
Yeah, me too.
When it flew towards the
and it
screen.
presents itself because it does the classic like scream effect that bosses do before they fight you. But what happens is this giant. What is it? A moth? I don't know. It's just a giant like.
Yeah, kind of. I need to have a look at it again.
Bird thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But essentially, this giant winged creature flies up to you.
It's called a Fey Fawn.
Okay, a Fey Fawn.
What the hell
We'll
is
probably
it?
have some footage on screen of it, so you can see what it looks like.
Yeah, I'll try to find some.
But essentially does a large roar, the screen goes black, and then all of a sudden, boom, your cloak is now insulated, and you can now double jump. Gives you the fade down cloak. Which is very nice of it.
It's very nice. And all you did was, what do you even do? You just played you played a needle in, right? And then it summons it.
I think you played a needle in, and it responded to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this gives you the ability to double jump, which is huge. I don't know if you get double jump in the first game, do you? Or do you?
Of course you do. Yeah, you get it
do.
from Hornet's second fight, I want to say.
Okay. Which is probably a similar time frame away from the start as this, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. Kingdom's Edge is quite far away from the start, isn't it? So
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is miles away from the start.
Yeah. It's the last movement upgrade you get, right? That we're going to talk about anyway. It wasn't the last one I got. I got this before the claw line in my playthrough.
Well, wait, no. Can you even get the? You have to have the claw line to get it.
No, I tell a lie. You have to have the claw line to get this.
Yeah.
So yeah, last movement ability that you get.
Yeah. After this, it's all silk skills.
Yep. And it gives you immunity from the cold, so you can now.
You no longer have to worry about that.
You can now explore this area without having to worry about freezing. You'll still freeze if you fall in the ice pools, but you know. You have to. I think it tells you to go down the left side of the mountain after you get this.
Is that when you sort of drop down the slide?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
I think that's right.
Here lives NPC. Did you find the mask maker? I assume you did.
I did find the mask maker. And I thought.
Do you think this is the same mask maker from the first game? Because there's one in the first game in Deep Nest.
Yeah, there is.
His anatomy looks a bit different.
Yeah, this might just be a different, because they might just be
multiple mask makers, right?
Yeah, multiple mask makers.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is probably different.
But just
the first one's quite imposing.
Yeah, but this one's just as mysterious as that one. Doesn't really give much information as to why he's here and why he does what he does. But there's masks. Masks always need being made for bugs, so there they are.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yep.
I didn't know that you can hit his mask off.
Yes, you could in the first game as well.
Didn't know that either.
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, if you charge up a needle attack, then you can hit its mask off, and then it has different dialogue if you do that. I didn't do that. I just found him, spoke with him. It was a bit of a waste, and I was like, oh okay, it was a bit odd.
Yeah, you'll have one interaction with him related to a quest later, and then after that you never really have to speak with him again.
Nope.
So that's Mount Fey, and we've got our double jump, which is huge. So now we're gonna circle back to the Melody quest line, and we'll go through each of the three areas where we find our three melodies.
Yep.
So we'll start with Cogwork Core. So this is right in the heart of the Citadel. You access this below the Cogwork Dancer fight.
Yeah, this access, you get this as soon as you fight them. You unlock this area.
Yeah. It's quite literally just the core of the whole Citadel. It shows you all the inner workings of the machinery and everything that's still operational and functioning as intended.
Yep.
Which makes for some pretty interesting platform challenges.
Oh yeah.
Very similar to the saw blades in the White Palace. That kind of vibe with the cogs going around.
Yes. Quite like with the clockwork enemies. The ones that sort of charge at you, you can just like smack them into the guts of the machine, and it kills them.
It's great. I use that to deal with most of the enemies that you can knock back in any way. Yeah, really useful. Yeah.
It's a cool little area, this.
There's one particular instance that I thought was quite funny, where there's a door that's locked and you have to constantly hit a wheel to open it. And as you're hitting this wheel, a huge cogwork enemy falls down behind you and like ambushes you. And this did catch me off guard for sure.
Yeah, what's his name?
It's a Cogwork Clapper.
Cogwork Clapper. Yeah.
A huge brass ball that he'll ball up and just like go all across the screen.
Oh yeah, he did kill me, I remember. Yeah.
He killed me. He caught me off. I was already low on health, and as I was opening the gate, I saw him come in, and I was just committed to the gate. It's like, right, maybe I can hit this in time before he gets me, but no, he got me.
You're supposed to fight him.
Yes.
I know it is possible to get the door open, but it's easier if you just if you kill him.
Yeah, he's not particularly hard.
No.
But I think he's just one of those enemies that will hit you for 2 when he hits you, because he's pretty big.
It's a big boy.
He is a big boy. But this door that you open leads you to the mechanical wheel from before.
Yeah.
You can hit that to go through to the next area, but before we do, I guess we'll talk about the melody that you learn from Cogwork Core. Which is you have to. I'm pretty sure it's mandatory to use the double jump to be able to gain enough height to access a ring that's hanging from above the arena where you fought the Cogwork Dancers.
Yeah.
And you claw line that, you pull it down, and then you gain access to the rooms above this area, essentially. And you will do just a little platforming section where you're having to pogo off moving gears and move with them, very similar to White Palace in that respect.
Yeah.
Just a huge platforming section, pretty much, with a couple of enemies dotted around.
It's a little tricky.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Do you have to have the double jump to be able to do this bit?
I think so.
Okay.
I might be wrong, but I think the ring is positioned in such a way that you have to double jump to get the height to reach it.
Okay, I think that sounds about right. Yeah, this gave me a little bit of trouble, I'm remembering.
Yeah, it's one of the harder platforming sections of the Act 2. I think it might be probably the hardest.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, because it's all about timing and getting the jumps at the right time, and there's the point.
And it's one of those things where the time between hitting a new patch of flat ground is quite long. So if you mess up in between, you're sent all the way back to the last like flat platform that you were standing on.
Yeah, very Path of Pain that.
Yeah.
I remember there's a bit sort of like a 2/3 of the way up where you get to be underneath like 2 enemies, which you can just hit them to regenerate your silk, which was which came in clutch a few times, I remember. So you can get a free health recharge.
Yeah, for sure. Once you reach the top of this area, you come to a really big room with I think is it 4 pillars out of the ground? It might be 3.
Yeah, it's a little puzzle, isn't it?
Yeah, pillar puzzle. There's basically there's these. I think it's 3 pillars, but it might be 4. But there's these pillars that are broken
it's
into.
4. It's 4.
Okay, it's 4. These pillars are broken into sections. I think there's 4 segments to each pillar.
Yep.
And there are platforms that go up on the outsides of these pillars, and you essentially have to hit levers on the side of these segments to line up the pillars for the musical notes to synchronize with each other.
Yeah.
Which I thought was like a really cool little puzzle.
Yeah, I think it's quite a generous puzzle as well, because I think they can all connect with each other. You just have to get the right sequence correct, which is quite useful.
I think there's a lot of different possible solutions.
I do remember seeing
to decide
this.
which one you want to start with.
Yeah, I do remember seeing this and thinking, oh Christ, I'm going to be here for hours. But no, it's not that bad.
No, it was quite satisfying to go through. It wasn't a puzzle that I found like, oh god, I got to do this again for this one. Like, it was quite an engaging puzzle.
Yeah, very simple as well.
I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it as well. Especially like how when you get to like the last pillar that you have to do, at that point you've got no platforms to stand on, so you have to like traverse your way quite creatively upwards to the upper ones to be able to actually turn them around. Yeah,
the platforms that surround a pillar will collapse with the pillar when it's solved, and it crashes down to the floor. And on top of each pillar, when it goes down to the floor, it has a similar collection of statues to the elevator that we're telling you to get the melodies from. It had like the speakers like coming out of them. Yeah. Once you solve all 4, a lever. Is it a lever? No, you do a needle in the middle, right? And when you do, the collection of statues' eyes will light up and they'll go along with you.
They'll start
I think you have to put a lever first to hear the melody, and then you copy it, and then they'll all
start.
She
copies it. She copies it by ear.
In with you.
Yeah, if anyone who plays a musical instrument, that's very talented.
Very impressive.
Well
she's a very talented musician. Yeah.
For someone who literally just picked up an instrument.
Yeah. This is probably one of the most epic set pieces in the game, I think.
It's very cool.
Because you just think it's just a dark room, but as you carry on playing, each time the motif restarts, more lights from statues' eyes in the background will appear and start joining in with the melody.
Yeah,
and then it does that until there's like literally hundreds of statues playing in tandem with you.
Kind of reminds me of Paul 2's ending. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember it.
Paul 2, you at the end you get taken into an elevator and you go down, and the doors open and all the turrets look at you. But then they stop and then they all start harmonizing like a song.
Oh, okay.
Kind of gives me that sort of vibe. I'll try and find footage of the Architect's melody. That whole section, because it's so
really cool section. Really epic. I loved that when I heard it. And that gives you your first melody. That gives you the Architect's melody, I believe.
Architect's melody, yep.
So that's one of the 3 melodies done. And to access the next one, we have to go through the mechanical wheel that we unlocked earlier. We changed it to horizontal, and then we can walk left to right. And this takes us into the Whispering Vaults, our next area. And this is essentially kind of like Duke Archives vibes. It's where all the records and stuff are kind of stored.
Yeah, I hadn't made that connection, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah. To enter this area proper, you have to go through a little arena fight where you're hearing like I don't know, kind of like a sermon of sorts, like going on. Yeah. And you go into this big room that looks like there's like a church looking building with, I don't know if there is pews, but it looks like there's an altar in the background where there's this figure kind of hanging out. And you have to go through a few waves of enemies, and then that guy jumps up from the back and attacks you, and this is called a Vault Keeper. Interesting kind of little, not as necessarily mini boss because you fight them quite a lot later on.
I believe this is another statue that is in by the elevator in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the other one that I didn't recognise. I think that's what it is.
Because you eventually meet a friendly Vault Keeper, one of the only ones that doesn't actually attack you on sight.
Yeah.
But these Vault Keepers, they'll just do like the bog standard charge from left to right, swiping blades in a straight line, or they'll do a jumping attack, and they'll switch these up, so you're not always sure what they're going to do, and you have to react on the fly.
Yep.
But it's not terribly difficult.
Yeah, never gave me too much trouble.
No.
But they do pair it with another NPC. I can't
another
remember
enemy,
what that's called. Yeah, sorry, another enemy. And what are they called? Scroll readers, is that it? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah, you're thinking of the scroll reader. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a couple different versions of that enemy. But they're dotted around the Whispering Vaults.
Yeah, as well as the lamp bearers.
They're the ones that chuck the lights at you, I'm guessing.
They chuck the lights with the moths inside. Yeah.
Yeah, they never caused me too much trouble.
No, they're pretty simple enemies, really.
With most of the flying enemies, as long as you stay like directly below them, they tend to not be able to do anything.
They can't hit you at all with their projectiles. No. They can't throw straight down. So yeah, get right underneath them and just attack them from below is usually the strategy against those enemies. Yeah, for sure. Whispering Vault's whole gimmick is essentially there are these massive box platforms that you have to hit in certain directions to move them along a track that's in the background. And you have to do this in loads of different orders to access different parts of the level.
Different secrets as well.
Yeah, lots of secrets. In fact, I'll go through a couple of the secrets right now. So one of them, you can get what's probably going to be your first pale oil here.
Yep.
In one of the secret areas, which you can take back to Bellhart to upgrade your weapon, which is nice.
Which I probably did straight away as soon as I get it. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go. Weapon upgrades are huge in this game for making fights easier, for sure. And you can also access the other side of the door that we talked about in Choral Chambers that leads to the stage. So let's take a quick moment to talk about Trobbio!
Yeah.
Epic. Absolutely epic, this guy. He's brilliant.
Yeah, he's cool.
He is cool. He doesn't start by fighting right away. You walk into his stage and then he has a little conversation with you. And once you finish talking, I think like some sparklers will like spark out of the ground. They will rise up from the ground.
Yeah.
With sparklers either side of him, and he'll announce his name, and then he'll start a fight against you. This guy's great. He really gave me Dung Defender vibes.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'll give you that.
He reminded me of a mix of Grim and Dung Defender, kind of mixed into one.
The only thing missing is an audience, really. Which is almost a shame, because I think that would have really elevated this fight.
It would have been great, yeah. But yeah, he is just a massive spectacle. All of his moves will just paint pretty explosions of color, like pinks and purples and things around the room.
Yeah, he's a showman.
He's another one of those guys that will do a move and then he'll sink into below the stage. Like, you've got like those like drop down trapdoors in a lot of stage productions. He'll do that and you'll see him moving underneath the stage as the floorboards kind of like raise up as he's moving along.
Yeah, as he's moving along,
Yeah, it's great. He'll throw out these little balls that will shoot out sparks in either horizontal lines or vertical lines, but it'll throw out a few at once that will basically just block out certain parts of the arena.
Yeah, they never say. There's no like tell to know if it's going to be horizontal or vertical.
No, they'll just give you a little telegraph before they spark out which directions they're going to go.
But
there's not much time between.
Barely any time really. But the general strategy is just to stay away from either one of them whenever he throws them.
He has a tornado attack. He literally spins and turns into a little mini tornado, and then we'll shoot them out in diagonally when he stops.
Yeah, which definitely caught me off guard when I was first fighting this fight.
Quite tricky.
Yeah, but it's a good way. If you haven't already been doing down slashes, it's like one of the best opportunities to get damage in. Is when he does that attack.
Yeah,
and it's like, because you can get like at least a couple of hits in when he's doing that, because he throws the tornadoes off into the left and right, so you've got room to
always in the same way. So once you nail down the trajectory, you can kind of abuse that. He didn't give me much trouble, to be honest with you. No, I died once to him.
Yeah, I died twice.
Just because I didn't know his moves, so a lot of his things would just catch me off guard.
Yeah.
It wasn't particularly difficult, but definitely one of my favorite fights in the game.
Yeah, spectacle-wise, I think he's one of the best. And he does get a remixed fight later on.
Much later on. Yeah,
which makes me
is cool.
Wish that they had like an audience, like a stage. That's one of the best parts about Grimm, is having like that big audience watching you.
Yeah, especially with the circumstance of Act 3, you would think that maybe he would gather a bit of an audience at like, you know, the state of the world at that point, but
maybe because the stage probably isn't meant to be used for a person like Trobbio, so he's probably just invading. He's probably just not even supposed to be there.
Oh yeah, he's definitely self-imposed himself.
He's taking advantage of the corruption that's taking hold of this world. And here we go. When he dies, he does like a little dramatic death. That's so funny.
So good.
That is very, very funny. Massive fireworks
like,
go
his
off,
name and then just like, and just fall below stage. It's great.
That's so funny. But what he does is he stays dead on the stage, stays flat. And I found out today that if you just go slightly off screen, he sort of like pokes his head up. But then if you go back, he goes and pretends to be dead again.
Nice.
That's great.
That's cool. I didn't know he does that.
No, I didn't know. I think I saw that in a short today. That's fun.
Yeah, definitely.
That was
Trobbio, great fight. Back into the Whispering Vaults, in the lower sections, you will eventually come across your second cog heart piece, so that's where you'll find another one of those. And you'll also come across an NPC called the Vault Keeper, Cardinius.
Cardinius, that's right.
Yeah, who is essentially just like this crazed record keeper who's obsessed with restoring his collection of these cylinders that play music that they've recorded in these cylinders.
I almost regret
collect them for him.
Not finding as many of those as I wish I did.
Okay.
Because I loved. What reason why I didn't get them? Or
no reason why you regret not finding more.
Just because they're nice tunes.
Yeah, they are.
Or occasionally they're like little sermons, I think.
Aside from one, there's a hidden one. That I think you get in White Ward.
And if
you bring it back to him, it plays a record of a mortician doing like undergoing his final like surgery on a bug. And it's really eerie. You should give it a listen if you haven't listened to it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll play it. I'll play it now. That sounds awful.
It's really eerie. Yeah, it's gross. But yeah, the other ones are all kind of like very religious kind of like music and like holy vibes.
Yeah.
For sure. But you find something called a sacred cylinder in particular, one of the bottom parts of this vault.
Yeah.
This level. You bring the sacred cylinder back to Cardinius, and you are able to translate your second melody, the Vault Keeper's melody, from this cylinder.
Yep. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that is how you get it.
That's how you get it. It's a bit less grand than the first one we got. The first one we got is definitely the most epic of the three.
Yeah, it's almost worth saving that till last, really.
I did on my first, so...
I think I got...
Actually, no, I tell a lie. I think I got the High Halls one last, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Before we move on to the High Halls, there is a little optional area that I want to talk about. So if you go through some breakable walls or pull some levers, one of the two, you'll be able to access the area above the Whispering Vaults and to the side of the first shrine, the main Songclave area. And apparently in this area, if you visit it and then leave and come back again, you can actually challenge Garmund and Zaza to a duel.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did you see this?
No, I didn't see that.
So this is technically a boss that you can fight.
Yeah.
And you challenge Garmund and Zaza to a fight, which I didn't do. I had no idea that they were there.
I didn't know that either.
By the time I found out, I was already in Act 3, and you know how that story goes. So there's no chance of finding them here.
There's another duel with an NPC that you can do, which I didn't know about, and I didn't do that either.
Okay, which one was that? Is that Chakra?
Yeah, Chakra.
Yeah, I didn't do hers either. Do you know where that one is? Is that an area that we've already talked about, or we haven't got to yet?
No. I want to say it is, from what I've read, I think it's in her little hidey hole in Bellhart.
Okay.
I think at one point, probably after you've done her quest and done all the ball of her inventory and stuff, I think you hit something and it challenges her to a duel, a friendly duel.
Oh, I see. Yes, of course.
Which I wish I did do.
Yeah, I'll be sure to if I play through the game again. I'll be on the lookout for those triggers and see how their fights are. But yeah, there's a Garmund and Zaza fight here, but we won't go into much detail because I have no idea how it plays out. But
I can imagine
something that you can do.
Yeah, it probably uses his moveset, which you can see earlier on in whenever you bump into him, because he's always he's always trying to fight stuff.
Yeah, and I'm sure that he'll dismount, and then you'll have to focus on 2 targets and that kind of thing, possibly.
Potentially,
I don't know, maybe not. Yeah. So we're done with Whispering Vaults for the time being. We'll head over to our third and final melody, which is kept away in the High Halls, which is also an area that you need the claw line to access.
Yeah.
This area focuses very heavily on the rings to traverse. There are some quite interesting enemies in this location. It's quite a small area. I feel like it didn't really get as much attention as some of the others. You're done with it fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think there's
only have much of a reason to go back.
No, if there's even any reason to go back.
The only reason I can think of is there's one tool that you can craft here with craft metal. There's like a little bench where if you don't have the craft metal at the time, you'll have to come back to craft it.
Yeah, I made that tool. Which one was it
Cogfly.
again? Oh yeah, the Cogfly.
Yeah, I didn't make that in my playthrough until I was already done.
Don't remember it being that good.
Is it any good? No?
No.
Okay.
But then again, I didn't really try it. I tried it on a later boss, and it didn't really do much, so I just unequipped it straight away.
Fair enough. Yeah. So there's a cool... one of the main parts of this area is you're traversing from left to right, slow at a slight incline going up. And you're jumping from platform to platform with a load of rushing water trailing down below you, which will push you back towards the start if you fall into it.
Yeah.
There's an enemy in this area that I thought was a really fun fight, actually, just for a simple enemy. It's these guys called Maestros. They'll summon a bunch of little Cogflies to attack you with.
Yeah, I
I
forgot
thought
about
they were
these little guys.
quite a cool design. They're not particularly challenging.
No, once you realise...
I never felt that they were an inconvenience.
No, I think they're one of the one of the enemies that suffer from, if you just sort of stay underneath it, it can't really do anything.
Yeah.
It has no attacks
yes.
to counteract
But
that.
the one thing it does have going for it is if it manages to get into a position where it's flying above the water and you can't get under it, then it can cause you a bit more of an issue. But as long as you kind of hand back and let him come to you a little bit to fight him in more stable ground, then he's not much of a problem, really.
Yeah, fair enough.
The only other enemy in this area, mainly, is called the Minister, who gave me a lot more trouble than the Maestros, for sure.
Yes, I remember these.
Yeah, they were pains in the ass, mainly because they're very... They like to just fly out of reach so you can't hit them and just be really inconvenient. There was one particular part of this area that's completely optional. It's just a way to get another spool fragment at the top. You essentially have to claw line to rings that are rotating constantly on these wheels, and you have to...
Yeah.
Once you reach the top, you have to jump up and then go to another wheel and then go on that. Whilst constantly being harassed by one of these guys. And it's really hard to hit these constantly in the air and then maintain your grip on the ring whilst avoiding the damage on this. And if you try to lure it back down to the bottom where you can stand on ground, they'll just de-aggro before they even reach you. And it kind of forces you to just spend ages going up, maybe getting 1-2 hits if you're lucky, and then falling back down and having to get all the way back up again. Yeah, and there's 2 of these in this thing you have to go through. Yeah. Which I just thought was just really annoying, and I didn't like it very much.
No, you're right. It's just annoying. Thankfully, you'd have to repeat it once you've overcome that challenge. You get your spool fragment, and then never have to do it again. So it's not too bad.
No, it's fine.
But like you said, there's not many reasons to... There's not even many collectibles or anything in this area, so exploration's pretty limited. Yeah,
there's a couple.
You almost see everything the first time you go through.
Yeah. The main way to progress is once you reach all the way to the right, there's like a pit of spikes you have to fall down through, and essentially use the gliding functionality of your cloak to glide down diagonally, constantly avoiding the spikes as you're descending down this tower. Yeah. You can obviously pogo off the spikes too if you need to, which I often just forget that is a thing you can do. But you definitely can. Yeah. Midway down, there's an area, I think it's a breakable wall you can hit on the left, which takes you into a hidden part of the high halls. It's here where you can craft the Cogfly, like we mentioned earlier. Yeah. You can find one of the cylinders here that you can give back to the Vault Keeper. But the coolest thing about this area is, did you find the area where you have to hit this this cart along the floor so that you can reach a hidden area in the ceiling?
I believe it did that. Yeah, it rings a bell doing that.
Yeah, and you go into this room that's filled with the Claw Maidens, the guys that are constantly trying to drain your silk, that will just keep respawning.
Yep, I think I remember that.
So what you have to do is you have to move another one of these carts whilst being constantly harassed by these claw maidens that will constantly respawn when you kill them, and you have to reach a switch or something that you smack. You have to push the cart all the way to the right to reach an area above where there's this massive amount of silk that's just hanging out here, and you have to smack it a bunch of times to sever it. And once you do, you hear the sound of loads of things like clumping down to the floor. And when you drop back down, you see all the claw maidens like deactivated and just scattered across the floor. And this, as far as I'm aware, completely stops them from spawning for the rest of the game.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to deal with them anymore.
I didn't know. That's interesting.
This is where they were all coming from. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Well, I remember this area, but I just don't remember what the reward was. But I guess that is the reward.
Yeah, they just will no longer harass you when you're going about the rest of the Citadel.
Yeah,
which it's a really cool touch.
Yeah, really cool idea.
Yeah.
Not a game changer, but that much. They're not really that tough of an NPC to fight.
No,
to be honest.
They are a bit annoying.
A bit annoying, but manageable.
Yeah. And then apart from that, you make it the rest of the way down the spike pit, and you'll come across. There is a door here that you can spend one of your simple keys if you have one banked up, and it takes you into a little area where I presume is just where all the rosaries are manufactured.
Yep.
Shit ton of rosaries you can get in this area, just hanging from the ceiling or hidden in chests.
Oh, I don't think I ever unlocked this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's...
Oh, it was a really cool little area.
Yeah, it's because it gives you this tool, the rosary cannon, right?
Yeah, rosary cannon.
Yeah.
I didn't use it much, but it was really cool idea for a tool.
Yeah, because you shoot your own currency as a projectile.
Yeah, which once you have no more reason to spend them, I don't know how much damage it does, but I can imagine if you have a lot of ammo, then it's a tool that you can just continue to use.
Yeah, you probably don't have to craft
as long as you got money.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And then you have to go into another arena fight. And actually, yes. So in this arena fight, Chakra does appear and help you out, so she can go into the Citadel. It's just you don't ever find her here to get maps, which is just strange.
Did she help you in this fight?
She helped me, yeah. Did she not help you?
No, I didn't see her.
She didn't? Wait, hang on. Let me quickly check that
Here's a little description
I
here.
did.
Chakra may aid you in this arena battle after completing Trail's End Wish.
Oh, yeah, see, I did by this point. So that's interesting.
I did not. So that explains that.
Cool, yeah. So, if you do her quest early, she will help you out in this arena fight. There you go.
Yeah. And you know what? And also, here's one you might not know. If you did that friendly duel with Garmund and Zaza, he's there as well, which he can help you out.
Could you imagine having both of them at once?
God, I wish I knew
it's
that.
Bad enough. It's bad enough with just Chakra. It's
wish I knew
one
that.
of those fights where she just ends up causing more of a distraction rather than helping you out. It's slightly less so this time because you'll have more
there's no
health
projectiles that. Yeah, there's no projectiles that look similar either, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
And God, I wish I had it because this gave me so much trouble. This little fight.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Do you know what it was?
What was it?
It's the it's not the maestros. How does it end? It ends with the choir clappers. That's the one.
I think it's two of them, right? Is it two?
Two of them. Fighting one of them is honestly no problem at all. Fighting two of them, my God, that gave me no end of trouble. Yeah,
I think having Chakra there probably just did trivialize it because she could just constantly hit them while you were just focused on dodging.
Yeah. Which would have made that so much more simple.
I think that would be really cool to see if you can get Garmund and Chakra at the same time.
That'd be
and
so
just see
cool.
the chaos. That would be amazing. Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, I'll have to try that out at some point maybe if I get the chance. Yeah. But I don't think I struggled too much with this just purely because I had the help.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I can imagine that probably would be a bit more difficult just on your own.
Yeah, many tools were used in this fight.
Yeah, I hadn't got to the point. This wasn't one of the points where I started realizing the benefit of utilizing tools, but I'll soon get onto that.
Yep.
as we talk about some optional areas coming up. But I say optional. Act 3, they're required, but for just seeing credits, they're optional. So once you do that arena fight, you talk to the conductor, who's just kind of hanging out behind like a screen. You can just see his silhouette behind like a sheet of fabric.
Yeah, Conductor Ballador.
And he basically just hums the tune, and then you just, with your crazy good ability to just interpret music,
just by ear,
instantly
she recognizes it and plays it.
And just plays it. Which is crazy. I mean, people like that do exist. There's people that can just hear a melody and then just play it on a piano, and it's fascinating.
I don't know how they can do that, but
it's crazy.
Anyway, Hornet's one of those special people.
Yeah. So we now have all 3 melodies, which allows us to go up the elevator and essentially just go through the final fights of Act 2 if we wish.
If you want to stop playing and beat the final boss in quotation marks, then you can go and do that now.
You can definitely see credits at this point if you wish. You'd be doing yourself a massive disservice in a lot of aspects by missing out on a lot of content if you do.
Yeah,
but
if the game's annoying you so much that you want to have some sort of feeling of completion, then there you go.
We are gonna not do that and instead go to a few optional areas. Again, quotation marks optional. But first one we'll talk about is the Sands of Karak.
Sands of Karak, located just above Blasted Steps.
Yes. Yeah. And it is once you access it, it becomes very clear where the Conchflies that we fought back in the Blasted Steps kind of originated from.
Yeah, this is there's like one big nesting area for them.
Flies. Yeah. There are these what would you call it? These like kind of, they look like conker shells, but in like pink and oranges and things that you have to smack to break away. These like spiky shells that you have to break.
Yep.
The sand carvers that dot the floor and will hit you if you fall into them, they make a reappearance in this area.
Yeah.
And the platforming gets quite tricky actually.
Yeah, this bit's quite tough.
Yeah, so do you want to give us the rundown of how these sections work in this area?
God,
if you remember.
I don't remember too well. I'm not very good at remembering things in general, to be honest with you guys.
I can explain if not, it's not a problem.
Yeah, you keep going.
Okay, so the main gimmick of this area, or one of them anyway, is there will be these, I guess, kind of like seeds that you smack out of the ground. And once you do, it creates like a trail of, I don't know, I guess coral? It looks like coral.
Coral. Yeah, Tracy, coral. Yeah.
Which will branch out, and at certain intervals, either a platform will appear or a little spiked ball will appear that you can pogo off of to go forward.
Yeah.
And these will stay in place for quite a short amount of time until it will start to destroy itself from the origin point all the way up to where it ended. So you have a limited time to traverse the puzzle that it's presenting you.
Yeah, in Mario games, this tends to be one of the later jumping puzzles that Mario has to go across. Is that kind of gimmick?
Yeah. When you'd come across one of those like blue buttons, right, that you would click down on the floor, and then it comes up with a little timed
platforming thing. Yeah, it's, yeah,
kind of like that. Except if you fail and fall into the ground, you'll take 2 damage and be sent back to the beginning. So yeah, not great.
Tricky.
Quite hard. Yes, it starts out fairly simple, but it really ramps up as you progress through.
Yeah,
for sure.
100%.
You have to go through a lot of these one after the other before you can make it to the main bench of the area, which is quite tough. when you do,
there is only one bench in this whole area, minus the one that's in the tower.
Yeah.
At the very end,
which you have to basically complete the area to even access, which is a similar situation to Bile Water, one of the setup locations we'll talk about in a bit. But so you basically do more or less the same thing, getting progressively more difficult, these platforming sections. A bigger, stronger version of the enemy in Blaster Steps that shoots out the drills that bounces off the ground. You can find a stronger version of that enemy here.
Yeah, bigger one.
Much bigger one. Once you keep progressing up, you'll eventually make it to the boss of this area, and it is a rematch against the one Conchfly that flew away when you defeated the first one.
The one that got away.
And this guy's a son of a bitch. At least in my opinion, he's really hard to deal with.
Yes, he's really hard for one reason: the raging Conchfly.
Yes, raging Conchfly.
Yeah. And I find that the reason why this guy is particularly difficult, not because his attacks are like sped up or anything. That's still quite manageable at this point, but because the arena doesn't quite have the same height that you had before.
Yeah.
So the arena is more claustrophobic and closed in, and I think that makes such a big difference to this fight.
It definitely does. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's ramped up the speed. You really have to be paying attention to where he's drilling to, because he doesn't give you much time to react as opposed to the last fight, which is an interesting take, because usually it's like usually 2's more difficult than 1, but it kind of flips that on its head here.
Yeah, it makes the next phase a lot harder.
Yeah, for sure. I say I had a lot of difficulty with this. I only died twice to it, but I think that was emphasized more the fact of the run back for this boss is a bit of a pain. It's quite a long one. Another one of those infamous run backs. It's not the greatest one to have to deal with.
Agreed.
Yeah. Did you struggle?
Same amounts of deaths as you too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. The ads that he brings in aren't technically ads because they are just a different attack. You can kill them, but there's almost not much point doing it because
once they drill into the wall or the ground, they don't come back, right? Is that how it works?
I think they do come back. Yeah, they just reset themselves. So even if you kill one, it doesn't matter. A new one will take its place.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So they are basically just projectiles to dodge.
Yeah. It's just testing your ability to keep track of multiple threats at once and be able to time your jumps and your dodges well enough to not get hit. Yeah.
Definitely a step up from the first fight.
Yeah.
A lot more complicated, a lot more chaotic.
Yes. But if you manage to defeat him, you are given this room that you can enter. And at this point in the game, you're not expected to know what the hell this is all about. But essentially what you see is a bunch of statues of these warriors that just look like they've been turned to stone. And they are all kind of resting their swords in the ground, posing in front of this long gone, well, it looks like a leader or a king or something sitting on a throne. And that's about it.
That's about it for now.
There's a bench in here. I think there's a bench here.
Yeah, there's a bench.
Yeah, and that's about it. You can't really interact with this at the moment. But it's definitely something to keep in the back of your mind if you're intending to do Act 3 shenanigans.
Yep.
So that's about that. Yep. There is an optional area in the Sands of Karak that is to do with those shells that you have to break away. It's just an area that's filled with them. And eventually when you get to the end, you'll get a special item called a crust nut.
A crust nut, yeah, okay, I remember this.
Yeah, really hidden away in there. This is this is related to a quest that you can get from an NPC inside Choral Chambers, who basically asks you to go on a massive goose chase to collect 5 different ingredients to make a grand meal for his master. Yep. And he will reward you with a pale oil to upgrade your weapon if you can find all 5.
Yeah.
And this is one of the ones that he asked for. So
the cool thing about that NPC is he does, if you ask him, he does tell you, he gives you like a little hint of where the next one is.
Yeah.
Which wasn't enough for me to realize where this one was.
Oh, really? So
yeah,
I found this one on my own accord before even dealing with the quest, which is interesting. The one that gave me the most trouble to find was the pickled muck maggot. I really struggled to find where to find that.
Where was that one?
That is located in a optional boss in Sinner's Road, the chef.
The disgraced chef.
We'll talk about this in a bit. Yeah, we'll talk about that area next.
Yeah, I had to look that one up as well.
Yeah, so I guess we'll move on to Sinner's Road. Technically, an area you can go to in Act 1.
Yep.
But we didn't mention it back when we were going through there because it's not really relevant to much.
There's no reason to be here in Act 1.
No.
In fact, I straight up don't recommend going here in Act 1.
Me neither. No, because the difficulty here is quite harsh for your equipment.
Your limited health as well.
Yeah, for sure. There are some enemies in this area that they really grinded me hard. So let's talk about the most egregious one, in my opinion. So this area is accessed through Greymoor, as well as a place called Barwater, which we'll get to in a bit. But the easiest and most direct route is through Greymoor, located just above the halfway home inn spot. And there's the muck roaches. So
the muck roaches. Yeah.
These sons of bitches.
They're an enemy that I'm almost annoyed how much trouble they gave me, because it's not as if they don't make what they're going to do obvious. Like, if you have patience and fight them on their terms, then they're fine. But I'm probably like you. I just want to. I just want to dance all over them, and you can't really do that with these ones.
Yeah. So their whole thing is that they'll start asleep. They'll always start asleep, but if you make too much noise or get too close to them, they'll wake up.
Yep.
And they'll do this thing where they'll like chomp their mouth on the spot, and then they'll either do a dash towards you or they'll start just like charging towards you.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with enemies doing 2 health because we come across them loads, right? But the thing that really annoys me is just enemies that when they hit you, they'll do a grab attack so you can't move and you're just forced to watch yourself fail for a second or two. Yeah. And like, it shouldn't bother me as much as it does, but that whenever I'm forced to just wait out something before I can continue playing the game, that really annoys me.
Yeah, there's one enemy that does that. There's one boss that does that, which I can imagine really got on your tits.
Yeah. It's and at this point, if you haven't upgraded your weapon much, these guys have way too much health. They take so many hits to kill. Granted, you can just run past them, and that's probably what I recommend you do.
Yeah, with like most enemies that give you grief, it's usually better just to run past them unless you're actively trying to fill in the journal entry for them.
Exactly, yeah. They won't give you rosaries, they'll only give you shards, so they're not even worth farming.
No. There's plenty of other enemies worth doing that for.
For sure.
God, they only give you 5 as well. Ugh.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Rubbish.
There's a pretty important NPC that's locked in a cage in this area, called the Green Prince.
Yep.
And this is maybe one of the only reasons I would say go here in Act 1 or before you go through Act 2, only because you can maybe make the connections early.
Yeah, I didn't.
I didn't.
No,
me neither. But essentially, this NPC called the Green Prince has the exact same model and look as the Cogwork Dancers that you fought in the Choral Chambers.
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed that I didn't notice that.
Yeah, there's a real big reason for this. So you'll talk to him, and he'll basically say like, oh, hi, please don't go out of your way to rescue me from the cell. I have no intention of leaving, and in fact, me being in here is better for me because it means I don't have to worry about my quest anymore, and I can just give up in peace.
Yeah.
He is like at the end of his rope. He's just the definition of crestfallen at this point.
Yep. And of course, as the player, you ignore him, and you
free him.
You free him.
Yeah. Is this a simple key lock?
Yeah, it's a simple key lock.
Yeah. Okay. So
this is one of the last
him.
ones I used a simple key on.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah. If you do decide to free him, then he'll basically just like he will thank you, but he'll also appear annoyed that he's like, well, I guess I have no reason not to continue my quest now, so I guess I better get going. And you'll then after that be able to find him throughout the Choral Chambers.
Yeah, because I did this quite late. I was only able to see him once.
Yeah, he'll does he show up? Does he fight things with you, or do you show up and he's already killed stuff in the room and then you can talk to him? I think he's already people are already stuff. Dead, and you can just talk to him in the room where enemies usually are.
Yeah, because when you think about it, his moveset would be such a massive giveaway.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, so you don't see him fight. Yeah, but he does eventually get to the Cogwork Dancer arena. If you keep
which is the only place I think I actually saw him.
Oh, really? Yeah, I did see him at a couple other areas, just throughout the chambers.
Yeah.
But he takes a real interest in the corpse of one of the dancers here. And at this point, you really should be able to piece the pieces together in your mind. So we'll get more as to the importance of this in Act 3. For now, we'll carry on through the Sinner's Road. The bench in Sinner's Road is you activate it, and the bell starts to rise up, but gets stuck on something. Something's keeping
keeping it from rising,
from activating properly, right?
Yep.
And this I assumed that this was just a troll bench that you can never activate.
Yep.
And if you want to progress through the Sinner's Road, you have to always start from Greymoor whenever you died and go all the way back through again. It was only until I was finished with the game where I realised you could actually free the bench from a hidden area. I had no idea you could get.
I did realise it before finishing the game, thankfully.
Okay.
Because that is the only bench in Sinner's Road.
It is.
There's another one.
Oh yeah, there is, next to an NPC that we'll talk about in a second.
Yeah.
If you progress through Sinner's Road, you'll eventually get to an NPC called Styx.
Yep.
He's a bro, actually.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Full on bro. He's a bit of a creep. He has a bit of a he has a puts you on a pedestal for sure. And he basically sees you as his queen, and he is your servant.
Yeah.
And his whole thing is if you come back to him every now and then, he will have prepared some silk eaters for you to grab. And we haven't actually talked about these yet, have we? Silk eaters?
No, because I can't remember when you find the first one.
You'll find them all over the Citadel, hanging from a large ball of silk on some ceilings in some hidden areas. But these essentially, whenever you die, you can consume one of these, and it will give you back all your rosaries and your silk that you've lost.
Yep.
So you don't have to go all the way back and get your cocoon again.
Exactly. Well, very similar to the rancid eggs in Hollow Knight. But in Hollow Knight, you actually had to talk to an NPC who would summon your ghost back. Whereas in this, it's just use it on the spot and you get it, which is better because I never used it in Hollow Knight.
Well, it's just so inconvenient for having to go to that specific NPC to do it, right? It's
exactly.
yeah. So yeah, he'll just provide you with essentially an infinite amount of those. You go back every now and then to get some more. There is a boss in Sinner's Road, but it's quite well hidden. It requires the double jump to access, which I think is why I found it so late, because I was already kind of done with Sinner's Road by the time I cleared Mount Fae.
Yep, probably the same with me.
Yeah, but this is the disgraced chef Ligoli.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this one?
Well, I can imagine if you hadn't already been to Bilewater, you would say, this whole maggot taking away your silk mechanic.
We didn't talk about the monk maggots yet, did we?
No, but that's because we haven't been to Bilewater yet.
No, they are in Sinner's Road as well.
Oh yeah, there are. Yeah, there's little pools of them. Yeah, so essentially, if you fall into the water in Sinner's Road, you can see they've got all these little maggots in them. And if you fall into them, it doesn't do any damage to your health or anything, but it starts to drain your silk.
Yeah.
And the only way to get rid of it is to have enough to heal yourself, have enough silk to heal yourself, and then heal. But instead of heal, what you do is you basically fight off the maggots that are on you.
Yeah.
Is that a good description?
It uses up a heal charge, and if you don't do it and you have some silk, it will just slowly drain it.
Yep.
So pricks.
Yeah, hate
it. Terrible.
Awful.
Horrible mechanic that I don't wish wasn't in the game, because it just defines these areas. Like, that's their thing. You're not supposed to like it. But yeah, if it ain't infuriating at times.
Am I right in saying that it doesn't heal you either? It just gets rid of it.
No, it just gets rid of the maggots. It won't heal you.
Yeah, that's awful.
So Ligoli uses this gimmick with some of her attacks. She'll throw some balls of maggots out, and if they hit you, you'll then get infected with this like maggot infestation.
Yeah, she's a disgraced chef for a reason. I'm guessing because this is what she uses to, I don't know, boil pasta with.
Yeah, you can see her like sous chefs in the background hacking away at meat. That I'm assuming is like muck roach and stuff like that.
It looks like muck roaches, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't have too much to say. It wasn't necessarily a hard fight, really.
No, I wouldn't say so. It's just one where
I died once to her.
Yep, but, I died twice.
Okay.
I'd say it's just one of those ones which you really want to avoid getting hit by those water.
The muck roaches.
Is it muck roaches?
Muck maggots.
Muck maggots. Yeah, you want to not get hit by that, because at that point you can't heal anymore. You just won't have time to heal anymore. But otherwise, not a particularly difficult fight.
No, and she does reward you the pickled muck maggot when you defeat her, which is one of the ingredients needed for the chef quest, which is nice.
Yep.
And that's more or less it that I really want to touch on for Sinner's Road. I guess the only other thing we could talk about is that one enemy that you find in the upper parts of it that has like a huge load of chain. The big ones. They're called the Roach. What are they called?
Server? Roach Server? Or was it Roach Keeper? No,
Roach
it's not Roach
Keeper,
Server.
I think that they are.
Yeah, Roach Keeper, the chain ones.
Yeah, big old guys. They're not terribly hard to deal with once you know their moves. They're not that tough. They got quite a lot of health.
Yeah, they're basically
do 2 damage.
They are immune to the jump attacks, which is a shame. They have
this like spike like headpiece that you'll just bounce straight off of.
Yeah, which is fine if you're running past it. But actively fighting it is just a bit of a pain.
Yeah, they give some okay rosaries though.
20.
Yeah,
it says here.
Yeah, it's not insignificant, but
no, not
worth the trouble you have to get to access them.
No, I wouldn't recommend farming that.
No, me neither. So anything else on Sinner's Road?
No, I think we basically covered this whole area.
Yeah.
That's the only boss that's in the area as well.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
Tax. Oh my god, that's where they are.
Oh, you get tax from here. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you want to talk about
yes,
tax because you like this tool, don't you?
Yes, I love this tool. You get it from Kroll and Benjen, who are hidden away in their tent above the sort of cage platforming area. And they give you a quest to hunt down the was it muck roaches?
Of course they do. Yeah.
To kill a bunch of them and take their guts and give them back to them.
Fighting them was so fun already. I only wanted an excuse to fight them more.
Yeah, so you do that, you bring the guts back to them, and then they give you this as a reward. One of the best tools in the game, in my opinion, for certain bosses. Insanely good.
I hugely underutilized this hidden gem of a tool.
Yeah, I will talk about it when we do the second lace fight.
Sure.
Why it's so good, but yeah, I'll save that for now.
Okay. It's important to note that actually these two NPCs that you do that quest for, they are tied to another quest a bit later. That's they're quite a big one. That's also completely optional. Going back to the vaults for a bit, there is an area that you can access from the vaults. You'll access a lever, which... Oh, hello, Noodle.
Yeah, sorry, she was right by the microphone when she did that.
You'll access this huge pit that you fall down through.
Yeah.
And, at the end of this pit, you'll fall into a massive pool of these muck maggots that we've been introduced to in Sinner's Road.
Yep.
And this takes you to an area called Bile Water. And I have a lot to say about this area, actually. Bile Water. I think this is like by far like the blight town of Silksong.
Yep. But that I think that's a disservice to Blighttown. I think this is far worse.
Yes. Yeah, me too.
I can't think of a more annoying poison swamp level in the FromSoft games than this. Pure utter frustration.
The only I don't think anything comes close really. It's it's so big as well. It's huge.
It rivals Choral Chambers as far as size goes.
Yeah.
What are they thinking?
And so let's talk about Bile Water for a bit. So initially, I actually quite liked this area. I thought it had a cool vibe, cool gimmicks, right? It's just, this is the poison area, sure.
Yep,
I'll hang around here for a bit, see what it has to offer, and then move on. One thing I will say is that the soundtrack for this area is so good, but like, at the same time, like, I feel like it's like it couldn't do a worse job of representing the area it's in. It's so nice and peaceful and beautiful, and it's just in an area that's just full of shit.
Yeah, there's a
so
very
weird.
subtle, ominous undertone to it, but yeah, I know what you mean. It's mostly
but it's a really nice track. It's the only thing that kept me going a lot of the time through this area, is that the music was so good.
Yeah.
Really good soundtrack for this area. When you come through Bywater from this way, because you can technically access it from Sinner's Road, but for the purposes of discussion, we'll say that you access it from Whispering Vaults. I think that's the more likely way you'll access it.
Yeah, I think that's the intended way to access it, because you've got that that horrible realization that this whole level is going to be full of muck maggots as soon as they cheekily make you land deliberately in the water.
I don't think there's any way you can avoid it unless you're anticipating it and you have all of the movement tools that maybe you can dash to safety.
I think you have to swim underneath a rock to continue. So I don't think so.
Okay, but one of the things you'll find early on in this place is a item that completely I don't know. I had no idea what this thing did for the longest time, but you'll find this item called the Twisted Bud.
Oh yeah, I had to look this up in Act 3 to see what this did.
Oh really? Okay, yeah. The Twisted Bud is this. You find this little hidden area that has a bunch of wrapped up like vines that you can hit, and when you do, this thing falls out, and when you pick it up, it's one of the very few items in the game where when you're going through your inventory and that, you'll hear it in the background. You'll hear it crying.
Yeah.
It's really annoying because you'll hear it even when you're out on the map screen. You'll hear it muffled in the background from like the pages. This thing is just I had no idea what this did. I had to look it up as well. And we'll get into what this does before we clean up Act 2 fully. It's tied to an optional crest that you can unlock, but it has a pretty big quest line actually.
Yeah.
The gimmick with the enemies in this area usually there'll be these bugs that you'll hit them, and when you do off damage, they'll explode and they'll do damage. Do they infect you if you hit you or poison you or anything?
No, they don't. I don't think so.
Okay, but they will do an explosion when hit, and they'll respawn after a while.
Yeah.
Even if you're on the still on the same screen, they'll just come back.
Yeah, they'll come
after
back.
A little bit. They don't drop anything on death, so you can't really farm them.
No, because they explode. They don't drop anything.
Yeah, they're not the hardest enemies to worry about. They'll just move towards you. They don't shoot anything or anything like that.
No. Yeah.
The bench and the fast travel isn't that hard to find, really. You'll get it fairly early on, I'll say.
It took me until I think my third or maybe even fourth attempt to find the map in this region.
Oh yeah, the map you can't access unless you have double jump.
Yeah.
Which does make navigating this place really hard if you haven't already gone to Mount Fay, which I hadn't.
No, neither had I. But same as you, I got the fast travel station because it signposts it, so it tells you exactly where it is.
Yeah. And luckily there's a bench next to it. So at this point, I just kind of, because I couldn't find the map anywhere and I knew where it was, I just knew I couldn't access it. So at that point, I was like, right, I'm just going to leave and come back to it later.
Yep.
But once you do have double jump, there's a certain part of the map where you can jump up, do a double jump to then wall jump your way up. And that's where Shaka is. And you'll get a map from her. And
this point is probably your final map, I want to say.
Yeah, I would say so.
Might be. I don't know if she gives you one in Wisp Thicket.
There's no map in Whisp Thicket. You just already have it. I'm pretty sure.
Or you pick it up from like a corpse or something.
Yeah, something like that. I don't think you see Chakra in Wisp Thicket. But,
yeah, this is likely the last of Chakra's maps that you find then.
Yeah. And Chakra plays a fairly big part in this area. Like, this is where her quest line ends.
Yep. Yeah, when you get to that.
Yeah. So this opens up to a massive portion of the level that's pretty much just a straight vertical climb.
Yeah.
And it introduces a new enemy called what's it called? It's called like the that big guy, like the
bloat roach.
Bloat roach, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
These muck roaches that's essentially just grown these little wings that somehow managed to suspend them in the air.
Yeah, they're like the bumblebees of.
Yeah. And they'll shoot out this massive AoE projectile similar to what the Kragler did in that fight but it will do it. It will just target you in a direction.
Yeah, just like a massive cone.
Yeah, huge. It covers a really large area, and the gimmick is to hide behind vertical walls that you can jump off of to shield yourself from it.
Yeah, if you have that tool, if you bought that tool, the yellow one that keeps you in place when you wall jump, I think that's like one of the best ones for any of the platforming challenges, really.
Yeah. I used that for a little bit, but I quickly switched it out just because I was able to keep myself in place by just constantly like tap jumping and holding it. So that wasn't really the issue. Because it takes up a valuable slot that I would use for something else, right?
Yeah, so, it's the yellow slot, so it's a compass.
Yeah,
and that's a hard one to give up. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's the only attack that the bloat roach does, the vomit one. So a key strategy to if you want to defeat it is just to pogo off of it. Can't do anything about that.
Nope. Yeah.
So they're not too bad to deal with. You can, I would say, if you want to take them out quickly as well, you can probably just harpoon onto them and then just pogo them to death.
That's what I did a lot of the time. I would manage to get above them and I would just constantly hit them from above. But you still have to time that fairly well, because if you mistime it and fall into its hitbox, I'm pretty sure it still hits you for 2 if you do contact damage.
It's a safe bet that any creature that's that big will always do like 2 hearts of damage.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this whole section is to do with climbing up, avoiding these, and there are also little green bubbles that you can bounce off of on the foreground, like connected to the background. Yeah. That will explode after a bit when you hit them, and they'll respawn after a bit. So they're destroyable platforms essentially, and you have to use those to gain ground. And it took me a while to get to the moment where you see the sign for a bench, right? Because you climb part way up and they'll be like, oh, bench up to the left, keep going.
Keep going.
And keep going. And you eventually get there. And do you wanna go for what happens when you reach the bench?
What happens at this one? Oh, does it crash? Doesn't it make you fall straight into the water?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. You've climbed so high and you rest on this bench, and then before you're able to fully rest the floor crumbles and you fall straight down into I think you fall into a pool of muck maggots.
Yeah, that's
knowing this area. And then you just don't, that bench is just gone. Like no bench there. It was all a ruse. When you were going through this area for the first time, did you like actually find the other bench, the hidden bench?
No, I didn't.
No, me neither.
No,
so there is
so
actually a
to get
bench, so hidden. It's crazy. And when I found out that there was a bench here after I was done with this area, I was so mad, because this bench would have saved me so much time.
Yeah, I agree.
On runbacks, crazy. So
it's not even this interactive map I've got. It doesn't even have it listed. This bench. I know which one you're talking about, but it's that hard to find.
It's really hard, and I expect most people didn't find it when they were doing this area on their first playthrough, for sure. You'll eventually reach a room that closes, and some enemies will spawn. And at this point, I was like, "Oh, okay, it's an arena fight, sure."
Yeah, sure.
So you do an arena fight. You fight some of these enemies that you see a little bit before. They're
these little buggers.
Stiltkins. I think they're called.
Yeah.
They are one of them. I think actually they might be my least favorite enemy in the game.
Yeah, just because they pop up and then they hide.
Almost impossible to actually hit them.
Yeah,
I feel
they deliberately make themselves run away to
They'll come out of the ground. They'll essentially do the tool attack you have, where you throw 3 pins in a arc in front of you.
Yep, very difficult to avoid.
So they're really, really hard to dodge, because they'll be throwing these in really tight spaces or on like platforms above muck maggots and stuff. And then they'll just usually just drop back into the ground again. Barely giving you a chance to hit them. Which annoying. And so I just always just waited, baited out an attack, and then once they went down into the ground again, I would sprint past them and just ignore them.
And you know what? This enemy is the definition of foreshadowing.
Yes.
Yeah, it literally is.
It really is. Yeah. So you fight these and a new type, which is essentially the same, but just not quite as bad. They're like a
No, they're actually
version.
all right. Yeah,
they're okay. They'll fly in the air and they'll throw down spears below them to try and hit you, and then they'll go back into the ground again. But they're nowhere near as bad. You fight a couple waves of those, and then there'll be like this swinging trap that will go from one side of the arena to the other that you have to hug one side to avoid.
Which is the general strategy of dealing with this arena, is to hug either side of the arena. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then once you think you're kind of almost done, the actual boss appears. This guy is called Groal the Great.
Groal the Great.
And yeah, he is far from great. He is the worst.
He is the worst.
He is the absolute worst.
He is probably the worst fight in the game.
By a country mile. There's
only
one boss that comes close to this level of bad.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But it's nowhere near as egregious as this.
No, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
Is he? Is it the one I typed to you about because I was ahead of you at that point?
I don't know. Do you want to just say what?
Pale Stag.
Oh, you found Pale Stag bad?
Yeah, I hate Pale Stag.
Oh, okay.
Not necessarily from a difficulty point of view, but from how it was designed.
Yeah, okay. It's kind of lazy. I'll agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one I'm talking about is Lost Garment. I hated that fight. But,
Lost Garment's annoying.
It's terrible.
But not egregious.
Okay, so Groal the Great, right? So his whole thing is he'll do the same thing as the smaller guys. He'll dive up from the ground, do an attack, dive back down again, right? We've seen that a load of times, so we're used to that at this point. It's just his attacks are just the worst.
Yeah.
So we'll go through them. So the first one he does is he'll inhale like huge amounts of air and he'll try and suck you into his mouth.
Yep. So if you're foolish enough to use your cloak to drift, that'll just suck you straight in.
Yeah. You have to use your dashes and your claw lines to
get out
make distance. Yeah. If you manage to get sucked in properly, he'll just start munching on you.
Yep.
And he'll just continue doing this until you're dead.
Yeah.
The only way to break free is to keep mashing the attack button, and you'll basically hit him from the inside, which does actually damage him.
Yeah.
And it fills up your silk bar. But from what I found, because at one point I was under the assumption where it's like, oh, okay, I just made out this attack. I intentionally get hit, I'll hit him on the inside and then I'll heal afterwards, but you don't get the silk to make up for the amount of damage you take, so it's not really a viable strategy.
No.
This attack will probably, I think bare minimum will always hit you for like 2 or 3, but it might be just that you get hit for 3.
If you're quick enough, it'll just be 2.
Okay. So that will happen. The other attack he'll do is he'll spit out 2 large balls of shit.
Explosion.
That will bounce wherever it lands, and they'll explode in place in a pretty big area. Actually, these are pretty big explosions.
Yeah, it's annoying because at this point you're basically conditioned to stay at one side of the screen or the other, because if you're in the middle, then you're probably going to get attacked by one of the ads that he spawns, or the big swinging trap that comes through the middle of the room. Those explosion ones are almost like a guaranteed hit at that point. There's no real way to dodge them.
No.
Terrible.
Another thing he'll do is he'll just dive into the water. And we should mention that this whole arena is 4 platforms suspended above a muck maggot pit. So you're constantly at risk of falling into the water, where you'll then have to waste a healing charge and be able to even heal again. which is terrible.
It's
so bad.
It's so annoying.
Every time you fall into the pool during this fight, like you just die a little bit inside because you're like, oh god, that's a whole healing charge I have to waste.
There goes my ability to heal this fight. Exactly. I definitely used. I don't know how often you use this this tool, but not tool. What are they called? Upgrades. Ability. No tool. We'll go with tool.
Okay.
Is
like the silk skill? You mean
the ones that you just equip on your crest?
Okay, they're tools.
Yeah, they're called tools. Yeah,
right.
Because on this interactive map, they're called tools, but I guess the offensive ones are also tools as well. Anyway,
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Offensive tools. Yeah.
At this point, somewhere I can't remember where I got the reserve bind, and that gives you a free heal at any point during a fight. If you don't have enough silk, it's just there ready to go. And it refills once you rest at a bench. That combined with the shell of my previous attempt, I leave that there ready to go. Before I desperately need a heal, and then I'd attack it and then get it back. And just doing that enough gave me enough endurance to beat the boss.
Interesting.
On my 13th go.
Oh yeah, don't get me started. It took me 11 attempts to kill the boss. And that's just if I made it to the arena, right? Because the run back, if you haven't found the hidden bench, the run back is probably a good 5 minutes at least. And that's even if you're quick. So I died 10 times on run backs, and I died 10 times in the actual fight itself. So by the time I killed it, I have some footage of me really falling apart.
It's
cursing this game, calling this the shittest game ever made, all this stuff. It's so funny.
I mean,
I was really over it.
What were they thinking?
What were they thinking?
What were they thinking when they did this?
So what was your strategy for dealing any kind of consistent damage, reliable damage to him?
It was just using the throwing blade attack from him from a distance if he was too far away, because there's no point getting close to him, because by the time you get close to him to get a hit in, he just dives right back into the pool.
If he does, or he'll use his ability to suck you in, and because you're so close, there's no way to avoid it, right?
That and the silk spear whenever I had enough to do that. Basically, if I ever fell into the poison swamp or got poisoned for any reason, the fight was over. I was never going to win. So it was just trying to chip away as much damage as I could there, saving enough heals to be able to endure my way through the fight for free, and that was basically it. I had to stop doing this boss at some point to farm more shell shards to get more for the tools, because there's just forget doing it with just your needle. No way.
Oh yeah, this boss definitely taught me the importance of the tool. That's the only thing I'll give it, is that it really taught me that I have these offensive tools for damage, I should really be using them. And I did.
It's a very important mechanic
the tools
of the game.
that I relied on, I went through a bunch of different strategies for this.
What did you land on?
Okay, so initially what I tried was going in with the tool you can get from the alchemist that we didn't actually talk about in Wormways, that gives you the buffer health, the blue health. I tried going in with that, buffed myself up with 5 charges of the extra health.
I didn't have enough. I didn't even complete that quest till Act 3.
Oh, right, okay. So you didn't have that, right? Well, I mean, that didn't really help me at all, because usually I would lose all that extra health before I even got to the boss, because you have to do the waves of enemies before he even shows up. Which we haven't even mentioned. A lot of the time he'll just dive in and he'll spawn more of those enemies before he comes up again, or one of the balls will fall down and you have to go to another side of the arena. Sometimes both. What I eventually landed on was the 3 pins, the 3-fold pin, I just always had that on.
Yeah,
and I also used I also used the Pimpolo tool, the exploding ball that you can throw.
Oh yeah, that's a cool one.
You craft this in a hidden area in Greymoor, and it does a lot of damage, like loads of damage if you hit them, but you have to make sure you're arcing it right. So yeah, I used those two. I used the tool that basically gave you whenever you would take lethal damage, the cracked mask breaks instead, and you're given another chance.
Yep, that's good.
I used that one just essentially for an extra health.
Yep.
And basically I would just whenever I was in a good enough position and I knew he was doing the like breathing attack, but I was above him, I would just pogo hits off of his head.
Yeah.
Or I would just what I would do is I would claw line to him because that does damage too, and then when I bounce off I would dash back away again, and I would try and just rinse and repeat that until
that's
I
smart.
eventually just got him in the end, but it took so long.
Yeah.
When I dealt the final blow where like he started like exploding that, like literally I was when I was watching back my footage, I was literally like mouth open, like I couldn't believe that, like, because at that point I was like, oh my god, it's over. I never have to do this again. I was so relieved, like when I finally landed the killing blow. I'm gonna be honest with you. If we hadn't already agreed that we're going to do this podcast and talk about this game in its entirety, I genuinely don't think I would have completed this game. I don't think I would have had the patience to deal with this. I was like, why am I doing this when I could be actually having fun playing another game? This just like was by far the worst part of this game. Not even close. I hated every second of it. Just under an hour of constant runbacks and attempts is what I racked up. And that took a huge toll on me. That's crazy. The only thing I have in my notes is in all caps I wrote, fuck this boss and this area and this run up. That's just all I wrote.
Which as far as I'm aware is not an unpopular opinion for this boss in this area. No. I think the whole community is in agreement.
Yeah, I sent you a picture of that thumbnail I saw on YouTube where the thumbnail was just like a picture of Groal the Great, and it just says 5-minute run back.
It's the top 5 worst. I did watch that video as well. Obviously
top 5, I haven't watched it yet, but I will watch that. Yeah, top 5 worst run backs. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Of course, it's number 1.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse. I don't think I've ever seen a worse run back in just any other game. That's just the worst run back I've ever had to deal with, ever.
The only other one that I think that comes to the level of annoyance is maybe that one in Dark Souls 2, the DLC one. What's it called? It's where it's the laziest designed area you could possibly imagine. It's just fog and those deer come towards you.
Yeah, I know what you're on about. Yeah, that's infamous. Yeah, but at least that's optional, right?
That's
you don't
optional.
have to do that. But in order to fully complete the game, go to Act 3, you have to kill this guy. So
yeah, you have to.
The reason why is because when you do eventually kill him, you go inside a little hut, which you find the Seeker's Soul.
Yep.
And this is one of 3 souls you have to collect to do like an alternate ending of Act 2. So, there's that. When you can progress a bit past him and go up into a new area, it's visually different. If you go to look at the map, it will say you have no map for it, so you know it's not biowater. And it introduces an enemy that I'm pretty sure was in the first game at some point. It's like you'll walk into a tendril hanging from the ceiling, and it'll grab you and try to pull you up into its mouth. I think that was in the first game.
I don't remember it being in the first game.
It's definitely something that's been done before in Metroidvanias, right? It's like
the only comparison I can think of is the ones in Half-Life 2 that do that.
Yeah, it's essentially that. Yeah. Pretty much. But yeah, so they'll do that. They're quite hard to tell because there'll be loads of just hanging stuff in the foreground and background, and they blend in really well with them. And then there's another enemy that will come out of the ground. This huge creature.
Yep.
They are called...
They're called duck suckers.
That's it, yeah. Their name's really strange. Yeah, duck sucker. Yeah, they're not... They're more imposing than they are tough and like hard to deal with.
Yeah, and this whole area is sort of really dark as well. There's only a small light that comes off of Hornet, and that's all you get. Yeah.
You go past a series of encounters with these guys, and you'll come to two significant things. One is you'll come into a little room that has one of the guys that try to trap you and bring you up to the ceiling to hit you, to deal damage to you. You see one of them munching on the corpse of one of the warden flies that originally captured you to go back to the slab.
Yep.
And in this room you can find the apostate key, which is the third key to the slab.
Clearly that warden had that key on him, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. And when he got trapped by it, he dropped it, and then he got eaten. Yeah.
Yep. Would you reckon the implication is, because it looks like there's a cage round there, I guess the implication is he went searching for people to kidnap and found himself here. Yeah.
Yeah, how he managed to get there is beyond me.
Somehow he managed to get through all of Bilewater perfectly fine.
He must have been a pretty capable bug, right?
Yeah.
Pretty powerful. So to me, that kind of end is quite tragic. But
yeah, right.
Yeah. You also find an NPC here, the Huntress. And she gives you a mission to go and collect a bunch of differently... I don't know, a different assortment of different organs. She asks you to get
different organs prepared
in different ways.
Yeah.
So you essentially have to kill enemies with very specific tools to get a bunch of seared organs, a bunch of skewered organs, and a bunch of sheared or something like that, serrated organs or something like that.
I sadly never completed this quest.
Okay.
So you have to tell me what you get.
I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me check the interactive map. She gives you... you didn't complete this.
She gives you the long claw. She gives you
such a good tool. It increases the range of your attacks when you equip it. It's so good.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't have been too much of a... Yeah, that would have come in handy then, but when I used the Shaman crest at the end, I don't think it really mattered that much.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, you don't really need it for that. But no. This really helped with just the Reaper crest, for sure. Being able to hit enemies from further away is just huge. It's always like one of the best upgrades in these type of games. It's the one that I always used in the first game when I got it.
Yeah, 100%. I always use that as well.
Yeah. So that's a really good upgrade. One definitely worth doing for sure.
No, I wouldn't say it's a difficult quest to do. The reason I didn't do it is because I thought it was quite tedious.
No,
so you have to get
tedious. It's a lot of busy work.
You have to get seared organs, shredded organs, and skewered organs, which requires you to equip different tools to get the enemies to drop this.
So I used the Pimpolo to get the seared ones that would do fire damage, and I would use the there is this tool I think you get from the architect in the Underworks that basically you throw out a spike gear that when it touches the ground it will then shoot out along the ground.
Yeah, the Cogwork
and hit
wheel.
Anything in its path. Yeah. I used that for the shredded stuff.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what I think I used the long pin for the...
Yeah, to get the skewered ones, you need to use the long pin, the needle file, oh my god, that sounds... I've never said that out loud before. Needle file? What did you call me?
Yeah.
Needle file. Oh, Jesus. Or the sting shard.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
It just requires some experimentation. If you're unsure, just look up what tools you need to use and just get them done. It's just the run back to get back there. If you haven't unlocked a certain shortcut, is quite a run back. So I can understand why you wouldn't be bothered to go back there.
Nah, couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, which is that's totally fair. But yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about in Bilewater? I think that's
yeah, I was gonna say
right.
you already said that this part of Putrified Ducts, you unlock it now, but you are gated off from the rest of it because you have to access it from a different point in the game.
Yeah, this is the only part of the Putrified Ducts that you can walk around at this point, and
you can't get the map at this point. Yeah. No, let's be done with Bilewater.
Well, I guess
no,
the only other thing we could talk about is this is where Shakra's quest ends.
Yep.
There is a secret part just before the boss fight that you can go to this area where it's just it's really beautiful actually. It's this massive fresh water spring with this huge waterfall, and there's this corpse of it's confirmed that it's Shakra's mentor that she's been searching for.
Yep.
Who has found this place, this oasis, and has just decided to live the rest of her last moments here, really, and just died here peacefully. Yep. Go on.
I was going to say they have. I know you're not a Star Trek person, but they have like their culture is very much like the Klingons, where they would rather die in honor than to have like a peaceful death.
Okay, yeah.
Which I believe she mentions is that she says a lot of people would say that she had a bad ending.
Yeah.
But Shakra sees it differently. She sees it as a dignified way to go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, really beautiful area considering it's connected to
it's gorgeous.
The worst area in the game.
Yeah.
A real oasis.
Yeah, it's lovely, and she even gives you her signature brass ring tool as a weapon to use.
Well, yeah, which I think
actually, I use this a lot.
Same. It's very good.
It's so good. It will bounce off the wall, so it will hit things multiple times. It seems to almost have some sort of homing effect to it because it always seems to hit things on the screen.
Yeah, it finds its way to its opponents.
For pretty much the rest of the game from here on out, I just almost exclusively used this throwing ring and the three-fold pin, and that was my loadout.
Two very solid tools. Yeah. Agreed. I was gonna say also in this area, I had no idea that Chakra was a potential fight that you could do.
Until, me neither.
Until I looked up on the wiki, but I was kind of expecting that in this little area.
Yeah, it seemed like an arena fight where you could Chakra would be like, I see my mentor here. I don't want to go out the same way. Would you do me the honor of doing a last fight? I feel like that would have been a cool thing. But
I feel like
it's
that's
nice to
kind
still
of
have her around.
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't go that way because I feel like that's almost overdone in a lot of ways.
Well, the thing is that I feel like they could have had it both ways because I don't know if you knew this about the first game, but do you remember when you fully upgraded your weapon and then the smith was like, he would walk outside and he'd be like, can you just kill me with the blade that I forged? Because that's my life's work. I'm done. But if you decide not to do that and leave him, eventually he'll go to one of the he'll go to the paint master guy, and then he'll just hang out there. So I feel like it would have been cool if you had the option to fight her, but equally if you said no and you left, then she would have an alternate ending, and you could basically choose her fate, which I think would
that would be interesting.
Quite
cool.
You're
right. That would be interesting.
Yeah,
because she still serves a purpose in Act 3. Not a massive one, but she's still, she's still an important NPC. Yeah, I know what you mean about the one in Hollow Knight. I'm just remembering that. Because the Team Cherry added them as bosses in the Godhome DLC.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. They did. Yeah.
Really cool fights. Really good.
Yeah.
Who knows? There might be something similar in updates or something. Who knows?
I'm sure they'll release a Godhome DLC of some kind for
boss
Silksong.
rush. Yeah.
With, And I hope they do actually, because a lot of the fights in that DLC were they didn't just reuse bosses. They made them cooler, right? The Mantis Lords fight, you'd fight all three at once.
Yeah, all
instead
three
of
of
just
them
two.
at once.
and stuff like that. And they added a lot of new fights as well, which I feel like they could definitely do in this 100%. Game as well.
Yeah. But that's Barwater. We do come back. I don't know when you want to talk about it. We do come back to Barwater a little bit later for another boss. Significantly better. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Are you talking about the Mist area?
Just before the Mist, the fight with the Phantom.
Yeah, no, that's you have to go through the Mist first to get to the exhaust organ.
Okay, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, because that bit's I remember
we'll talk
now.
About the Mist
that bit's
now.
plugged in. Okay.
Yeah. So right next to the travel station of Bywater, there, if you decided to go the other way, you would access this really weird area called the Mist. And I came here relatively early.
Same. When I discovered Bywater.
Yeah.
I went here just by accident, really.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. And I was like, oh, this looks cool. I'll explore around here a little bit. This place is really interesting. It's got a really weird gimmick to it that's really not obnoxious, but like it's really convoluted to like know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I'd say the solution to getting through this is quite obscure.
Yes, definitely. The intended solution.
Yeah, and in many ways I did figure this out on my own, but I didn't at the same time.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, so what we'll say is, as you're traversing through the Mist, you'll keep finding yourself going to an edge of a screen. You'll be like, hang on a minute, I haven't found a map here, and wait a minute, this looks familiar, I've been here before. The areas keep repeating themselves over and over again. And at some point you just, if you fall out of one of the areas, it just kicks you right back to the start. So there's an intended direction and solution to getting through this, which, like we just said, is very obscure.
It is, yeah.
And I don't know about you, but I did notice the little butterflies, the little moths that are dotted around. I looked at them and I played the needle in. I was like, oh, that's cool. They react to the needle in, but my brain didn't think further than that.
Yeah,
I got to the point where I discovered what the solution was. Without knowing it.
Yeah. So you play the needle in for them, and then they'll fly away in the direction that you're supposed to go. They'll fly away in the direction of the scene transition that you're supposed to walk through to progress. And you do that on 6 different screens to get to the other side. I had no idea. I played the needle in for the Wraith enemy in this area.
Oh yeah.
Because I thought maybe that's what you had to do, but then like nothing happens. They will stand in place and give you some lore dialogue.
That's what all the enemies do. But yeah.
Yeah. Should we talk about the Wraith? It's the only enemy in this area.
Yeah, we can briefly mention it.
They're just ghosts. They don't even look like ghosts of bugs. They just look like ghosts, right? Very out of place for this game.
What's the area in Dark Souls where those ghosts are? What's that called?
New Londo Ruins.
Yes, New Londo Ruins. They're basically they're almost that kind of equivalent. Which made me assume that you couldn't kill them.
Yeah. No, you can. They'll just respawn.
Yeah, you can. I don't know why. I didn't even try. I just saw them and was like, oh, I can't kill them. I'm just not going to bother. Don't know why I didn't try, but
they're
not particularly difficult either.
Their whole thing, they're not. Their whole thing is if you get close enough, they'll activate, and then they'll do a shriek, and it's an ear-piercing shriek. Like it hurts my ears every time they do it.
Actually,
because if I turn the volume down. If I turn the volume down to where it doesn't affect my ears much, then I just can't really hear the rest of the game, so I just kind of endured it. But yeah, probably shouldn't. But
yeah, I just played this on my speakers at this point. I didn't have my headphones in, so it wasn't too bad.
Oh yeah, I was playing with headphones, so for headphone users, it's a bit eerie. But yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can say that on YouTube, so we might bleep that out. But yeah.
Oh yeah, I should probably do that. Yeah, you're right.
They'll do a charge towards you, and if they come into contact with you, they'll grab you, deal 2 damage to you, and then you'll I think the screen fades to black and you respawn on the last thing you were on, or they just let you go, one of the two.
They also drain 3 strands of silk as well.
Oh, they drain your silk. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Which isn't good. It's never good whenever anything drains your silk, because then you have to keep hitting them again to get it back. So, but yeah, so you're intended to go through 6 screens, always seeing where the butterflies go each time, and then you'll eventually get to the other side of it, to a place called the exhaust organ. Fun fact: when I first got to the mist, I actually just pure luck. I was just going from screen to screen for like quite a long time, and then I eventually just lucked out and managed to hit the 6 right exits in a row, and I got here. Right?
I think the odds of that happening is rare. That is rare. Oh my god,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
And do you know what's funny is that I went through the whole exhaust organ, and I freed the flea that's above it, and I thought, I guess that's it. I'm done, and so I left. I didn't find the boss here until after I was done with the game.
Well, that's a shame.
I just didn't know it was there. But yeah, it's a real shame.
That's a shame.
But what you're intended to do is you go through this exhaust organ, which is just this giant machine building that you can enter. That's surrounded by maggot pools. You go inside, and it's a bunch of narrow corridors and vertical shafts that have either spikes on them that you have to dodge, or like the steam stuff that you have to avoid that will damage you if you walk into it. It's a pretty small little area. It's not big. But there is a pretty, I wouldn't say important boss, because I don't really know what it's really about, to be honest, but there is a boss here.
Actually one of my favorites as well. Phantom.
Yeah, Phantom's really good. And I'm really annoyed that I didn't find this earlier when I first got here, because
I'm guessing it was easy by the time you fought it.
I was too overpowered, but that it just wasn't even a challenge, and I feel like I did it a disservice by fighting it at the point that I did, because I just breezed through it. So I don't have a very accurate representation of like this fight as a whole, so you probably have a better idea.
I have a little bit of a better idea,
than me.
But it still didn't give me too much grief, because it's not particularly challenging. Very, very obviously telegraph attacks. It did make me realise there's a lot of these like one-on-one duel fights in this game. Where you're fighting something of sort of equal size, and they have like a weapon that they use, and it crops up a lot in Act 3. This kind of fight.
It does.
But I really enjoyed the gimmick of this fight, using the organ, using that massive, like you said earlier, you had to traverse through this obstacle to get to her, and she basically uses that as a massive AoE attack, which is great.
She when you enter her arena, she's just playing on a massive organ, that's responsible for it's responsible for just the mist biome in general, right? It's because once you pretty much her, that area is completely gone. You can't go back there. So she's creating this kind of like dream kind of zone, like this place that doesn't really exist. Which is really interesting.
Very interesting. Who knows what the lore implications of this is? I'm sure someone will do the work.
There must be some.
It's I seem to remember, I might be wrong about this, but it's not a bad run back either, because before you enter this arena you can unlock the side of it, which takes you to the bench in Biowater. I can't remember if that happens before or after the fight. I think it's after, right? No, is it before? You didn't die to it, so
it's after. It's after. So if you
it is
don't,
after.
If you don't,
so if you do die to this fight,
Yes, you'll have to go through the mist again. No, because there is a bench inside the organ that you can rest at.
Yes, and it's right outside it.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, let's just give that away. I didn't die to this fight, you didn't die to it either.
I died once to it.
Oh, did you? Oh, so you must have...
Yeah, I still died once to it, but I think it was just stupid mistakes. So it must have caught me off guard, because it takes me a bit of time to learn moves properly, so I was probably just caught out by like a move or something. But yeah, I did die once to it. But I wouldn't say the fight was hard.
No, a lot of her attacks can just be jumped over.
Yeah,
not particularly complicated or anything, but my favourite thing about this boss is how it ends with a very anime style.
It's extremely anime.
It's very anime, isn't it? You so you both go to one side of the screen and the other, and then you clash with each other. And then you bounce back, and then you clash once again, and then so everything sort of freezes, and you're like, oh, what's going on here? And then a little prompt comes up on the screen saying, press right bumper to parry. And you do that, and then Needle does this, Polnit does this very cool little animation where she darts about the screen to finish her off. She lets out a massive yell. It's very cool. And that's how the parry ability unlocks, which I know
a more reliable parry, because you can technically parry attacks if you attack at the right time. You can block an attack from going through, but it's really hard to time.
Yes, it's not reliable and not worth doing at all.
Yeah, this essentially makes it you press a button, and then if anyone attacks you within a certain time frame, then you'll just automatically parry, and you'll do this similar kind of flurry of attacks around them, the same you do to Fan here.
It's really cool. It's called the cross stitch. Skill. Yeah. I would say objectively,
I used it a little bit.
Yes, I used it quite a lot on some of the Act 3 bosses. I'm aware that objectively, it's not one of the best Silk skills. Because you actively have to try and get yourself in a damaging zone to use it. Whereas if, say, you use the other ability that does that exact same circle of damage, I forgot what it's called. Threadstorm, which you can use whenever. That's obviously objectively better. But it's so satisfying pulling off a parry in this game that really I never unequipped it at this point. I loved it.
Nice. Nice. I still went back to the Silk Spear. I don't know why. It just complemented my attack style quite nicely.
Fair enough. It's one of the best ones.
Yeah, it's decent. It does a lot of damage, and it has range to it, so you don't have to worry about getting too close and putting yourself in a vulnerable position to use it. I think in general, I just really underutilized Silk skills because I was so aware of the fact that to use it, you're basically foregoing a healing charge, right? Because it also uses the Silk. So until I became really confident with a fight, I would never use them because I would always like to have a heal in reserve for if I made inevitable mistakes learning moves and stuff.
That's why when I use the Shaman Crest, that's why I always had the reserve bind tool ready to go. So that I could use Silk skills more often. But we'll get to that later. Right, let's. That's Phantom. So, what would you like to talk about next?
So next, we can just briefly go over the Memoriam.
It's
just a little area. Just before you go to the Cogwork Dance Arena, on that same long stretch that you fight the Grand Reeds, there's a platform that you can go up to. I think once you have the double jump that you need to get up there. There's this little piece of the Citadel where essentially they're just trying to artificially recreate the other biomes of the world, just in a little capsule that they've made for themselves. The only real significance of this area, you find one of the memory puzzles, like the Simon Says things with the bells, to get your third cog heart piece. And then also way up, There's the last one you need. You come across the huge flea in this area, which is just quite a funny little moment because you free him, and then instead of like doing the typical "Awoo" flying away, he'll just start trying to fight you. Yeah, which is really funny, and he actually killed me.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, he killed me. Yeah, I think I got really like complacent with it and overconfident. Like he just caught me off guard with a charge and got me. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, you beat some sense to him and then he flies away to join the herd.
He flies enough to join the caravan.
Yeah.
Right, 1 sec. I need to take Noodle off the door. She's sat on the door at the moment.
Oh yeah, I can hear her.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only other thing I think we need to talk about is that you can access a hidden area to get above Songclave. It's like bridge above it, which does lead to the main part of the Putrified Ducts. Which is, thank God, it's more harsh than Bilewater, but because it's so much shorter, I can give it a pass. Because it's really brief.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
But it definitely has one of the more annoying enemies here, the Spit Squits.
Yeah, they are annoying, aren't they?
They are. They're kind of like the primal. What they're called? The bugs from the first game. The primal. I can't remember what they're called. But anyway, they're the bugs that would shoot out like a arc of 3 shots in the air. They're kind of like that. But like, they're really hard to hit, and they'll just constantly barrage you with shots that you have to dodge. And we're still dealing with muck maggot pits in this area.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it makes sense. It's called Putrified Ducts.
Yeah, this is a grim area.
Yeah. But as you traverse your way through it, the map you can access pretty much straight away. After you do the first jumping puzzle, you just drop down, and it gives you the map. And if you drop even further down, then you can break through the other way to access Putrified Ducts from Bilewater.
A little shortcut to get back to the Huntress if you haven't already done the quest there.
Yeah,
you can add it in.
So that's there.
The other. There is a NPC in the Putrified Ducts that you can get to after doing, like, actually quite a challenging section where you have to intentionally get grabbed by the barn axe that are on the ceiling that will pull you up, and then you have to break free at the right time to be able to traverse over spike pits to reach another section. It's actually a bit tough.
Yes,
quite
it
tough.
is. I agree.
Took me a couple tries to get through. But it's mandatory for Act 3, which is funny, because you meet an NPC here who is part of the Flea clan, called Vogue. She was essentially the warrior Flea who protects the other Fleas, and she had gone out to what was it? She was just out looking for lost Fleas, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because she has a record of every single one. And their locations. So
she was out trying to find them, but she got herself, I don't know, in a bind here. She got stuck or something.
She got herself locked in a corner.
So you free her, and then she'll go back with the other members of the caravan. And there's not much else to this area until once you found all the fleas. The caravan will eventually move here. There's a part of the map way over to the right, past all of this area, and it's essentially the same as the part in Bilewater where Chakra's quest ended, and it's where all that water was rushing from. It's essentially a big open pool, very similar to the lake that's above the Sea of Tears in the first game. That kind of vibe. And this is where the fleas will settle for good at the end of their kind of quest line. Once you free all the fleas, they'll move here.
Yeah, so I guess the implication is this is the aqueducts where this sewage from the capital went over, but obviously really badly managed, so it spills into the water around this area. And then because it's above Bilewater, I imagine Bilewater was this nice like haven, like really nice luscious area before all this sewage got drained and landed in this whole area.
Yeah,
I guess that's the implication.
Sure. Yeah, I'm assuming that in its prime it might have been similar to kind of like a Verdania kind of vibe.
Yeah, that's probably what I was going for. Yeah,
place a bit later. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's in ruins now, pretty much. They will name this place Fleetopia when they move there, which is funny.
Yeah, it was cute.
Yeah. And that's basically Putrified Ducts. There's no boss there. One of the few areas in the game that doesn't have a boss.
Just a couple
which is
of
interesting.
different enemy types, and that's it.
Yeah. I think it might be the only area in the game without a boss, you know?
Hunter's March doesn't have one. Oh, wait, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No,
right.
not unless you count. Well,
you
you can count Savage Beastfly because it's in the chapel, so I guess that does have a boss.
Oh, it does have a boss. Yeah, I think it might be the only area in the game without a boss. Actually, High Horse doesn't have a boss. No, it does.
doesn't have a boss.
It does.
Memoriam
doesn't have a boss. Yeah. But
it's one of the few
Putrified
areas.
Ducts is a lot bigger than Memoriam. I feel.
Yeah. It definitely is width-wise. I guess Memoriam has a little bit more detail and
Looking at the map, it's kind of the same, but Putrified Ducts feels bigger than Memoriam for sure. So the only other place to talk about area-wise before we wrap up Act 2 is the Whisp Thicket. This is an area that by the time I got to finishing the games, I had to look up how to find this area because I couldn't find it on my own.
I can over.
Really well hidden. Yeah. So to access this place, you have to go all the way back down to Greymoor and ascend through one of the towers and basically get onto the roof above it. And you have to go up through a hidden area in this hidden area, essentially. And then in this place you have to there's the subtlest of hints that there's a hole in the ceiling because there's a tiny metal wall that's like sticking out of the ceiling, tiny. And you have to essentially wall jump off of this to go up into this area called the Wisp Thicket, which is a really small area, but it's got a really cool vibe to it, I think.
Yeah, really good theme. I agree. Very cool.
Yeah. Do you wanna take this one?
I will briefly. I'll say that the way that this one's themed is that there's a lot of the way it's lit is that it relies on lanterns basically to light up the whole area, which creates this really nice sort of gloomy atmosphere. You might have to take over because I can't remember what enemies there are.
So there are these enemies that are wielding by these flaming torches that are wearing these red hoods, and they will spawn wisps from their torches that will fly around and then home in towards you and explode, and you have to dodge out of the way of them. They're not too bad. They caught me off guard the first time I went to this area, just because I wasn't expecting the wisps to fly down and explode on me. But I think that's the only enemy in this area. They're called burning bugs. And then you've got the wisps that there will be these lanterns that will be on the walls in certain parts that will just constantly spawn them, and you have to smack them a few times to break them to stop them spawning. And
nothing
that's
bad.
about it, really. That's literally for enemies. That's pretty much it. There is a boss in this area, though.
To the very far left of it.
And it's on the map. It's intentionally coloured different because it's technically part of Bellhart. It's directly above Bellhart, and it is the inside of the shell that I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the Underworks, like the outside of it. But you can see a bunch of there's this huge, just kind of like, I don't know, it's this structure that's made. Effigy, that's
a giant effigy
Father of the Flame.
Of one of those creatures that you would have seen in the Whispering Vaults, the spider-like creatures. It's basically like a giant version of one of them on top of a...
Like a giant Vault Keeper, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. With a huge red sack on its head as well.
Yep, so, and to, I think, everyone's surprise, this is a boss.
Yeah, it's the most gimmicky of all the bosses for sure.
I've heard this
a puzzle fight.
Yeah, it's a puzzle fight. I've heard this being described as Bed of Chaos 2.0, which is a bit harsh.
That's really harsh.
It's way more.
Bed of Chaos
fun.
is way worse. Bed of Chaos is way worse than this. Yeah, I would say it is definitely just a gimmick fight. Like there's no real fighting involved. It's just you have to jump around the arena, breaking all of the fire lanterns that are spawning the wisps. And then when you do, eventually it'll expose the inner core, and then you just have to hit that a few times, really. But I will admit that I had no idea what I was doing the first time I came into this fight, and I just eventually died just from wisps trying to figure out what the hell I was doing.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I had no idea. It took me a while to figure out because I didn't know at this point that you could hit the lanterns before that would spawn them.
Oh, right,
once
I
I
see.
figured that out, I was like, oh, maybe I have to break the ones in the boss fight.
Yeah, in this little arena.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a bit of an annoying run back.
Yeah, not the worst.
Not the worst.
It's,
I only have had to do it a
annoying.
couple times.
Yeah,
I mean, it's basically like a just one big jumping puzzle boss fight.
Yeah.
Not even that bad. Very cool spectacle-wise as well.
It looks cool
visually. It looks really cool, and I love how like when you destroy one of the limbs, it burns the rest of it off.
Yeah, it's great.
Which is great, and then it leads into the second phase where you have to attack the core. So I guess that's why it's compared to Bed of Chaos.
Yeah, but at least the floor doesn't crumble below you, and there's instant death pits and stuff like that. So
yeah,
there is that.
A cool little gimmicky moment, but it's not really worthy of much discussion.
No, it is one of those bosses that will, once you beat it, it will explode. Like the core will fall down, and it will explode if you're near it, which I did get hit by.
Yeah,
it didn't kill me, but I did get hit by it. Caught me off guard.
Yeah,
I should have expected it.
Yeah.
I died twice to this fight apparently somehow. I guess I was just really impatient sometimes with the wisps.
Yeah, I died twice. The fire just does 2 damage, so it's
yeah,
it's quite quite brutal that way.
Just be patient and don't take unnecessary risks, because there's no time limit. You just take your time and just destroy them one by one. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's about it for Whisp Thicket. To be honest.
The game could have not had this whole area in it, and I'd still feel the same.
Yeah.
You know,
it was unnecessary in my opinion.
Yeah, it didn't add or it didn't take away from the game. It was just there.
So by this point, that's pretty much everything of Act 2. But there's just a couple bosses that we can quickly talk about before we get to like the main bosses of Act 2, the end ones. So by this point, we have all of the cog heart pieces, which we can take to a certain room inside Cogwork Core, which unlocks an NPC called the Second Sentinel. This is basically just a sentient robot that's kind of like one of the most advanced designed bug replicas that the Citadel has been able to manufacture. And it will travel around the Choral Chambers and help you fight enemies in certain rooms. But you can eventually find it in a room inside the High Halls where it will challenge you to a duel, essentially. And we do just that. We fight the Second Sentinel. This is a good boss, good duel boss.
Yeah, it's
I don't
pretty
have
cool.
anything bad to say about it.
No,
I wouldn't say it's particularly difficult.
No, it doesn't have as many moves as you'd expect it to have.
No, it's quite quick though.
Yeah,
it's definitely a quick boss. Its attacks very quick. Can't remember in great detail the kind of attack she does.
She does like a little cross attack where she sort of charges up a beam of light which strikes out in a cross.
Oh, that's right.
Which there's another enemy that does that, but I can't remember what it was.
There is. I think it's another boss that does that.
Yeah, it's another dual type boss. It might be Seth later on, but I can't remember. But yeah, it basically does like light attacks. I mean light attack as in like it shoots beams of light at you, as well as general strikes, stuff you've already seen before. I guess another cool detail about this boss is when you hit it, it sort of like bleeds cogs and things like that.
Yeah,
so that's pretty
cool. Little touch.
Yep.
Yeah. I died once to it.
I died twice.
And then got it on my second try. Yeah.
Yeah, not too bad. It doesn't have much health, so it's not a very long one.
No, it's not that long of a fight. But it was a cool little optional thing that it had a use for the cog hearts that you've been collecting, and that wraps that up quite nicely. The other,
it doesn't die either when you kill it.
Oh yeah, it doesn't.
It just talks to you again, and shows up in places in Acts 3, I think.
Yeah. So.
Yes, that's where I got the reserve bind from. That is worth doing this fight just for that. That's one of the best blue items you can get in the game.
Oh yes, you get the reserve bind tool from defeating it. Yeah. Oh yeah, holds a bind's worth of silk that could be used even when out of silk. Wow, that's actually really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you not ever use it?
I don't think I really read it properly. But no, that's actually sounds crazy good. Yeah. Yeah, really, awesome. Really useful. Yeah, that's a great tool. Yeah, definitely worth fighting to get for sure. Another boss that's just tied to a little optional, that's tied to a little quest is you go back to the slab, and in the room where you fought the bugs that have stolen your tools, there is an opening that you go into like a little burrow, and you fight a boss called Broodmother. The for some reason online people like really despise and hate and say it's really hard. I've seen some people have said like they found this boss really difficult, to which I say the fuck. it's so easy. It does nothing. It just flies around and just spawns little flies, and that's just about it really. I killed it on the first try.
Same.
I don't know. Some people just compared it to Frustrations with the Unraveled, and I just really struggled to see why.
It's a small arena. I'm having to watch it again to remember the fight.
Right. Yeah.
It's just a little Gruzmother thing where it goes up and down the arena. That's cute. I might not have even seen that attack. That's how quickly I think I killed it. I didn't know it did that.
Yeah, it's super easy, and I don't know why some people online struggled with it, but I'd read some people that did, so I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, because you have to get quite a bit into Act 2 to do this as well, because you have to go back to the slab.
Yeah.
Which you wouldn't necessarily do straight away.
No, it's funny that I read that some people struggled with it. But,
I know, that's fun.
That was just the insignificant appetizer to the big boss of the slab. This is what everyone came to see.
Yeah.
The apostate key that we earned back in the Putrified Ducts unlocks a room. It unlocks a room that leads to this massive, like high security containment cell, like solitary confinement type shit. Where they lock all of the biggest sinners away. And here you can unlock the prison cell of the first sinner. God, this boss is so good.
Yeah, it is.
So good. Like, if it wasn't for before I went to Act 3, it was by far my favorite boss of the game.
That's fair.
So good.
It's a tough one.
It's really hard, but at the same time, it's just a masterclass in designing a boss that's hard but fair at the same time.
Totally agree.
It's relentless. absolutely relentless in its attacks.
Yeah.
It never gives you really a moment to breathe.
Nope.
And it requires mastering his dodging his attacks and learning the openings when to strike back. And it just really emphasizes you to be as aggressive as he is. Otherwise, he's just going to walk the floor with you.
It's a little bit of, we said this before, a little bit of foreshadowing for the final boss of Act 2. With that little needle attack as well, where it shoots the pins, which interestingly enough, I suppose, that's what the Unraveled does as well, and they're related to the final boss. So that's kind of good. That's kind of interesting.
Really cool. It has two phases.
Reminded me a lot of Widow.
I would say so.
Yeah, because I guess they're bred from the same sort of cloth.
Widow fight that utilizes the silk just to do all of his attacks.
And if you thought the first phase was quick, oh my god.
His second phase is like insane. So good though. Loved it. I loved every moment of it, and I'm sad that I beat it as quick as I did because I just loved fighting it. I only died twice to him.
Oh, okay. I got 6 times to this.
I just these are the kind of fights that I just love fighting, like the quick, aggressive ones. It's very Bloodborne-y.
Very
you just have to
Bloodborne-y.
be as aggressive as they are. I have nothing bad to say about this fight at all. It's just great. It's great.
Agreed. Yeah. Very good fight.
And it's a shame that it is optional.
I suppose optional in that if you're not going for the complete ending, then is it tied to a quest? Is it required for Act 3? I think so. Let's have a look at my little interactive map and see what she gives you. Rune Rage. What's this?
Yes.
Oh, that's just a silk skill.
I don't know if it's required for Act 3. I don't think it's tied to a quest.
Reward Heretic. What's that as a reward?
That's just an achievement.
Oh, I see. Maybe it is just completely optional then.
I think it is just completely optional.
The same as Unraveled, I suppose.
It's crazy good. And I'm glad that I found it as early as I did, because this was the boss that I fought right after I beat Groal the Great. I went straight to this area after getting the key, and this just restored my faith in the game. This restored my faith in the whole game. I went from fighting the worst boss to one of the best. It's just it's great.
Ludicrous. Swap those two rounds. This should be a compulsory boss, and that guy should not be.
Yes.
He should be the optional one.
100%. The only thing I really want to talk about before going into the Cradle is just quickly talk about the courier NPCs in Bellhart. They'll give you these quests to deliver certain things to certain NPCs, and each time they get progressively longer to travel, and they're fragile packages. So if you get hit, you'll lose some health on the package, and if you take too many hits, you have to restart from the beginning again.
You have to tell me about this, because I only did either 1 or 2 of them.
Okay. So the first one you get, you have to. The only ones I can remember is you have to take one all the way to Styx in Sinner's Road, and you have to take one. You have to take one to Styx, and then the second one is you have to take it up to the guy that you're doing the food quest for in the Choral Chambers.
Yeah, he needs the Queen's Egg.
Yeah, and then the final one, you have to make a trek all the way from Bellhart to the Mask Maker in Mount Fay, and you can only take, I think, 2 or 3 hits the whole way there, and you can't fast travel while you're holding them because it will destroy the item.
Yeah, it'll break immediately.
It's similar to that. Yeah, it's similar to that quest in the first game where you had to deliver a flower from one side of the map to the other. But that one, if you got hit once, it went away. So that was a bit harsher.
I remember the strategy to that one was that you would clear the path beforehand. And then do that quest. so that there's no enemies along the way.
Which you can do here.
Yeah, you can do the same thing here.
Yeah.
Which I think, I did do when I was doing the Queen Egg.
Yeah, that's fair. And then the only other thing I want to touch on is the quest line with the Crest of the Witch, where you use the that little bug thing that you got back in Barwater.
The Twisted Bud.
The Twisted Bud. So if you take that back to Greyroot, the NPC that you got the polyp hearts for in Shellword, she'll see it and she'll be like, oh yeah, give that here. This will be great for the transformation or whatever, really cryptic shit.
Cryptic shit.
And if you agree to helping her out, she'll essentially just like contort her body and grab you and just like integrate you into her and just like wrap you in root essentially, like, and just infest you.
Yeah, it's quite disturbing.
Really weird. It's quite a disturbing scene. Yeah. And you wake up encased in vines way below Shellword, and you have to break your way out, and your crest is replaced with this cursed one. You can't equip any tools. And you can't heal, right?
Yep.
Until you cure it.
Yeah.
Which is really harsh if you don't know what you're doing.
Yep. Yeah, because I can imagine this happens and you don't know how to cure it, then this would be so annoying.
Yeah, right. To the point where there's a unique ending you can get if you defeat the end boss of Act 2 while cursed. You'll get a unique cutscene.
Yeah, I haven't seen that cutscene.
Yeah, it's cool. It's very.
Did
it's
you
like
do
really
it?
Bad ending. No.
Okay.
I just got the quest done and. Yeah. Because I think it's definitely doable. The end fight of Act 2, I wouldn't say it's particularly tough, but
no, I do agree. But yeah, we'll get into that later.
Yeah,
for the love of God, if you're going to do this quest, do it in Act 2. Don't wait till Act 3 to do it like I did. Because
did you do
traversing?
it in Act
3? Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
This was awful.
Yeah, go on.
Just trying to traverse the spoilers for Act 3, but the ruined areas of Greymoor and the tougher enemies that are nearby. Oh, so frustrating. I hated it so much.
Yeah.
I made that so much more difficult for myself.
In Act 3. Yeah, there's gimmick in Act 3 where certain enemies will just be infested by the void and they will just do really obnoxious attacks that always do 2 damage, and it's just, what you do when you get cursed is you have to go to the NPC in Greymoor called Yarnaby, who's in this locked bell home, who you might have come across before. And she tells you, oh yeah, that's really bad what you got inside you there. I can help you out, but I'm gonna have to get something first, and the only place that you can get it is from those 2 bugs back in Sinner's Road that you got the muck roach meat for.
Kroll and Benjen.
Yeah. So you go all the way back to them. Still cursed. Yeah. Go on. What were we gonna say?
Yeah, I was going to say, they are dead in Act 3.
Yeah, they are.
So how does
it work in Act 3? Can you still do it?
Yes, you can still do it. By their corpses is the steel spines that you have to find. But otherwise, if they're still alive in Act 2, they charge you 160 rosaries.
Yeah.
To buy it off them.
You have to pay for it.
Which you might not even have on you.
Yeah. Yeah, I did at this point. I farmed quite a bit. So you do that, and you go back, and then you get a really cool cutscene, actually, of Yarnaby doing the surgery.
She bought
that's made by good material for some thumbnails on YouTube. Yeah. She gets this really intimidating looking apparatus that's just gonna like spike you and gouge this stuff out. And it essentially just you're not quite cured of the curse, but you just incorporate it into your silk in a way that you can use it for good rather than just being cursed by it. And it unlocks the witch crest, which I never used.
Which is a shame. It's one of the ones I think I would try out on another playthrough, because it gives you 3 blue slots, which is huge. I can imagine there's a lot of combinations. But no
yellows, and that was the deal breaker for me.
Yeah, you'd have to have the optional expansion to have that. But the no yellows really was a deal breaker for me, just because I was so reliant on the extended range attack, and that's fair.
I loved the compass is always nice to have on, and I think the sprinting, the faster sprint speed is a yellow one too.
Yeah, the one that drains your silk as you sprint.
Yeah, really liked that one, just for moving around quicker. It's definitely one that I should probably try out a bit more in the future if I get the chance to, but I just didn't. I didn't have any at this point. I was just I've got my crest. I just want to get through stuff and just see everything that this game has, and I'm not going to learn anything new from the ground up at this point.
Yeah, that's fair. So perfectly understandable.
Do you have any other mentions for Act 2 before we go into the final 2 fights?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, maybe not. The Sprint Master, is he in Act 2 or is he in 3? I think he's in 3.
He's in Act 3.
Okay, we'll mention that when we get there.
He's connected to Skarrsinger Karmelia's area.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the final 2 bosses of this act.
Alright, so you've got the melodies, so you go back to that elevator in the Cogwork Dancers room, and you play it for them, and they're like, oh, so gracious, and they unlock the elevator. And then you can take it up. And when you take it up, you go into this really pretty arena. Gave me vibes of the boss from Bloodborne against...
Yes, I agree.
Gurman, that kind of with the flowers on the floor and all that stuff.
Definitely inspired.
Gave me that kind of vibe. Yeah, for sure. This is where you fight Lace for the second time.
Second Lace fight.
Second Lace fight. She's like, right, okay, you're getting really far here, and you cannot go any further. Like, I have to end you now.
It's one of the other moments where there's a cutscene, a very anime inspired cutscene. It's great.
We'll show that if we can. And you go into the second Lace fight. Well, this one's a really tough, actually.
Yes, it was tough.
Really hard fight.
I was expecting a second Lace fight, but I was not expecting how quick they were speeding up her original fight. Threw me off guard completely. She's basically she's the Lace fight in Deep Dogs, but just like really turn up. Like her combo strings will have like an extra attack in it. She'll try and do the parry move a lot more often. And if you hit while she's in the riposte stance, she'll switch up. She'll either strike forward in a really big line that will hit you for 2, or she'll jump up above you and strike down diagonally, either left or right, and you're not sure which one she's going to do. No, you're not sure.
So my strategy for when she did this was always jump, because if you don't, and she does the horizontal one, she'll always hit you. If you see her doing the horizontal one, then just pogo on top of her.
If you don't,
and if you don't, then when she jumps up in the air, you just kind of have to move away from the direction she's going to attack from. And that's just kind of the only strategy I had for that. Just always jump, just mandatory whenever she parries you, and then just go from there.
It's worth mentioning that we didn't say this before, but it's quite useful how in her fight, if you accidentally do hit her when she's ready to parry, you can again abuse that to attack her again, which we didn't actually mention in the first fight, but this time it's a lot harder to pull off, like you said. This is what I was saving the tax conversation for.
The tax conversation, okay.
Yeah, I told you that this tool, she spends
the tax,
most...
right, yes.
Yeah,
I thought you meant tax as in...
Tactics.
TAX.
Oh, right.
So what tax are we talking about? yeah, the tax, of course.
So this is the boss where I used this tool on her, and because she spends most of the time trying to attack you on the ground, and because the attacks stay along on the ground for a while before they despawn, it does so much chip damage to her that it almost makes this fight what's the word I'm looking for? Like a joke.
Okay.
Because of how much, it almost trivializes the fight to the point where it's just ridiculous. That and the saw blade, one that I used constantly to get like lots of damage.
The one that runs across the floor.
Yeah. Which is that combination I used a lot. Which helped me defeat the boss.
So how do the attacks work? Is it just they have a set duration on the floor, or is it how many times they do damage, or is it both?
I think they're duration.
Okay.
And because she keeps walking left and right across the screen, then she constantly is taking this damage. And I suppose if you even combine it with
have multiple out at once, I presume?
Yeah, you can just throw down as many as you want.
Okay.
So as long as you've got an effective area, you can keep adding to them, and as long as you're dodging out of the way of her attacks, it completely chips through her, which I found after my 8th attempt. With this fight.
I died 6 times to her in the cradle. Very, very tough fight. But it's a good kind of difficulty, you know. Like I got frustrated when I would die to her, but every time I did die, I felt like I was learning more of how to, counter what she's doing to me. You know. It's very much a fight where you have to just build up a knowledge base of what she does and how to abuse certain openings and things like that. Because the first time you fight her, you just get the feeling that like, whoa, she's giving me no time to do anything. Like she's constantly just trying to hit me. How on earth am I supposed to damage this person? But you have to just learn through repetition.
100%.
And I would say definitely the harder of the 2 fights that we're talking about right now, for sure.
Yes, I agree.
So when you defeat her, is there a cutscene when you defeat her?
There's no cutscene. She drops another one of those circle void. Yeah, it's a silk heart. It's the potentially the 3rd one that you've got at this point. This is your 2nd one, I'm guessing, when you got this.
This was my 2nd one. I didn't.
Actually, it was my 2nd one as well.
Act 3, so. Yeah,
because I did these fights before I fought a lot of the Act 2 bosses.
So you get that, you do one of those Dream Silk platforming sections, and you reach the top and you get your heart. And then that opens up a door to the right, which you can go through, and then you go up some ventilation and stuff up towards the Terminus Ventrica system. So at this point, Lace is like, she's led on the ground, and you presume you've killed her, right? That's what you're supposed to think at this point?
Or defeated her. She says something.
I
think she's gone if you come back.
You know she's still alive? Right.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't check. Did you?
Yeah. No. I can't remember at this stage. But it's not the last we'll see of her. Spoilers. Nope. You go up into the main cradle area, and this is where you'll go up a bunch of platforms that's similar to the dream sections that you've been doing whenever you pick up silk hearts and stuff. Kind of the platforms are very similar to that. You've got ones that are on wheels that you have to hit to elevate. You eventually come to a large vertical bridge platform that has this massive silk ball in the background, and you have the prompt similar to when you fight Radiance, where you challenge, you press the button to challenge, right?
You get like this cool little pose that she does.
You get this really cool scene of her busting from this silk cocoon thing that she's got, and then she rises up from the bottom of the platform.
Full screen title announcement.
classic full screen boss title, which is great. I love it when they do that. It's really it means you're getting into an epic fight here. And then this fight is very epic. I will give it that.
It is, yeah.
But I wouldn't say it's hard.
No, I didn't find it hard. You know what? I was very surprised at how generous the hitboxes were on her scissor attacks, like when she throws like half those scissor blades at you. Like I felt like sometimes I was like, that definitely hit me, but it didn't. I dodged so many of them as a result. She's really similar to the Radiants in a lot of ways, because the Radiants would do the thing where it would send blades either vertically or horizontally, and there would be a gap in them where you have to jump through or like be in that position. She kind of does that. She does that same thing, which has been foreshadowed with the Unraveled fight and the First Sinner fight. If you had done them before, but I don't think either of us did at this point.
Well, I thought First Sinner, but definitely the Unraveled.
Okay.
And the Unraveled is more akin to this than the First Sinner is. So you do that, and the whole gimmick is she'll be doing this constantly whilst doing moves of her own. So you have to be paying attention to what she's doing, and also looking where you need to position yourself to avoid the swords or needles or whatever they are.
They look like half of a scissor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I guess
scissor
they
blades.
are. Yeah, scissor blades, but
she does this one attack where she'll let out a audio cue, like a little shriek, and then she'll do a charge all the way across the floor.
Which is what the Cogwork Dancers did.
This one is quite. It took me a while to figure out that you need to look out for the cue for that, and then when you do, you need to just like jump over her because she does it quite quick. It's quite a quick attack. And
I'm talking about something else, but I know what you mean.
Oh, okay, sorry. It's quite a quick attack, and you have to be paying attention to any of the scissor blades that are currently like whizzing past while you're jumping over her, so it can sometimes be quite difficult to dodge. It's that's about it for the first phase, more or less. When you do enough damage to her, she'll drop down below the stage, and then you get this little section where rubble starts falling from the sky right in the middle.
That's
it's really weird because it's just a bunch of rubble that falls down just in the middle of the stage for a little bit. And then the phase 2 happens. It's like it's just kind of a waste of time, really. Like, I thought there was going to be a bit where rubble would fall down in random places and you had to move accordingly so you don't get hit by it.
I thought it'd at least break the platforms that you're standing on, but that doesn't happen.
It doesn't do anything like that. Instead, you just wait for this rubble to fall down in the middle, and then she'll rise back up again, and you'll go into phase 2. I
reckon it's a point for the player to heal or place down some tools and traps.
For sure.
That's like the idea of it.
It's a very generous window, for sure. You can get a lot done in that time while you're waiting for the second phase to start.
She has quite a lot of windows which are quite generous if you time them right as well. Between I'm just watching this now, and this is like second phase, but I can see so many windows of healing opportunity here.
It's compared to the lace fight. It's just she gives you. She's nowhere near as aggressive.
No.
With her attacks and stuff.
The one I was referring to with the Cogwork Dancers, because I mistakenly when you were talking about another attack, is that she binds across the whole screen these little silk things. Yes, this is one of her.
Did you get hit by this?
Yes, this is one of her coolest attacks because
it's so cool.
It's one of the cases where the screen quickly goes to black. And then she essentially grabs you and hits you 3 times.
She just rakes you
it's
with
a shame
like,
it doesn't...
like claws. It's great.
Yes, it's one of the few attacks that does 3 hearts of damage. I can't think of another one. Maybe in
I don't think there is another attack that does 3 unless you're counting Groal when he eats you and you let him hit you 3 times.
But that's like infinite amount of times he can hit you at that point.
Is.
But this is definitely like an unavoidable 3-hit charge.
Which I think is excusable because it is quite easy to dodge if you're paying attention and you know what you're doing.
Yeah, the only thing that I think tricks you into thinking that you're going to be okay is because she does it multiple times. She does it like once, twice or 3 times, I think. She does that little cross attack.
Yeah,
so you can find yourself in a bad position.
For sure, because she delays them. She'll send out a bunch of silk streaks, and then while you're jumping to like an opening in that, she'll then send out a second one, and then they'll both go off at the same time. So if you're unlucky and she put in a line straight through that a little gap that you had committed to from the first load, then she might catch you in it for sure.
Yeah.
So the strategy there is to just completely wait out the first one and just wait and see what openings the second one gives you, and then adjust to that instead.
Yep.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's not much else to this fight.
No, I think she gains one move. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is, but it's more or less just her attacks are slightly quicker. She'll do some attacks that cause rubble to fall down as well.
She brings up the needles from the ground, which
she does. She will block off part of the floor with spikes. That will stay there for a little bit. I
remember the music being very epic as well.
Yeah, really good music. Just the overall vibe is they always nail the music in the main boss fights, though. I feel they're always really good at that. Should we talk about what happens when you beat Grandmother Silk?
Yep, this is the first ending that you can possibly get. Essentially, she's defeated on the ground. By the looks of it, you do like that cool little parry animation. You swipe across the screen, and then Needle is on top of her head with the needle stuck in it. And you get the prompt again to bind, which you've done a million times before, but this time it goes overboard. Your health starts increasing.
You bind like good 5 times, right? Yeah.
I think it's even more than that. You keep binding, and your health
so
bar
many times
keeps increasing. Your silk goes up.
Silk,
it's very, very cool.
Your entire HUD just keeps upgrading and getting more like anime, like Super Saiyan levels every time you bind to her. And there's her like screams get louder and louder, and you're like, it's just trying to drive your needle into her. Yeah, it's great. Which
causes a cutscene to play where the whole bridge that you're flying on explodes into this white silk explosion, which shoots tendrils all across the citadel. I assume implying that
it's denoted as a bad ending.
It is a bad ending because I assume that Hornet basically replaces Grandmother Silk as the new Silk Mother, I suppose. Yeah.
You see the whole of Farloom just get completely covered in silk and just enveloped by it, and then it zooms into the core further and further into this silk nest that you've made, and you just see just like a Hornet in like a fetal position, just complete like almost just looks like she's lifeless at that point, like she's just fully consumed by it.
Until she sprouts a couple of extra limbs, and then the camera cuts.
A few arms like a spider.
It's kind of gross.
And then it fades to black, and then you get credits.
So that's the first ending you can get. And this is where we will soon talk about Act 3, but there's going to be another cut where we change clothes again.
Yes, because time is a thing.
Time is a thing. Fun fact: when we first thought we were going to talk about this do this podcast, we thought it was only going to take a couple of hours. Here we are, 7 hours later.
It's a lot to talk about.
It's a big beast. But I think this third act is going to be the shortest to talk about.
It will, This is just mainly just going to be like a boss rush kind of act.
Pretty much, with a couple of notable things to talk about.
We'll talk about the main 3 things that you do, and then after that, just go one by one, rapid fire all the optional bosses you can do before ending it essentially.
Yeah,
so,
that sounds good to me. So here we go again, Curtis. You ready for the click?
I'm ready.
Here we go. And we're back once again. Hello, Curtis.
Hello. How are we doing?
Not too bad. We're here to talk about Act 3 now. But before we do that, there's a couple things we forgot to do in the last session that we forgot to mention.
Yeah.
So what are they, Curtis?
So we got 2 bosses that we want to talk about that are repeats, but I think they're just worth mentioning because they're pretty significant. I think in both our playthroughs they left a bit of a mark on us, some good, some bad. But the first one we'll talk about is
should we start with
quest
the one
you can get. Yeah.
I say let's start with the less traumatic one.
Sure. Traumatic in terms of like heartstrings or in terms of my sanity?
Sanity.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the second fight with the Skull Tyrant.
Okay. Sure.
Which we neglected to mention. Which is weird because I think it happened fairly early in your playthrough. Yeah, on your list it says here you fought this in Act 1, which I didn't even know was possible.
Yeah,
apparently it is.
I looked up the trigger for this fight, and the trigger that I could find is you have to beat the Skull Tyrant first, do that quest first. You then need to have entered the blasted steps at least once.
Okay.
And then once you've done that, if you go back to Bone Bottom, there's a 30% chance when you rest at the bench that it'll spawn.
Oh, I see. So this could have been very missable for both of us.
Yeah.
But it did happen.
It did
That's
happen.
Interesting.
The only reason why I found it so early was because back in Act 1, I was just trying to farm rosaries to get some to get my Marsh Shard from the merchant there. And I decided I'll explore at the same time, so I went all the way up to Blaster Steps. And I didn't want to spend rosaries for benches and stuff because I was trying to make rosaries.
Yep.
So I inevitably died in Blaster Steps and then was taken pretty much back to Bone Bottom again. So before going back up to try and recover my lost money, the Skull Tyrant just appeared inside Reckon's shop.
Yeah. I guess it's fairly early on as well, so it's still a little bit of a... I wouldn't say a challenge, because the boss isn't a challenge.
It's not a challenge, no. But it took me by surprise, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely a surprise. I triggered it at some point when I was in Act 2, and I went back to Bone Bottom, I guess, to check to see if there's any more quests or something like that. Not quite as interesting, but it still happened.
I would say
that's probably... at least we got that.
I would say that's probably the act where most people will trigger it, because... by the time people get to Blaster Steps, they're usually just going straight towards the judge, right? Last judge. So
yeah,
they're not going back for things. So it's just. It's
there's not much
fight.
to say.
Yeah. There's not much to say about the fight itself. It's more about just kind of like the world implications that it does. So it essentially will just destroy all of the buildings, and it'll basically just completely one-shot the little boy pilgrim that's usually sat down there as he enters in. And there's this whole scene where they're doing like a send-off like funeral service where I think Peb's holding the boy above the cavern that you fall down through at the start of the game, and they'll do a little song, and then they do a little song. I think you might play the needle in for it or something. And then they throw the body down the... Yeah, they throw the body down the hole, and then they go back to their business. Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Christ, the fate of Bone Bottom as well. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one thing I noticed is that if you have the statue built at that point, Skull Tyrant knocks it over and it never gets rebuilt.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, it's just Skull Tyrant again in a slightly bigger arena. Again?
Yeah, so easier, I would say.
But, easier technically, and you're probably a little bit leveled up as well. Yeah.
So the other fight that I want to quickly touch on is a rematch against the Savage Beastfly. who you'll find in 4th Chorus's arena. I am glad that they use this arena again for something, because it's such a cool arena, but God, this was not...
Yeah, it was a clever... Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see why they reused Savage Beastfly in that arena, because obviously it smashes down as an attack, and that works really well with the already destroyable platforms in that arena. But other than that, it's still the annoying Savage Beastfly fight.
It is. But it's actually worse, because the ads that he spawns are far worse this time.
Yeah, pretty deadly. Then.
Instead of spawning just the normal flying ones, or like the ones that crawl and spike out of their shells, he'll spawn these bugs that essentially like skeleton bugs that shoot out fireballs that will, I think they do 2 points if they hit you.
Yep.
And sometimes he can spawn 2 at once, which is just a nightmare. When he's still flying around, you got to dodge him, dodge fireballs going off. Yeah, it was quite a difficult fight, I thought.
Yeah, no, it was. I think, how many times did I die? Let's have a look. 4 times.
Wow, I died 5, so...
okay. Well, yeah, but at least I finally beat you on one of these.
Yeah, this one kicked my ass. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just annoying. Like I said, I hate this boss. Just annoying.
The boss was fine.
The good thing
it was the
at this
ads that
point,
spawned that killed me more.
Yeah, and the boss is more manageable, because I guess at this point you can have the double jump, which kind of trivializes most of his moves.
Yeah, do this fight late when you have all the upgrades. Don't do it early.
Yep.
Like I did.
Yep, 100%. Yep. I don't even remember what you get for it. Probably just a bit of money, I think.
It might be like a mask shard or something, or it could just be like a shit ton of rosaries. Yeah. Yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah, not really worth it.
No. So yeah, those were the 2 for Act 2, and then we'll go straight into Act 3.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, before we get into Act 3, I guess you want to explain the process of how we actually activate Act 3.
Yes, let's do that. So I don't have a list of things up right now, but I kind of more or less know what you need to do.
Yep.
You need to have completed
you rattle it off and I'll tell you if it's right.
Okay. So first thing you need to have done is all of the quests that you get from Wish Walls in all 3 hubs.
Yeah.
You need to have collected I think there's 3 Seeker Souls spread around the game, around Farloom. That's
what he. That's the. You got to do a bunch of stuff before he even gives you that quest. But yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Oh, there's 4 that you can get.
Right.
Oh no, there's 3 souls and there's a snare setter, which is a tool.
Yeah, the snare setter is found in Weavenest Atla in like a hidden room, secret room area. So you can get that there. You need to have found all the lost fleas. That is a requirement for Act 3.
Yep, they must go
do you remember the reason why that's needed?
Doesn't say why.
No,
I guess it's to
just
try
kind
and,
of something that
because
just needs to happen.
the whole theme of like trying to activate this quest is basically Hornet being as helpful as possible, which is why you got to do all the wishes in the civilizations, because that counts towards it. I guess helping the fleas as well is like a massive help. And quite good in this game as well. When with the fleas is once they've moved to Fleetopia, the NPC that you find towards the end. What was her name again? Vogue.
Vogue. Yeah.
Yeah, you can pay her a relatively small amount of money, and she gives you like the map icons for where all of them are hidden. So it's quite nice that the game does that. I know they do that with the Grubflies as well, but that not, is it the Grubflies? Yeah, they but you have to like defeat a boss to
just the grubs.
Yeah, to find out where they all are. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing. Just a big collectathon, really.
Yeah.
So once you've gathered, is that everything you need to do? Have we covered everything there?
Yeah. There's other smaller requirements. You have to have at least defeated Lace in the Cradle before you get that quest. You must have the house in Bellhart as well.
Oh yeah, we haven't mentioned the house. Yeah, you can get a little home for yourself and do it up with like a spa and things like that, place to record all of your collectibles and stuff like that, which is quite neat.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's about it actually.
Yep. So once you've gathered all of that stuff up, it's not very obvious. No, we both had to look this up, I believe.
I think we said it earlier, but yeah, we had to look it up.
Yeah. When he has all of these things, the caretaker basically says, right, I'll follow you up to the cradle and I'll set my trap up below. Pay no attention to it if it looks ominous. Just trust me on this. Basically, is what he says. Really, really selling it to you. And then you basically have to just go ahead and fight Grandmother Silk as normal. There's no difference to the fight except how you finish it.
Yep.
Yeah. So instead of binding to
instead
her,
of
yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say instead of binding to her at the end of the fight, you play the needle in instead, which triggers a different cutscene. Where I'm gonna have to remember this off the top of my head. I think she jumps off of the grandmother's head, and sort of falls down a little bit. And instead of a white explosion taking over everything, instead a massive like black hole happens, which basically destroys the entirety of the cradle and subsequently everything below it as well. Before you it's another Fade to Black type thing, knocked out.
Before that does happen, it's worth mentioning that I think it's something like the grandmother tries to pull you in with her for leverage, but Lace comes in and frees you, but then subsequently gets taken down instead.
Yeah, you're right. That is what happens.
So Lace gets pulled down into the abyss with the mother. Yeah.
Can you imagine if they flipped it on his head, right? And so Hornet does get pulled into the abyss as well, and then the entirety of Act 3 you play as Lace.
I wouldn't have been against that actually. I do definitely think that either like a sequel or DLC might be related to like Lace, definitely.
Yeah, when we I'll mention this a little bit more later on, but in Act 3 I felt like they set themselves up for like potential spin-offs, like with so many different characters.
Yeah.
Lace being the big one, but there's a couple others as well.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, you get a really bad ending cutscene here, with just the whole of...
Oh yeah, credits do roll.
Yeah, the whole of the Citadel just essentially just begins to crumble and like collapse in on itself. Not entirely, you can still walk about most of the areas, but a lot of parts have been like cut off or like rubble just everywhere. And essentially just leaves all the bugs.
Cogwork Core especially has been completely ruined.
Yeah.
Leading up to the cradle, basically that whole elevator ride is completely messed up.
Yeah, you have a bit of a sequence where you have to break your way free through a new little tunnel section that leads you just outside the Cogwork Dancers arena.
Before we say that, so credits roll, and it kicks you back to the main menu.
Oh, yes.
But when you try and load your save file, it's completely covered in, I want to say, is it silk or is it like void strands?
Yeah, it's void,
isn't it?
Void silk, like black silk.
Yeah, and you have to press like A a couple times to bust your way through it, and then that's how Act 3 is presented to you.
Yeah, that's really cool. I liked that.
That's cool.
That was a
That's
really
nice
cool
little
touch. Yeah. Yeah, that's very nice. Really selling you on this whole you really messed up here and you've got some work to do to make things right. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So do you want to talk about how we get out?
Yeah, so basically you kind of get a little bit of a repeat of how the game starts, where Hornet's kind of limping around. She's very hurt. So she has to make her way back through the Cogwork Core, but this time it's completely collapsed, so you have to go through different tunnels and basically go around the whole place, unlocking new pathways and different vents and systems that you have to crawl your way through until you eventually land on a arena fight. Which introduces you to the new enemy types, which is the voided enemies, which are basically regular enemies that have been buffed up with void powers.
Yeah. What's everyone's favorite gimmick in this game? It's enemies that deal 2 points of damage, and enemies that are voided will always deal 2 points of damage, which is great.
Yep. And you're probably enjoying the fact that enemies were going down easy because you've upgraded your nail. Forget it. Everything takes much longer to hit now. Everything's basically got double health.
Yeah.
Whenever they're corrupted by the void.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're wandering
attacks
around, they're all the same attacks. It's just random as to which one they pick to throw at you.
Yep.
So one is just a massive void AoE that you have to just stay away from. Another is when they will shoot out a bunch of void black balls that will fall on the ground, and then spikes or stuff will just try and claw around it, so you want to avoid those. And another one is where they'll shoot out a bunch of void mass projectiles at you in the direction of where you were, where they started casting it. Yeah, nasty stuff. And in addition to the 2 hearts of damage that they do, they also drain your silk as well, which is another fun mechanic. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Yeah. They're really selling you on this. The abyss is a bad thing. You don't want to be messing with. Yeah. So you eventually
what happens after that?
Get out. You eventually get out, and I don't know about you, but when I first got out, I basically tried to char my way to the closest fast travel station as quick as possible.
Yeah, I believe I did the same. I must have tried to go to Songclave, I think.
Yeah.
Is that where you went?
Yeah, so you try to go to Songclave, and you try to take the Ventrica system back to the Grand Bellway, but you can't because it's blocked from the inside.
Yeah, the networks. It's fucked.
So you're forced to travel through the Choral Chambers again to get back manually that way. Yeah. When you eventually do make it back to a fast travel station, you'll play the harp to summon the Bell Beast, and the floor starts shaking a bit longer than usual. And you're like, what's going on here? And suddenly this huge beast with a red head just bursts out and gives a massive shriek, and then buries back down into the Bellway again, giving you a prompt to travel in with it. Which really took me by surprise. This was cool.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
And you sort of get a bit worried about what happened to your little Bell Beast pal.
Yeah. It's like, did this thing just eat it and replace it? Yeah.
Yeah. Which is entirely possible because this is the Bell Eater, and he is huge. He's massive.
Oh, yeah. You don't actually get to see quite how big he is ever at one time, but multiple parts of him will drill on the screen at once. So you can imagine this thing is huge in scale.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's essentially like a massive version of one of the little enemies in Wormways.
Yeah.
Or I suppose a bit more accurately, the ones that are in Deep Nest in the first game.
For sure. Yeah. More akin to that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is like almost like a more souped up fight version of the Bell Beast in Act 1. Except it has quite a lot of different moves. And one of them very disgusting, where it shoots fucking red void things at you out of its anus.
That move, man. Butthole. That move got me so many times.
Yeah, it's gross, man.
It's so gross.
You can't do damage to any other part of it other than its head and its ass.
Yeah.
Because the rest of it's completely plated, armor defended. But yeah, you're right. It's fucking grim.
Yeah, so it'll drill itself into either the floor or the ceiling, and at any given time, its head or its ass will pop out of either the floor or the ceiling, and then go to do some attacks at you. It is at this point where you have to both dodge its attacks and get some hits in at the same time.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a nasty fight, really.
Yeah, I found it's a lot easier to hit the ass, but at the same time it's risky because you're putting yourself in the line of fire of its projectiles if you do it.
Yeah, because you're mostly okay from the projectiles as long as you stay back, but the only way to do damage is to get close. So it's a bit of a tricky back and forth that you gotta try and bounce. Yeah, there's no way I could have done this fight perfectly without taking any damage.
No. While it's doing this, it'll drop bells from the ceiling, like in the Bell Beast fight. And it'll also do this move where its whole head part will go from one side of the screen to the other, blocking the entirety of the floor. So you'll have to be jumping and gliding above it whilst avoiding bells that are falling from the sky and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to say the one comparison you obviously have with the Bell Beast fight is the bell attack that it does when it drops all the bells on you. So it's a nice little callback to that fight. But yeah. How did you find it difficulty wise?
It was difficult for sure. It killed me 4 times before I was able to finally beat it.
Yeah, it's the same as me.
Yeah, it's tricky because it's quite a lot of health. And if you're not using the right tools, because I've looked at some videos since, and some people have really trivialized this with the tools that they'll use, like offensive tools. But
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, but a lot of health, and it's a bit of an endurance test, and just requires memorization, really.
Yeah, it's not like a favorite fight or anything, but it's definitely not a bad one.
No,
but anyway, when you defeat the Bell Eater, it does like a little roar. You expect like it's probably going to be like another phase. At least that's what I expected.
I thought it was going to be phase 2, and I was like, wow, that's a big health bar for phase 1.
Yeah. But thankfully, instead, your old friend the Bell Beast comes back and finishes him off for you. Fucking tackles him into the ground,
which is really cool.
Presumably off screen, I don't know, eats him or something.
It's I don't know what he does to him under there, but he'll fly in from the side of the screen and just like rugby tackle him into the bells, and just take him out. It's great. And then you're wondering who's gonna win, right? Because it's a while before anything resurfaces again.
It's just the occasional vibration in the ground.
But the Bell Beast turns out, I guess, win. He resurfaces. But he doesn't come alone, does he?
No, but before that, he severs the head of the Bell Eater and pushes that up first, and then he comes out. At which point hang on, I'm watching it on screen right now. He sings a little song to you, which
he starts singing a song.
Which you then listen to and try to replicate.
Almost perfectly, 1-to-1, as Hornet does.
It was Yeah, she does. As you do that, the ground begins to shake, and four. Oh my god, four little bell beasts come up to greet you. And I don't know about you, but this cemented him as my preferred fast travel creature.
Oh yeah.
Or
100%.
she. I guess it's she. It's a mum, isn't it?
I guess it's a she, but they could be asexual creatures. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
We don't know. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. You can interpret it how you want. Yeah, interpret it how you will. But don't get offended if we've called the creature a he or a she at any point.
Well, apparently it is a she, because it says here, when you learn the call, it says, mimic the song of the bell beast, summon the beastlings, and return together to their mother.
But there you go.
It's their mum.
Yeah, I always refer to it as a she past this point, when the little babies came out. So yeah.
Yep. Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice little twist. And so that mechanic is basically, no matter where you're on the map, as long as you're on flat ground with no... if you're not on a platform or anything like that, as long as you're not on a platform, you can summon the little beastlings to take you back to the nearest fast travel station that she's at.
Huge time save.
Amazing bit of convenience there.
So good. Every Metroidvania needs a system like this at its end game. Like, no excuse. Yeah. It just needs it. It's great.
Yeah, because I guess the developers knew at this point you don't want to be like having to backtrack through this whole game once again, only to have to continue running back and forth between fast travel stations, which I think may have been a bit of a problem with the first game, so that's probably why they introduced this mechanic. But yes, so useful.
Yeah, really good. Very, very welcome mechanic at this stage.
Yeah, so the reason why we would have run to this fast travel station is, I don't know about you, but did you go to Songclave before you went to
yeah, I believe I did.
The Grand Bellway?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you go to the Songclave because you want to confront the caretaker, who clearly lied to you. But he's not there, and they tell you that he's gone back to Bone Bottom, back to.
I think it's Sherma that tells you.
Yeah, it's Sherma. She tells you that's where he's gone. So you run to the fast travel station, do that fight, and then I guess the first stop is to return to Bone Bottom.
Yeah. And Bone Bottom is just well and truly just dead at this point. No one left here. Even Flick the Fixers left the town, and all that's left here is a bunch of the those thief flies that Grindle is one of them. There's just a few of them rummaging through the rubble.
Yeah, annoying little fuckers they are.
Yeah, because they'll steal your money.
They actually just steal your money. They drop a lot of money, but they also steal it.
Yeah.
But anyway, you kill them, and then you make your way towards the is it the Ritual Church? Is that what it's called?
The Ruined Chapel.
What's it called? The Ruined Chapel. That was it. And then you go there, only to discover that not only is the caretaker there, but a couple other people, a couple of snails in disguise.
Yeah.
Who's the other one? So there's the it's obviously the woman at the beginning.
The caretaker. Yeah, you have the caretaker. Yeah. You have the chapel maiden, who is one of the people that you had to get one of the souls from, I believe. The maid soul.
She's the first NPC you come across, I believe.
Yeah. And the third one is the Bell Hermit, who you find back in Bellhart, and he's the one who gives you the Hermit soul, which is one of the souls that you needed.
Yeah.
So all three of them turn out they're actually snail shamans, and they have some explaining to do.
Yeah. And I think lore-wise, they're like basically like witches. the snails.
Yeah.
Because in the first game, the first snail that you meet teaches you the spells. So whatever the lore implication is, I don't know. But yeah, they've got some explaining to do, which they kind of do.
Yeah. Kind of. Yeah.
Right. Before we continue, Curtis, 1 second.
Yes.
Just take Noodle off the door again.
So they tell you that you need to go far beneath. If you want to confront the abyss, it's far beneath our land, and you know, no bug has gone that far down before. And our only way of accessing that far beneath is. Did you come across the diving bell like earlier on in the game and wonder what the hell it was used for? Yeah,
I did. I actively looked it up because I was like, oh, there's got to be a key or something I'm missing. Like, where is it?
Yeah.
And they just gave me the spoiler for Act 3, which is a bit of a shame, but
yeah. We have to go back to the Forge Daughter in Deep Dock, and I remember you saying before how there was that little worker guy next to her that you thought was just an enemy, and like, what's his deal here? Well, he actually ends up being a huge help in accessing the abyss.
Yeah, it turns out he was the old. He used to run the old diving bell. And he has the means to activate it from his end to sink you down into the abyss.
Yep. Ballo is his name.
Ballo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a lad. Yeah, he
cool
offers to operate the bell once you're inside, but he tells you like you know, I can't guarantee your safety once you're underneath. you're on your own after you go under. And we say like, yeah, you know, like, we're not gonna, you know, hold you responsible for our actions and stuff. Like, this is what I have to do, and I'm gonna do it. No one saw this coming. The bell breaks down on your descent. leaving it completely destroyed at the bottom, with no way back out. It seems initially.
Yep.
And your only option is to keep going forward into the abyss.
Yep. The abyss, a returning location from the first game. The abyss. Yeah, I kind of saw it coming that this would be another sort of endgame location.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you just got to traverse your way to the bottom of the abyss, where you encounter, I think, some similar enemies from the first game.
Yeah, the abyss has a bit more about it compared to the first game. The shadow creepers make a reappearance. They're just little bugs that will crawl along the floor or the walls that seemingly just exist without sustenance in any kind whatsoever. But there are a couple new additions to the abyssal roster in this game. Much to, I don't know, like, I hate these enemies. I hated them.
Yeah,
they sucked.
Yeah, they're annoying.
Yeah. So let's talk about
the little
those
ones and
quickly.
the large one.
Yeah, so let's talk about the little guys first. They'll just be in these little like cocoon things hanging from the ceiling, and if you get too close, they'll burst out and start to charge towards you. And if they manage to make contact with you, if they manage to make contact with you, then they'll just they'll latch on. They'll just constantly take damage, and you have to mash the attack button to get them off. Which is nasty.
So like a minimum of 2 damage always.
Yeah. And then the bigger.
Yeah, so that's an annoying enemy.
Two. Yeah. Do you want to take that one?
The Gargant. Yeah, the Gargant Gloom, which is a particularly grotesque looking creature.
Just nightmare fuel.
Nightmare fuel. Oh god, yeah, I've got a picture of it up here. Jesus. That has a couple moves that it uses. The most notable one is the Void Spray, where it opens its mouth to shoot out like an elephant trunk a load of void blobs at you, which is pretty gross. The more horrifying move that it has is it charges like back and forth, and it flails its head up and down, which is just a bit unsettling. And the other one is that it ejects gloom sacks from its back, and causes those other smaller creatures, the gloom sacks, to come at you. So that's always fun. Yeah. I think I defeated one of them, and I was like, "Yep, I'm done with that." I just, if I came across any more, I just ran right past it.
Yeah, that's fair. I had to kill a couple just for the journal entries, but once I was done with those, I whenever I had to go past them, I would just wait for them to charge and just jump over them and carry on the other direction.
Yep, that makes sense.
They're very tanky. Yeah. The only other enemy down here, I believe, is just a bigger version of the Shadow Creeper.
Called the Shadow Charger.
Yep.
I don't really remember what they were like.
No, they only exist in one little tiny area right at the bottom left. And you find them in this tight tunnel, so that there's very little way to jump above them. There's like one or two alcoves that you can use to jump over them as they charge, but other than that, you just kind of have to back out, get hits in, and then just jump over them. Nothing too crazy to talk about, really.
Nah. But yeah, you eventually reach the bottom of the abyss, to a giant pool of void water, basically. At which point, I believe, is it Lace? She sort of like fades in to talk with you.
I believe so. Yep.
Yeah. Do you remember what she says?
She basically just tells you that like herself and the grandmother are like deep below the surface of this abyssal liquid, and with seemingly no way to, like, you can't access this right now. There's no way you can get deep enough in there to even get close to reaching them. So instead, you have to find another way down. But there's no way we can find a solution in the abyss here. So we have to try and find a way out and come up with a plan.
Yep. So this giant pool of void, you can actually traverse over it, which leads you to another locked Weaver door, I believe, which you have to play the needle in at. Is that right?
Yeah, it's quite a tricky platform section to go up this big room.
Yeah, it is.
But you eventually come to one of the needle-in doors, and this is where you get your last ancestral art of the game, which is it's a big one, very big.
Yep.
It gives you the ability to just soar straight up in the air to out of reach areas above you, which it will come in handy in our escape from the abyss right now.
When you unlock this ability, were you filled with a little bit of dread? Because I was.
Yeah, I wasn't, because I was just really kind of ignorant to it. I was like, oh, okay, this is just used for this, and I'm sure my mind didn't even click, like, oh my days, this is going to be used for loads of hidden areas, isn't it? I just didn't even think about that at the time. I was just so focused on like the task,
clicked.
you know.
Yeah. That's fair.
There is a item here called Farsight that you can pick up that is basically a upgrade for your bell home, which it can be used to just show any entries that you're missing in the Hunter's Journal and any collectibles that you've missed, and it will show you how many more you need. Which, it's nice.
I never found it.
Yeah,
I didn't know what my overall complete percentage was until I beat the game. But anyway, what happens afterwards is similar to what happens. Is it earlier in the game? Don't know if we mentioned it, but there's like a whole escape the volcano section.
There is. We didn't mention this.
I can't remember what triggers that.
So that is an area in Farfields that you have to use the claw line to reach. A place called Skull Cavern. Yeah, a little volcano section where it's a little arena fight with, floor is lava. You have to hug the walls. There is no platforms to stand on. It's my worst nightmare in games like this, like having to hug walls and constantly be in the air. It's horrible. And then once you've killed the enemies, the lava starts rising up, and you have to go up through the level, platforming as you go, to get to the top before the lava catches up to you. Yeah, and it's just the same thing here, but just turn up to 11. Like this is a pretty epic escape sequence.
Yeah, it's very cool. With both of these two examples, there's obviously the music's amazing. As it is throughout the entire game, but yeah, particularly standout moments. A lot more epic, where you basically have to just use your new Silksong ability to blast your way to the top to get back to Deep Docks for
the lava is like this close to you, and eventually you just reach a point where the lava can't rise anymore. And you're back in Deep Dock again. Yeah. Yep,
back in Deep Dock, and the bell is out of action.
Yeah. So at this point, you're like
return.
You feel quite defeated at this point. You've essentially learned. You haven't really learned anything, and you've just lost your access into the abyss.
Yeah. So at this point, I believe the game gives the objective to return to the shamans to discuss whatever future plan or idea they can come up with to get through the abyss. So that's what we do. We go there, and they tell you. I can't remember exactly what they tell you, but they tell you to seek out several hearts, so that they can cast a spell on you, which will make you immune to the void in the abyss.
So before that, you're basically having a conversation about how you're able to penetrate the darkness, really, and you come up with this idea of like I know something that would help me get there, but I would have to go back into my memories to get like a pure whole version of it. And the Shell Shamans are basically like that's impossible. Like there's no way we could do that unless. And then they tell you to go. They tell you to go around Farloom and go back into the memories of just like big powerful bugs back when they're in their prime, and harvest their hearts, which is very grim.
Very grim. It does give you the quest icons for where they are. Is that correct?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because that's how we both came across the hidden one, wasn't it?
Yes. So one's located in Farfields, one is located in Shellword, and one is located in the Sands of Karak. And the one in Sands of Karak is related to that room that you would go into after defeating the Raging Conchfly. With all those statues posed in front of a
tower.
Yep. So that's where you go for one of them. And we won't discuss that one just yet, though. First, we'll talk about a hidden one, a hidden optional heart, which is the one that we both ended up finding first, funnily enough.
Yeah, we did. Should we talk about this area and this optional one first, and then we'll round up the optional bosses of this whole act, and then we'll go back to the main ones. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
So the map icon sort of like points you in the direction of one of the hearts. But we both found this area by going into Greymoor, going to the very, very far right of Greymoor to a new unlocked path.
which I thought was going to lead down back into Farfields, and that's how you would get to the one that was marked on the map. But it turns out...
Yeah, you definitely assume that.
Yeah, but what you actually end up finding is the Green Prince standing in front of a corpse that looks very much like him. I think it's actually one of the Cogwork Dancers.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, and if you haven't put 2 and 2 together, that these two are the Cogwork Dancers, like I did. I was like, oh, it's these two. Of course it is. I knew that. Yeah. But this whole new area. You enter this area. You get the old map icon saying that you haven't discovered the map there yet. So this is like the spoilers, but the very last area that you unlock, only accessible through Act 3.
Yeah.
But first, before that happens, does it tell you on screen what it is, or do you have to go into the dream before?
No.
It tells you that you're in a new place.
So we forgot to mention that the snail shamans give you a different melody you can play, which helps you access like memories of nearby things, I suppose. And you will, the Green Prince basically says, like, leave me be for my moment of peace, like, don't disturb me. But we completely go against his wishes and basically just invade his mind instead. We're already into
the habit of ignoring everything that this guy requests. So we invade his dreams.
You basically this game becomes Inception in the third act, where you're just going into dream states of people's minds. So you go into the mind of the Green Prince and you access his homeland way back in its prime when he was, everything was still nice and dandy.
Verdania is the name of this place. It's not particularly noticeable, like in the way of like difference between this and say like Farfields and things like that, because it's just another new green area.
It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful green area.
Yes, it is very beautiful. It's probably objectively the most beautiful part of the game, I would say.
I would say so. Yeah, the music's really nice. All of the enemies here are just like feel really pure. And just like you feel like an invader. You feel like you're just where you don't belong and making a havoc and causing chaos in a pure land.
But yeah, like you said, these enemies don't look corrupted or anything. They look like like they just belong here. They look nice. Like it's like the start of Hollow Knight when you go into it's that mossy area right next to the Forgotten Crossroads. Green Path, and everything just looks like nice and like actual nature. It's kind of like that. But yeah, you're introduced to these new enemies. I don't remember any of these enemies particularly giving me any trouble.
No, they're just kind of a play on the ant enemies, a lot of them, but instead of ants, they're more just kind of I don't know. They remind me a bit more of like the mantis kind of shape, like their heads, the shape of their heads and stuff.
Yes.
They're more akin to that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of tricky traversal, I'd say, in this area. Takes a while before you get the map, or at least it did for me before I got the map of this area.
The platforming in this area is kind of similar to Sands of Karak, where you have to hit a trigger point, which will then spawn platforms on a timer, and you have to get to where you want to be within the time limit, otherwise they'll start disappearing again. Nowhere near as harsh though, because the penalty for failing, there isn't like death pits or anything really in this area. It's just water that you can swim in. So it's not too bad, but so the overall objective of this area is to stand on these pressure plates that are dotted around. There's about 5 of them dotted around the map, and you got to stand on them to activate this
one little like shrine area in the middle. Yeah, so and going about doing that is you have to do various different like arenas or jumping puzzles in order to reach these different things. But there's one that's quite noticeable because it has a boss behind it.
Yep. Yeah, do you want to talk about that one?
This boss is the Pale Stag. One of my least favourite bosses in this game.
You don't like this boss, do you? Yeah.
No, I don't like it at all. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking.
It's funny, like I don't think it's anywhere near as egregious as you, but I understand why. Like, it's not necessarily like inventive or it's
just annoying. Is how I would describe this boss. It's not amazingly difficult. Its projectiles are a little bit difficult to dodge. But all it does is teleport from like one side of the arena to the other, and just shoot these spinning blades at you. Nothing that you're not used to at this point. But the most annoying, the annoying part about this boss is that as soon as you get close to it, it just teleports away. So very hard to deal any sort of consistent damage to it.
I'm pretty sure just whenever you hit it as well, it would just usually always go away. It's similar to that one fight in the first game, like No Eyes, I think it was called, where it would just keep teleporting around whenever you hit it, and it would just spawn. It would just have these things that would travel around the screen just trying to hit you. The amount of projectiles it throws at you, I think, scales the more damage it takes, to the point where that eventually the whole screen will just be filled with staggered projectiles flying towards you.
It's just absolutely infuriating. I hate this boss because the only way to consistently do damage is to use like hunter's tools and things like that.
Pretty much.
Your ability to heal is pretty limited as well because you're not getting that many hits in to regenerate your silk, and you don't regenerate silk from tool damage, so no, which is obviously good because it'll be broken if you could. But otherwise just a really just annoying boss. Like for the what, like at this point for us it was the second boss we fought in this act. I was like, oh god, where are we going with this game?
Second, Belly, there and then this, I
was not happy with this at all. But it didn't give me too much grief. I died twice to it. I'm guessing you probably didn't die once.
I died once to it, and then I just left it and fought this again after the main boss of the area. Actually, no, I tell a lie. I died to it once, I left it, I found the second boss, died to that, and then I went back to this.
Okay, fair enough.
I only died once. Got it on my second try.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it is just an inconvenient fight, for sure.
Yeah, just a bit rubbish.
But it's not needed to clear this area. You can get enough of the stuff that you collect elsewhere in the level without having to kill this. But it does give you a lot of progress towards it. Yeah,
I assumed that you had to beat it. I actually thought it was probably like the main boss of this area when I was like, this is rubbish.
When I found it first, I was like, ooh, this is really what we're doing here? Yeah,
really? But thankfully it's not. The main boss is a lot better. So I can't remember exactly what happens. You get all 5 of these things that you have to collect, and then you go back to the main altar in the middle. But do you remember what happens after that?
So essentially there's a part of Vidania where you can see the Green Prince sitting outside of a building that's just completely wrapped in silk, and you can't access it. And you're collecting all of these things in order to dispel the silk away so that you can go inside. And once you do, it's just it's kind of similar to how you enter Exhaust Organ and then you go up through like some vertical shafts and things like that to get to the main boss area. So should we talk about the Clover Dancers?
Big surprise here. You get to see the original dancers themselves in their prime, if you will. Not quite in their prime because one of them's dead. but you basically fight a more difficult version of the Cogwork Dancers.
Yeah.
Where the main change is that you can only actually deal damage to one of them because the other one's just a ghost.
And their attack when they join and hug in the center is a lot more difficult to deal with than the first fight.
Yeah, I think I only ever successfully avoided it once.
It's so hard to dodge. Yeah. It's so hard to just... whenever they did it, I was like, okay, I'm just going to take damage here.
Yeah. You kind of have to be in the exact right point in the room when they start to do it in order to dodge it effectively, and even then that's quite tricky to pull off.
Yeah.
So it was just a damage that I just assumed I would take, because otherwise their attacks are pretty much identical to Cogwork Dancers. They telegraph them so obviously. The second phase is the same as the second phase of the Cogworks, where they stagger their attacks out.
Yeah.
Whereas before they were synchronized. The only other difference is their little AoE massive silk strands that they shoot across the screen. Instead of just doing that once, they do that twice.
Similar to Grandmother Silk fight.
Yep. And if you get caught up in it, I think it does 3 damage.
I believe so. Right? Yeah, it's at least 2. But yeah, it might be 3. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a bit more tricky to avoid. Basically, just a ramped up remix version of the Cogwork Dancers.
I didn't like this one as much as the Cogwork Dancer fight.
No,
just
I didn't either.
The vibes of the Cogwork Dancers was just amazing. But you know, it's still like the same fight, so it's still a really enjoyable fight. But yeah,
it was a welcome addition for sure. Yeah, probably the most satisfying payoff to anything in this game. Well, not anything, but one of the most satisfying things is like learning and seeing this fight in its origin.
Sure, but yeah, for sure,
pure form.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, you defeat this boss, and you do a little anime silhouette.
You do
of you
like, kind of
doing
like
a little slash.
Kill Bill like kind of slash. Yeah.
Yep. Where you slash them, there's like a brief pause, and then they suddenly explode of of viscera. In Kill Bill it's blood, but in this it's just a white explosion.
Yeah,
it's very cool. And that gives you one of the hearts, an optional heart, one you didn't even have to get.
Yeah, the conjoined heart.
The conjoined heart. And then you do that, and then suddenly the Green Prince is dead next to its presumed lover.
Yeah, but I think
kind of sad.
It's probably it is sad, but at the same time I think he just didn't have anything left to live for at that point. I think he just wanted to die by their side.
This. Yep.
Yeah, but really sad. For sure.
Really sad.
At least
there's no third phase where you feel like a fucking monster.
Yeah, that would have been tough to deal with, but I'm but they've already done it once, right? So I feel it would have been a bit really if they just did it again. So I'm glad they didn't do that. I died 3 times to the Clover Dancers.
Okay. Yeah, I died 4.
Yeah.
Don't really know why. I think it was just that attack in the middle.
That's the main reason why I had so much trouble with the fight. But if it wasn't for that, it probably would have. Because I mean, you already know what you're doing, right? You fought the fight essentially before, so it's just a slightly amped up version. But enjoyable nonetheless. It's definitely up there.
Yep. So that's one of the objective bosses.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't actually have to do it, but it's optional. So I guess we should move on to the optional bosses.
Yeah, let's do that.
Act 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got about an hour and a half to get through the rest of this. So let's go through them. Let's do this.
Okay. So let's start with. Okay, so at this point, when you have fast travel back, if you were to fast travel to the Blasted Steps fast travel, you'll be greeted by Zaza, and she'll just be saying quick, urgent, follow me. I need your help with something. And you follow her, and she leads you into a room where Garmund is just sat there and clearly has been infected with the void. in the abyss,
Yep.
and he has turned mad, and so you have to try and whack some sense into him.
Yeah, literally smack some sense into him.
I don't know about you, but this is probably like one of my least favorite fights in the game.
Yeah, it was a tough one. Yeah, for sure. I was grateful that there was no difficult run back. Because otherwise I would have really hated.
I just thought it was one of those really lazy fights, because essentially all he is just his moves are the moves that all of the void enemies do, and that's just basically it. With a huge hitbox.
Yeah, plus his initial moves of him charging and doing that little waving his sword in the air.
Which are so annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, he shoots these out very quickly.
Really quick. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a tricky boss to get used to.
Yeah.
And ultimately very sad as well, because this is like an NPC you're very much used to at this point, but and to actually fight him, a corrupted version of him.
Yeah, really sad. Especially because once you do defeat him, he basically just says I'm just gonna stay here and rest a while. But really, what he's doing is he's just dying there. He's just laying there to dead, and Zarzar's still there, just by his side. And it's really sad.
So sad, man. There had to be something in this game that was just a bit of a curveball, and that was definitely it.
Didn't like that very much.
No, it's really sad, especially because Zarzar's just there.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's like the thought of having a pet, right? And the owner passes away while the pet's still alive in the house. Like, it's just stuff like that. It's just really sad. And it's dark. Basically this what's happening here. Ever loyal to the end, but essentially there's nothing there.
There's no reason to be there.
Yeah.
And I believe if you play the needle in, Zarzar's singing something about staying by his side forever. Just so sad.
Yeah, proper sad. Yeah, really sad stuff for sure.
So how many times did he take you down then?
3 deaths to Lost Garment.
Okay, yeah, I got 6.
Yeah. It's just
tricky.
Yeah, I just hated the fight. I just had no investment in learning it. It was just I just brute forced it. I was just like, this sucks, and I'm not gonna waste time trying to learn it properly, because I just don't think it's worthy of my investment. So,
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's not a very rewarding fight to learn, and yeah, I know what you mean.
Because void enemies attacks, you've seen them a lot probably by this point, and so you're just so over it. And to have a fight that's just that, it just wasn't my vibe, my cup of tea. But that's Lost Garment.
Yep. All right, should we move on to who else is there?
So we could talk about Trobbio for a moment.
Yep. Let's do that.
So if you go back to the stage, Trobbio will talk to you again before reappearing in even extra than last time, all out in purple. And you have a rematch with him as Tomermented Trobbio. He is very much under the impression that this is the end of the world, and so I just want to go out in a blaze of glory.
He turns into a proper emo.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Well, a very fabulous emo.
Oh, yeah. It's essentially the same fight, just with a couple extra... his moves are just amped up, so whenever he does the tornado thing, he'll leave dust behind that will explode in sparkles that you have to avoid.
Shoots out more projectiles at a quicker rate as well.
He'll do a move where he'll do a massive diagonal lines through him explosion, then after that a bunch of explosions will be telegraphed, massive circles that will explode in sparkle a short time after. And there is a move where he'll go off screen, and a bunch of purple sparklers will erupt from certain parts of the floor that you have to dodge, and he'll come out with one of the last ones that goes off to carry on fighting.
Yeah, not particularly tricky move to dodge.
No, but a very, very cool spectacle.
Very spectacle, very, very cool.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know about you, this fight didn't give me too much grief.
No.
I died once.
Me neither. I died 3 times.
Okay, that's fair.
He did give me a little bit of trouble. But I never felt bad for dying. Like I was just like, yeah, I get to fight this again. This is cool.
Yeah, you don't really have to adapt your strategy too much to this new fight. From what you've learned from the first fight, it basically applies in this one as well. When he turns into a tornado, that's like the best time to get like those pogo damage bits in.
Yeah.
Just after the timings are a little bit harder because you're dodging more often than hitting.
Yeah, and he'll do this move where he'll start in the air and he'll start spinning in the air down to the bottom and then all the way along the floor. So we can cover quite a large area with the damaging sparkly effects that trail him.
Yeah.
But I really like this fight.
Yeah, it's cool.
Any fight against Trobbio is a good fight.
Yeah.
I'm still torn as to whether I prefer this version of him or the original one.
Personally, I prefer the original one.
Yeah, I think I'm slightly edged towards the first one as well.
Don't feel like this one does enough differently to warrant.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel like if there was a bit more to it, that really kind of like the difference between Grim and Nightmare Grim kind of levels is kind of what I was hoping for with this. He doesn't. There's not enough here to really elevate it above the first encounter.
His death is a little bit less funny either. He instead of dropping dramatically to the ground, he sinks into the stage while fireworks go off next to him.
Yeah, I did quite like that though. That is a good,
that is funny.
Yeah.
I think I preferred his over the top fake death that he does in the first bit. And he shouts a line at you. A couple of lines.
Yeah, he'll talk to you after he's defeated. He basically says he's just so sure that the world's doomed, but you just basically tell him no, I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna do it. And then he's just I admire your optimism, but it's a lost cause. He's not sold on it. So that's Trobbio.
Yep.
Let's talk about Crawfather next. So I'm pretty sure. I don't know if the way you get into it is always the same, but I found the summons in Farfield's fast travel.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure I picked up the summons.
I'm guessing it'll always just spawn just at a fast travel station at some point once you've come back up from the abyss the first time. And it's basically this little message pinned to a long pin in the floor, and you pick it up, and you're summoned to the court of Craws in Greymoor. So you go back up into the you go back up to the massive watermill in Greymoor where you did an arena fight.
I wonder if that's a reference to Game of Thrones, because there's a Game of Thrones book called Court of Crows.
And if you see the headpieces they're wearing, it's kind of like Sword Throne vibes, I guess. Maybe
it
reminds me more of the Darkest Dungeon crown logo thing, very much. But you get summoned here. You go into a door that was locked this entire time, and you present the summons. And the guy behind the door unlocks it, and then you can hear him quickly scurrying off before you have a chance to see him when you open the door. You follow it all the way down, and you fall down this massive cavern into this room, where after a moment, the background is revealed, and you're just essentially just surrounded by a huge amphitheater of craws, and you've got the main Crawfather there, just slamming his beak into the podium in front of him as a judge would his hammer,
his gavel.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, it's great. So what starts off as a arena fight where he makes all of these cronies come down to fight you before he does a little Thanos I'll deal with it myself kind of moment, where he jumps in to get involved, which is great. This fight was really fun. I don't think he was particularly difficult. I got him on my first go.
Yeah, me too. But the ambience and the aesthetic is great. Really
it's
good.
awesome.
Yeah.
I was using the parry ability quite a lot, so whenever he did his little head slam ability on the ground, I would parry it, and it did not take a lot of time before the boss went down because of that.
I can imagine Tax would be really good against this fight.
I was fully invested in the Shaman crest at this point.
Okay.
And the Shaman crest not only lets you equip 3 silk skills at once, it also makes them, I want to say, like
stronger.
40% or 30% stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And I also did a boss prior to this, which drops something, a tool that makes your silk skills even stronger.
Yeah.
So at this point, bosses weren't giving me too much grief.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't find the Shaman crest until I'd done everything else. I didn't find it. I had no idea it was there. Purely because what happened was I got the ability where you the silk saw to go up, and I think after I did that I stopped playing, and then I didn't play again for another few days. So by the time I came back, I'd forgotten that I'd got this ability and would go out of my way to use it. And I think that's the main reason why I just neglected it so much when I was exploring the world afterwards. Yeah,
that's understandable. Yeah, I get that.
The Crawlfather itself doesn't have too many attacks. It will do a attack where he'll slam his beak towards you on the ground. Sometimes he'll fly in the air and shoot out a bunch of chains that after a moment will spike out, so you have to avoid those. That's a pretty cool attack that he does.
Yeah, they give you quite a lot of time to get out of the way as well, so that's quite nice.
Yeah.
He although I've mentioned a lot in this video how much I hate bosses that summon ads, I loved it in this one. It was great.
It makes sense, right? This boss makes sense that there's ads, because that's just the whole setting that they're building. They have a place there. And the boss is not too intense on its own that you feel too overwhelmed by them.
No, and at this point, these enemies are Act 1 enemies, and they go down very quickly because of your upgrades that you've gotten at this point. So there's never really too much of a problem. So focusing on the big guy is never a problem. But yeah, that's the Crawlfather.
Yeah, cool boss. I liked it.
Same.
It was a good. I was always like, up until this point, I was like, I'm surprised there's not like a crawl related boss. But yeah, like here it is.
There it is.
So next boss, I guess we can talk about is we'll go with Gurr the Outcast next, as we're in the.
This is a wish related one, I believe.
It is. Yeah, it's one of those quests where you have to track it through an area.
He might be the longest tracking quest that you have to do. I remember just taking a long ass time to get to him. You have to go across several areas just to catch up with him.
You do. So he is located in an area where one of the 3, I guess, intended heart bosses are. And the only way you can access this is going all the way through Hunter's March again, and silk soaring up above that statue that we mentioned quite a long time ago of a female bug gesturing to the air with a light shaft coming down, and that's how you access a big hidden portion of Farfields itself.
Yeah, that's the tell as well. If there's ever a place that you can soar above, there tends to be like a light shaft coming down. Yeah.
For sure. But yeah, so you'll be tracking this guy down, and whilst you are there'll be these weird traps just hovering in the air, and if you get close to them or if you hit them, they'll expand to about 3 times the size, and then they'll break away. These traps aren't here when you haven't got the quest active, but when you do, these are all over the place. You eventually
Yeah, I was gonna say, which is a bit of foreshadowing for this boss.
Yes.
His attacks that he does.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, eventually you get here, you drop down into this arena, and you are trapped by one of those classic cage traps, which you have to smack your way out of. But before that happens, Gurr makes himself known, jumps out from behind the bushes.
Yeah.
Does a little roar.
Yeah, it's just a huge ant in like a ghillie suit.
Yeah.
And he's wearing a mask on his head that actually looks very much like Hornet's mask, just with shorter horns.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, quite a relatively simple boss, I'd say.
I thought it was really easy. Yeah.
Yeah, same. He didn't kill me once.
No.
All he really does is he throws out those traps which you've already come across earlier on.
Yeah.
Which didn't really cause me too much problem.
No, because you can smack them away like pretty quickly before they become too much of an obstacle. And then he'll just do some like charge attacks and things, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, he generally tries to stay away from you.
Yeah. Ranged attacks
is
good against this fight.
Yeah, definitely. But otherwise, unfortunately, there's not really too much to say. It's a very easy fight.
Yeah, and there's not much going for him, unfortunately. Just kind of, I don't want to say throwaway, but, for this game, it's just one of those kind of throwaway bosses.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but it was somewhere around this point where I was starting to think, like, hang on a minute, these Act 3 bosses are not giving me too much trouble.
Yeah.
They're actually really easy.
Only a very few portion of them actually gave me any sort of trouble, really. In Act 3.
Which is a bit of a surprise, but yeah, it's just one of them.
So next up, let's talk about the Pinstress, the fight against the Pinstress. So this is a NPC that you can find in the Blasted Steppes. I'm pretty sure you learn a Silk skill off of her when you meet her.
You learn the charged attack from her.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Which I never use. Did you ever use this?
No, I don't know. No, I know. It's the same in the first game.
Yeah,
it's objectively really good. It's good because what you're supposed to do is, like, whenever the boss goes off screen, you get a charge ready to go.
Sure.
So the next time you hit it, it does a lot of damage. But I never got into the habit of
just too lazy.
Just too lazy. Yeah, too stubborn.
Yeah. She goes way out of her way. She will you have to find her all the way at the top of Mount Fae. Well, not the very top, but close to the top.
Very close to the top. You still have to basically traverse half the level to get there.
Yeah.
It's an interesting place for a friendly duel, because that's what it is. It's just a, hey, you wanna duel with me?
The world's ending. Well, let's have one last fight.
We're on top of a mountain. I know you've got other things to do, but come on.
Come on, there hasn't been a boss fight in this area. We've got to have a reason to have a boss here.
That's probably why she's there.
Yeah, yeah. When we were talking about the second Sentinel fight, you mentioned that one move where they do like a diagonal kind of attack. This is the boss that also does that.
Yeah. And she has a similar... What kind of weapon does she have?
Well, she uses a lot of the pin-related tools that you can also use. So she'll have the threefold pin attack, the long pin attack. She'll do a flurry, like a sword flurry in front of her that you need to dodge, and just a bunch of like jumping diagonal strikes.
And there's a lot of time that she gives you between these, well, not between these attacks, before she does an attack. She makes it obvious what she's about to do.
But definitely like one, not a difficult fight, but one that you can't just no brain. Like, you have to pay attention for sure.
You have to actually try.
She's fairly quick.
She didn't give me any grief initially, because at this point you've got enough health to. She might even just do 1 damage, like with her hits as well.
Yeah.
No, it is 2. I think there's some of it, like her traps and stuff, only do like 1 damage.
Yeah, I think her tool attacks maybe only do 1, but if you get hit by like her actual weapon, then it might do 2. She did kill me once, but I got her on the second attempt. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found it quite funny. I don't know how many times you did this, but how many times did she fall off the screen for you?
Oh yeah, she did quite a few times.
She has like a little flowing attack, and like sometimes she would just like fall off the screen after she does it, and then she just jumps back up.
Yeah.
Which is quite fun. But Yeah, otherwise, not particularly challenging fight, but definitely an interesting one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's only 3 more optional bosses that we'll talk about here, and they all are kind of, I would say, just they're not very good, interesting fights at all. I wouldn't say.
Yeah. Do you mind if I pick the next one?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about Plasmified Zango.
Yeah. Okay.
Just a boss. What?
If you can call it that. It has a name tag, so I guess it counts. But it's.
I was because this video I've been using to reference so I can watch the fights doesn't even have it included, so I doubt they don't even consider it a boss fight. Which is quite funny. So I'm googling Plasmified Zango. This is hilarious. Do you know what the title of this video is?
Go on.
Silksong: How to Beat Plasmified Zango, Easy Guide.
As if it needed one. I mean, like, what even is this? It's got a very silly gimmick to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think the implication is this is the guy's assistant, right? The first one that he sends.
Yeah,
to
the
do his dirty
architect's original assistant. Yeah, who just became completely consumed by. Should we talk about like how the Wormways is as an area before we talk about Plasmified Zango?
Yeah, go on then.
So, in Act 3, Wormways is essentially completely transformed, and it's been completely overtaken by the Plasmium. Like all of the blue butterflies and stuff.
Past the point of the second key that you get, that's where it's all plasmified, and the whole area is covered in the what do they call it?
They call the alchemist calls it plasmium in this game.
Yeah.
Which is just it's infected all of the bugs. So the ones that would usually drill from top to bottom, they've gotten all this sticky stuff over them, so they're now stuck in the ceiling, and they'll just spray it out when you get close to them.
Yeah.
And then the little guys will just.
Fact about these enemies.
Yeah.
Is that if you have the needle file, I love saying that.
Yeah.
The needle file equipped, you can actually drain them for the plasma. As a consumable item to hold on to, which you can use on the go to give yourself an extra heart's worth of health.
Oh, very nice. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, behind a hidden wall is this plasmified Zango, who has one move where he. Oh no, he has 2. I'm sorry, I'm being facetious. He has 2 moves.
Come on.
So stupid. He just shoots plasmified blobs into the air, and as long as you're next to him, they won't hit anything. They won't hit you. I mean, one might, but doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then another attack is he scurries along the ground. That's it.
That's literally
if this boss gave you trouble, I don't know how you managed to get to Act 3.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Ludicrous. And his gimmick is if you don't hit him for a while, his health will just always be regenerating, so you have to constantly hit him. And the more that you do hit him...
I didn't even know that, okay.
Yeah. Because the first time I fought him, I was just going at it for ages, but I wasn't like constantly hitting him, so I just felt like it just was never ending.
Oh, I see.
So I just left him, and I assumed like, oh, maybe I need to speak to the alchemist and like get something first that will just weaken him so that I can actually kill him. And then I came back and turns out...
I can see why that would have happened, because you would have been using the Reaper crest, which has a very slow attack speed as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that makes sense.
So the more damage he takes, the more projectiles he'll spray out, and like the wider arc it'll spray as well. But yeah, it's just hug him, attack him until he dies, essentially.
Yeah. Crazy that he's even got a boss
I know.
title.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because He doesn't scream and show his name whenever, because you could just walk out of his arena. You're not locked in, and maybe that's a reason why people don't consider him a boss. But a name card does appear the first time you walk in the room, so I counted it as one.
Oh, okay. Any follow-up ones, it doesn't appear again.
Yeah.
Yes, that's bizarre, isn't it? That's very odd.
Yeah. It's very strange. So it's kind of in that like middle area, or you could maybe consider a mini boss instead of a boss if you wanted to. But I thought it was just worth mentioning just because it's hilarious.
Like... It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
Yeah. So do you want to pick the next one?
I alluded to this one earlier. If you return to the Sands of Carrick and go to the very top of it, there's this new area hidden away called the Vault Nest. I believe you have to use the Silksong ability to access this area. And essentially this is a electrified area, which has various different interesting looking environmental details.
The only other time you ever saw this kind of stuff was in the Memoriam, because there was a certain part of that had this, and it felt really out of place. I was like, why is this here? I haven't seen this before. But this is clearly what they were trying to replicate here, this little section of the sands. So
and it's basically another just area that's just one big jumping puzzle. I suppose its main gimmick is at various points in this level there's like giant lines of electricity that shoot off periodically. If you ever played a platformer before, this is hardly new stuff. But you traverse this area to the very end of it, and you're greeted with a boss called, what was his name?
Voltverm. Yes.
Yeah, and he's basically a sort of like, kind of like a horrible saws and some sort of creature.
It looks kind of like a fungus. It looks kind of like a Volt fungus.
Yeah, it almost looks like barnacles in like SpongeBob or something.
Potentially like maggots or something.
But yeah, this is a very simple fight of trying to attack the ceiling, which is where Voltverm is. It's basically just a series of worms, I guess. They're just in these little cocoons, and he keeps popping his head out to these like various different electric attacks. One of them is that he spawns in various different circles of electricity, which you can quickly, very easily dodge, because all of his attacks are very obviously like foreshadowed before they happen. And then there's another one which is just several pillars of electricity shoot across the room, which you have to dodge. And between these dodges, you just have to hit the enemy, hit the boss. I'm trying to think of anything interesting to describe this boss. There isn't.
There isn't. It's not interesting. It's
not.
The game probably would. It doesn't benefit from this being here. If it wasn't here, like it wouldn't change the game at all. It was unnecessary.
However, I do strongly recommend doing this boss because it drops one of the best tools in the game.
Yes, good. Really good. I used this for the rest of the game when I found it. Yeah,
so as long as you've been using your silk skills, this will add a bit of electricity around them, which does a little bit more damage. Which obviously with what I had at the time, the Shaman Crest, makes the silk skills borderline broken, in my opinion. So good.
At what point do you get that homing one?
Oh, that is if you return to the cradle and go to the corpse of the grandmother. Yeah,
so do that, because that silk skill is great.
Yeah, it's good.
So good. We'll talk about the cradle in a second. Yeah, okay.
That's the pale nails you're talking about,
yeah. Yeah, really good. Especially with this tool. Yeah, electrified homing missiles. Great. Sign me up.
Yeah, very cool.
And then the only other optional boss is fairly close to this. it's also in the sands, or is it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, which is it's quite an interesting boss because you don't fight it straight away. You have to forcibly trigger it by playing the needle-in melody to wake it up.
Yeah.
It's essentially this statue that's just turned to stone on the edge of the world.
Yeah.
And when you play the needle in it, it'll reanimate him again. Then you'll have a little boss fight against Watcher of the Edge, which is a really weird fight. Like, I don't think there's any music that plays. It's just very quiet and just...
Yeah, there is no music, you're right.
Yeah. And like the fight itself is just really kind of underwhelming. Like, he's not very good.
No, he's
he has like two moves.
Powerful. Yeah, he has a couple moves. He does a lot of overhead slashes with his like great sword, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll do
and
this.
Occasionally, he'll bury himself into the ground and then shoot up and do like a leaping strike.
Which is so easy to just walk under and then hit him when he comes back down. And
yeah,
that's basically what I did to kill him, really. Just wait for that attack to happen. Run under him and then hit him.
Yeah, pretty much. That makes sense. Yeah, I died once to him.
Okay. Yeah, I killed him on the first attempt, so...
Yeah, fair enough. He's nothing too special or interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's some interesting lore implication, but... Yeah, there's a noticeable downgrade in the quality of bosses in Act 3 to Act 2, which I think we'll both
the optional ones anyway.
About.
The main ones kind of keep their quality, I'd say, for the most part.
Of them do.
Yeah. But I don't have much else to say about the Watcher of the Edge. He'll crumble to dust when he dies, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's an interesting little thing that happens, but
yeah, does he drop?
Yeah, it's another one where it tricks you to thinking there's like gonna be another phase.
Yeah,
it's a memento.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he just gives you one of the mementos. Yeah, that's right. Which is needed for
so nothing
100%,
important.
I think.
Yeah. But yeah, neither of us have anything too interesting to say about this boss. It's just another mini boss style enemy that's been given a boss health bar.
Yeah. So before we crack into main heart fights, do you mind if I cover just a couple optional things that you don't need to do, but I think it's definitely worth a mention?
Okay, do you want to wrap up another optional boss?
There's another one? Did I miss? What did I miss?
Yeah, so if we return to Deep Docks, you might even be able to do this in Act 2, actually. If you traverse past some of the more hidden areas of Deep Docks, you can come across the next boss fight, which is Four Brothers, Cygnus and Gron.
Oh, did we not mention these already?
No.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about them. Yeah, because I thought them in Act 2.
Yeah, because they're part of your Act... Yeah, and I think they're accessible in Act 2.
Yeah, I fought them quite early on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just because it's part
these.
of your Act 3 list, but I don't think you meant to put it on there.
Are you is it? Oh,
is it?
Yeah, I didn't mean to. If I did.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway.
But I don't think we've spoken about them, so let's talk.
No, we have not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. You'll have to fight these, I think, in order to access the diving bell, regardless. So I think they are mandatory. But essentially, they're just a fight against
you might be right.
against two big guys with bells on their heads that are in this room filled with. It looks like like a bunch of papers or something. I'm not really sure what that's all about going on there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But I think that they don't fight you together, right? You deal with them one at a time?
Not initially. Yeah, what happens is a bit earlier on is the one that does the little spinny attack where he throws his weapon at you. He pops up before you get to the arena and tries to hit you with his weapon before diving back down into the lava. Only to be found again when you reach the boss arena. So you just start fighting him, assuming that this is the fight. You're just fighting this one guy. until you get a little bit into that fight where he summons his other brother, Cygnus, or whatever his name is. I'm not too sure.
Cygnus and Gron, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure which is which.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
They spawn ads as well, don't they? I think I remember.
Yeah, they
spawning
do.
ads.
Yeah, they do. It's a bit annoying, especially when both of them are on screen.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a bit of a chaotic kind of duel fight between these two enemies. Their moves aren't like very satisfyingly connected to one another. Like the golden example to use of bosses like this is the Mantis Lords from the first games, where the two different attacks work to synchronize together so perfectly. Whereas with these two, they kind of just cycle between their attacks without any sort of rhyme or reason. So it's almost like RNG based, whether or not their attacks are manageable or not. Which is what led to most of my deaths to this boss.
Yeah. I can't remember this fight very well. So I don't have much to say about it other than
it's not particularly interesting.
It's just a fight. It's not memorable to me, so clearly couldn't have been that. Didn't leave an impression on me, really. So yeah, it's just a fight against two slightly stronger versions of enemies that you find throughout Deep Dock.
Yeah, and they've only got a couple of attacks between them, so it's not much to get used to.
Yeah, I died twice to them.
Yeah, I died 3 times to them.
Yeah. That's about it for those two, really. Yeah.
Yep.
So is that all optional bosses now? I believe.
Gonna go with yes.
Yeah. If not, I apologise for missing any out, but I believe that was all of them. We've already covered ones that we're not.
If we missed it.
Yeah, exactly. So the two optional areas I want to quickly talk about is first off, the hidden area above the cradle. You can go back up there and you can silk saw through a very small hole in the ceiling that isn't given to you any indication that there's a hole there, really.
Nope.
And you'll go up to definitely the hardest platforming area of the game, for sure, by a mile.
Yeah, I'd say that.
It's very difficult, and it's completely optional. There are a few unique enemies here that you'll have to go to and kill in order to complete the journal, which is the only reason why I came up here. But there is just a hidden area where you can go to the very surface of Farloom, and you can see a forgotten nameless town at the top, which is where you get one of the mementos.
Yep, it's just called Nameless Town.
Yeah. This is one of the locations where the mushroom NPC will appear if you do his quest line. But
yeah, we haven't mentioned that. The only returning NPC from the first game is Mr. Mushroom.
Yeah.
Who sadly I never found. In this game.
Me neither.
Never saw him.
No.
I'm gutted about because I love him.
Yeah. I think he first appears at the very edge of the next area that I want to talk about, which is Fleetopia. If we go back there, then they start a festival, the Festival of Fleas at the end of the world.
Yep. And if you played the first game, you're kind of expecting a dark twist on finding all the fleas, because obviously when you find all the grubs in the first game, the grub father eats them all. Which is quite funny, but also kind of devastating. And I was expecting a similar sort of surprise in this game.
Well, they kind of play with your expectations, because you first arrive there and it looks really dark, and it's just Mushka standing on this stage that they've built, and like there's no one else around, and he's like, I have something that I need to tell you, and you think like some really bad stuff is going to be said, but then they just like kind of like welcome to the Festival of Fleas, and then just like the whole like surroundings just light up with all these decorations and the festivities going on. Then you can take part in a few mini games. Jeez, man, these mini games. I spent some time trying to beat the high scores, because if you beat all 3 high scores, you get your last pale ale to get your weapon upgrade. So it's
I
worth
Googled
doing.
that and I was like, well, I can't not do it.
Yeah, but these mini games, man, they're really hard. They're really
tough.
hard.
They are really tough.
So there's 3 mini
The one
games.
I found the hardest.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, explain them. I'll tell you which one.
Okay, so there's 3 mini games. There's one where you have to. There's a bunch of fleas that will jump on screen. And they'll dive down. They have bells on the head, and you have to juggle them in the air. And you have to hit each one like 3 times before it flies off screen. And you have to reach a certain high score of flies done. And then sometimes special ones will come out that will act slightly differently. So yeah, the juggle mini game. You've got one where you go up onto a race platform, and you have to essentially play a game of dodgeball against fleas flying all over the place. And you can't get knocked down and hit the floor, and if you do, the game's over. And you have to outlast a certain amount of seconds on this platform. And the third one is you have to you're honing your pogoing skills, so you have to constantly keep yourself in the air by pogoing off of fleas that are flying from either left to right or right to left, and you have to stay in the air for as long as possible. And the amount of times you pogo a flea is triggers like the counter that goes up. So which one? I probably know which one you struggle with the most, but do you want to go ahead?
The one I struggle with the most is the juggling one.
Oh wow, really? Okay, actually no, that I didn't struggle with that one quite as much.
Okay, which one do you struggle with?
The dodge one gave me so much hell.
Really? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I would say, in my opinion,
really
I thought that was the easiest one.
Really? Nah.
Yeah, I didn't mind
so
that one.
I thought the pogo one was the easiest, in my opinion, and then juggle, and then the dodge one. Yeah. The only reason being is that I felt like there was the most amount of RNG in the dodge one compared to the others. There were some times where I felt like I was in a position where no matter what I did, I was going to get hit by something, and that was it. That was my run over. So you have to... I think you have to last like 65 seconds in the dodge one. You have to get above like 25 or 30 in the juggle, and a similar amount in the pogo one. I'm not entirely sure. I did have a note written somewhere about the fleas, but I can't remember where I put it, which is annoying.
Yeah, but like I said, either way,
stats.
you complete all these challenges, and then you get probably the final pale oil upgrade that you'll find in this game. Which at this point in the game is almost necessary to get, because you need any help you can get to deal with not the bosses per se, but the just the regular enemies at this point is so annoying.
I wrote down my stats on this. So the juggle one, you have to get above. You have to get above a 31 or more, and that took me 11 attempts to do. The dodge one, you have to last 66 plus seconds, which took me 20 attempts to do. And the bounce one, you have to get 43 plus, and that only took me 1 attempt. I did that on my first try.
Okay. Yep. Fair enough.
Well, my first or second try, actually. I think it was 2 attempts, but yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember what I was going to say. I'm glad I didn't keep track of how many times it took me to do some of these.
I got so mad doing these.
They're really tough.
Yeah,
you have to earn that last upgrade.
You do, and there are an even tougher set of high scores to beat after you beat a certain boss. We'll get to, which I did complete, and that was hell. The second time around,
let's go on.
Yeah, so we'll move on to I guess main bosses. Do you want to quickly talk about the Sprint Master?
Yes, this was I was going to mention this because this was my bite of 87 moment in this game when I saw the Sprint Master, because I was like, hang on a minute, I recognize this guy because he's a fucking charm in the first game, like his whole look.
didn't make
in the
this
first
connection.
game, the dash. Yeah, in the first game, there's a dash ability, and there's a charm which makes it quicker, so you can trigger it more often. It's called the Sprint Master's Charm, I think. And it's this guy's fucking face.
Cool. No way. I love that.
Yeah. And when I noticed that, I was like, oh my god, it's the Bite of 87.
Is that the Bite of 87?
That's the Bite of 87? Yeah, it was great.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's interesting. It's the one that I recognise is called the Dash Master. There's another one called the Sprint Master, which doesn't actually look like this guy, but he actually looks like the Dash Master. But yeah, that's cool.
So yeah, he'll just challenge you to a bunch of races, basically, which can get quite difficult.
Yeah, it got increasingly harder.
Yeah,
but nothing too egregious. I found I only took like maximum of 1 or 2 attempts to get through to beat him on his
yeah. I struggled with the third race the most, which took me 6 attempts.
Yeah, that's understandable.
But there's an extra one after that you can do.
Did you know you can harpoon into him to pull him back a bit?
Yes, I did that a lot. That was one of my main strategies. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you have to do that at certain points, otherwise because he'll get faster and faster the more laps he does. So
yeah, you have to stay ahead of him.
And with the fourth race having 6 laps, he can get really quick towards the end. So.
Yes. Do you remember what you get as a reward? Because I can't remember.
You get let's see. You get a memento if you beat the optional. Yeah, you get if you beat the optional extra race. You'll get the Sprint Master's memento as a reward. But the other ones, I believe, are just like rosaries, right?
A Marsh Shard, I think.
It gives you a Marsh Shard for the third race, which is really important, obviously. Yep. So yeah, that's Sprint Master. Cool NPC.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool.
While we're still in Farfield, should we go to the Heart boss in this area first?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which one is it? Oh yeah, her.
Karmelia. Yeah. So you'll go
Skarrsinger.
into Skarrsinger Karmelia. You'll go into the memory of her. There'll just be like a really bloated, huge corpse of a ant in the background of a room, and you go into her memory and you find her in this huge kind of auditorium, coliseum type thing with loads of ant bugs in the background. It is very kind of Colosseum of Fools vibes with all the people in the background cheering on. And this is one of those fights that starts with a arena fight against a couple waves of enemies, and then the actual boss spawns. I would say this is probably my favorite fight in the entire game. I loved this one.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, I loved this boss. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. It's a good balance of like everything that makes a good boss.
It's great. Yeah, it's just, she's just so. Her moves have just like such an elegance to them. Like she's a very elegant boss. The way her moves flow, nothing feels cheap. It's just the only thing I would say that's cheap about this boss is the first time she'll do a slam attack and then the spikes come out of the ground. When you don't know that's what she's gonna do, you're always gonna get hit by it. But once you know that, I feel like there's a good flow to this fight, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah. Really good.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely tough.
With pretty much all those points. Yeah, very tough. She took me out 7 times.
Yeah, she killed me 4 times before I managed to take her down. There's no bad run back, which is nice because you'll just spawn right outside the memory again whenever if you do die.
Go back in.
Yeah, the arena fight before the boss fight doesn't take too long either, and the enemies are really easy. So I don't say that's very egregious and takes away much from it. But yeah.
One thing I made a note of here, which I don't know if you can relate to this or not, but the music reminds me of Assassin's Creed 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I have to listen to the... Hang on, let me get her music up, because I've got the playlist going.
Yeah, I think you might know what I mean.
Let's see. Yeah, let's have a listen. Oh, yeah, her music's great, man. Oh, it's so good. I see what you mean. I think it's supposed to be like her singing voice, right? Like, while you're fighting.
Yeah, because she's like a...
Well, she's called the Skarrsinger.
She's a performer as well as like the best.
It's very theatrical.
Combatant.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Everything about this boss I vibe with, and really enjoyed it. When you do 100%. When you do beat her, you do another one of those anime take down Kill Bill things. Yeah. And you get your second heart. Can't remember what the name of this one is. The Singer's Heart, maybe, something like that.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah. So do you want to pick the next fight to talk about?
Yeah, let's go with... Okay, let's do... hang on, let me look at his name.
Calm?
Let's do Nylith
Nylith, okay.
first.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's the weakest of all of them.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. But before you can access this fight, you have to you have to access it through the Grand Gate. Is that correct?
You do, yeah. The elevator shaft of the Grand Gate. There's a breakable wall that you have to hit to gain access to this area, which I didn't find on my own. I had to look that up.
Yeah, same. So you have to do that, but not only that. Before you can go to the arena at the far side of this little map area, you have to fight this NPC called the Shrine Guardian Seth.
Yeah, really sad fight, this one.
Yeah.
The music's really sad that plays in the background. I think there's kind of good reason for this. Are you aware of the real life lore of this boss?
The real life one?
Yeah, there's so basically Seth was a boss that was designed by a kid that Team Cherry reached out to, who sadly passed away from cancer at the age of 16. And this was kind of a homage to him. He designed the boss and they put it in the game. And his name was Seth Goldman, so they named the boss after him. Yeah.
That's really nice. That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, what reminds me of what I said earlier about how at this point the game's giving you quite a few characters that could easily have their own spin-off. I feel like Seth was one of them.
Yeah, for sure. Because he's great.
I loved his shield attack, and I was like, I wish I could do something like that.
Yeah, his attacks are really cool, really unique. Yeah, when he does that shield slam, he slams down to the ground, and he does like a big like AoE attack, like a gong going off. It's really cool.
Yeah, he's essentially the Captain America of...
Yeah, he'll throw his shield around and teleport to it where it ends up. It's really, really cool moves. Very tough to deal with when you're not when you're starting out and learning them for sure. But once you understand them, like there's no randomness to them. So once you figure them out, they can be abused like quite easily.
Yep.
But
100%.
But yeah, definitely tough. He killed me 3 times.
Yeah, he got me 4 times.
Yeah, the cool thing about this boss is that once you beat him, you can find him in quite a few locations in Farloom, and he essentially greets you as a stranger, and he's completely lost his memory.
Yeah, he's got like amnesia.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
Yeah. Eventually, he ends up in Fleetopia, which is where he just sets like groundbreaking records in all of the mini games, and you have to beat those.
I see.
So okay. Let me quickly talk about those those records you have to beat, because they are insane.
Oh god.
In the juggle one, you have to get 56 plus instead of 31, which is crazy.
Yes, I've got them listed here. Yeah, oh my god, okay.
The dodge one, you have to get 96 seconds or higher, which is just, that was so can't. It's crazy.
I can see why this is
and
optional.
And the bounce one, you have to get 69 plus, which one of my attempts, I got 67, and then I went back to the board and saw, he said 68. Great, my life sucks. And then I got a run of 68, and I was like, are you kidding me? I'm one short, and I was just like so tilted.
Yeah, that happened a couple times to me when I was doing the original mini games. So yeah, I can imagine that being awful.
Yeah, but if you do beat all of these times, then he'll give you another one of the mementos, I believe. So yeah, that's how you get another one of those.
Which is required for 100%.
I think the mementos are. They might not be, but I got them regardless.
Yeah,
I think they might be.
Because if they are, that makes that achievement even more insane.
Yeah.
To 100% the game in less than 30 hours. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Okay, no, so the mementos don't count towards 100% completion,
thank God.
Which is nice.
God, that would be brutal.
But they're fun little optional things to strive for. So
yeah.
And, at the time, I didn't know that's what you needed them for, so I just did it just to see what I got. But yeah.
Yep, fair enough.
So do you want to talk any more about the boss itself?
About Seth?
Cool
no,
boss.
there's not much to say. Yeah, it's just a cool boss. Great little story behind it as well.
A good duel fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shame that the fight that follows it isn't quite as good, eh?
No. Rubbish. Fucking terrible. Yeah, so this is Nyleth, who's basically one big flower which you fight these in Shellword, I believe. It's basically just a big version of that. Yeah. Oh, God, I'm having to remind myself what she does.
So the boss, it starts with you standing on the platform, and she'll just do some attacks. She only has about like 3 attacks. She'll do a charge where she'll go from one side of the arena to the other, and whatever wall she's connected to, it's just covered in thorn spikes, so you can't interact with it. And the second move she does is she'll trigger a huge AoE that is telegraphed, but it covers most of the screen, and it basically forces you to hug the opposite wall to where she is, otherwise she'll get hit for 2 damage.
That was the only things that really hit me in this boss, was doing that, because I kept like not running away quick enough to get out of his way. Yeah,
it's a move that if you're right next to her when she starts it, you'll have to do a full dash plus the claw line to even make the distance away to avoid it. It's crazy big. And then the third attack she has is she just shoots out a bunch of projectiles similar to the turret enemies that you would find in Shellword that shoot out the little purple yellow projectiles. She'll shoot out a bunch of those that you have to dodge. That's basically it in terms of moves. I think she might have one more where she does like a claw attack kind of thing. With a bunch of claws near her.
It's worth mentioning that she has a second phase where she destroys the platform that you're standing on, causing you to have to fight her by clinging onto the wall on the other side. Which you have to constantly reset yourself.
That brought back so many nightmares of the Colosseum, the third Colosseum fight in the first game, where you had to constantly suspend yourself in the air. I hate anything that does that. Hate it.
It's very tricky. I had to briefly switch back to the Reaper Crest for this fight, just because when that phase happens, you're very difficult to land needle strikes on her.
It's hard. It's hard to hit her just in general, even with tools, because you have to make sure you're facing the right way whilst maintaining your wall jumps so that you don't fall into the spike pit below you.
I think the tool that keeps you clinged to the wall in one spot would definitely come in clutch, but I didn't use it.
That is a good. No, I didn't either. I was so used to clinging to walls without it by that point that I just didn't feel like I really needed it.
I feel like maybe you could also pogo off her head quite a lot.
I did a few times. The only risk with doing that is that if she decides to do the big AoE or the claw attack, it's quite hard to avoid it. If you're that close to her. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say this wasn't a very fun fight.
No.
Yeah, she has a lot of health.
It's down.
She stays around longer than she should.
Yeah, her second phase lasts way longer than the first one. You're done with the first phase quite early, and then the majority of her fight is in the second phase. Yeah, I died 3 times to Nyleth.
Yeah, I got 5 times.
Yeah. Not like... It was just such a grind, and I wasn't enjoying myself, so it just felt longer.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the weakest of all of the heart fights.
By far. The only saving grace is the Seth fight before it. Which,
Seth fight before it, which almost seems deliberate. It's like to make up for how shit the boss is about to be.
Exactly.
Let's give you a good one beforehand.
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't for Seth, then honestly, this whole thing would be a complete write-off.
Take out Nyleth and replace it with Seth, and it's a much better fight.
Yeah,
in general.
Agreed.
But yeah, that's Nyleth.
And then that leaves only one more.
Yep. So we return ourselves to the Sands of Karak, to the Choral Tower, where the last of the heart fights is.
God, this location is just so... It looks so good, right?
Because it's the only time they've ever done an underwater thing.
Yeah, so it's worth mentioning that when you go into all these memories, you start in like a black kind of void area that's just got a bit of like silk and stuff, and then you move into like the actual place, right? But the way this one is different to the others is that you have to silk soar above, and you go through this section where you're soaring up through the air, and it goes from black into blue, and you're just underwater. There's fish flying everywhere, and it just looks so cool, and like nothing you've ever seen in these games.
Yeah, you straight up wouldn't expect this from this game.
Yeah.
Especially since you ascend upwards into water. It's like, hang on a minute, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's crazy.
How has this happened?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a play on like how, the depths of the ocean is just pitch blackness, right? And then you're getting closer towards the surface.
Yeah,
really cool.
So this whole area is a series of arena fights leading up to the actual boss of this area.
Yeah.
How did you find the fights themselves?
So the fights themselves, I thought the first arena is really easy. And that never gave me any issues. The second one, I think I would say, is the hardest one out of all 3 of them.
You have to remind me what happens in that.
So the second one, there's a moment where there's a lot of enemies in this area. There are a lot of enemies unique to just these arenas, and then once you're done, like, you'll never see them again. But there's this one enemy, the huge guys that fall down, and they'll just like try and rugby tackle you, or like jump up.
Yeah.
So 2 of them will spawn at once, and I found that really tough. To deal with. It's just essentially like...
I found that...
Yeah,
I found that using silk skills with my upgraded silk skills at this point were absolutely melting most of these enemies.
Yeah, that's fair.
So thankfully I didn't find it too difficult because of that.
Yeah, I struggled quite a bit. What was your thoughts when, like, the first time you died and you realised that the arenas that you've cleared, you have to go through them again?
It made me initially quite worried.
Me too. Yeah.
Because I was expecting a coliseum of the full trial levels of difficulty going into this. Because is it 3 arenas you have to beat before you get to the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So died a couple times trying to get up to this one. But surprise, surprise, when you get to the top of these arenas, it actually unlocks a shortcut, so that you don't have to do those arena fights again.
So you'll always have to do the 3rd one before fighting the boss, but if you manage to get through the first two, you can drop a huge conch shell that will fall down and break a vertical shaft open for you to go straight up. And if it wasn't for this, I would say this area would be so much worse if you had to do all three every time. Like, that would be insane.
Yeah.
As soon as I unlocked this checkpoint, I was like, okay, this area is actually pretty good. I don't mind it. Yeah. They're hard arenas. They're probably the hardest arena fights in the game. That's kind of like the main part of it. Like, the boss itself isn't as hard as the arena fights as a whole, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I beat Crust King on my first go.
Yeah, I died twice to the Crust King.
Yeah.
So, but like you said, you had gotten a lot of your upgrades, and you were using the shaman thing with all of the silk skills. So you probably were able to shred him a lot quicker than I was.
Yeah,
I was more
damage
relying
was no
on.
problem.
Yeah, I was more relying on limited ranged attacks and then just going in for melee hits, which he doesn't give you many openings for melee. This boss.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, I guess I didn't find him too difficult because he basically only has one kind of move, which is he summons like a coral tower, or sharp columns of coral at you at various different points in the arena. They're very well telegraphed. You've got plenty of times to get out of the way of them.
Yeah.
But like you said, it's quite hard to get close to him to actually do damage.
Yeah. I think aesthetically, this guy's pretty cool. So this is Crust King Khan, is his like full name.
Yeah.
And I like the way like he'll telegraph his attacks in a really cool way, because he'll do the pose of what you're expecting to do. So he'll like stretch his arm forward in a horizontal line to trigger the the whole of the bottom section of the arena is going to be covered in coral. He'll like cross his arms in the air if he does like a cross-shaped one. I think I like that about it. I thought that was quite cool. You get the sense that he's essentially just shifting the very core, as he has like command over just the land, which is really cool. Yeah,
it is cool. It's a cool little detail.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, I was expecting, like I said, a full trial level of difficulty, and I didn't get that.
No, it doesn't quite reach that heights. Yeah. I died more times to the arenas than I did to the boss, for sure.
Yeah, that's fair.
It took me 4 attempts to get through the first 2 arenas to unlock the shortcut, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if anyone else is struggling with it, I do recommend using the silk skills.
Yeah.
They tend to go down in one blast of whatever you're shooting at them, so it's excellent.
Yeah, attacks are probably pretty good against him, because he likes to stand on the ground a lot in one place. So...
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. But yeah, he drops the encrusted heart, which is the last heart that we've mentioned everyone now, haven't we? So yeah, that's the last heart that you can get.
Yeah. So once you've gotten all of your hearts, you only need 3 out of the 4, so you technically don't need to fight one of these heart bosses in order to progress. But
so I recommend not fighting
Nyleth.
Nyleth.
Yeah. Just fight Seth and then walk away.
Walk away.
Do the others. Done with it. Yeah. But once you've got all of your hearts, you'll go back to the Snell Shamans, and they'll perform this ritual that will allow you to go back into your own memories. And this is like a pretty big story-heavy sequence that you go through. You're essentially reliving Hornet's like life, like from a child, which is really cool. Yep. You go into the red memory.
Yep.
Yeah.
The red memory. There's
bunch of locations from the first game make an appearance here.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Yeah.
God, I should get it up on my screen so I can remind myself.
So you'll
red memory.
Yeah, red memory. So I think you start off as just like a little baby, and you're sitting beside your mother, I presume.
Yeah. I think so.
And it's
or mothers, plural. There's quite a lot of them in there.
So your spider mum, I suppose.
Yeah, your clan maybe.
Yeah. There's a part where there's a part where you have to essentially travel through like the deep nest area. Like you'll see the stag station sign, like, and everything, and you have to go up into
a cool little surprise.
Yeah, you have to climb up the platforms into the cocoon where you would get one of your dream things in the original game, and you'll have a conversation with your mum there. There's another section where you're training, and it turns out that you were trained by the queen bee, which when you're playing the first game, she's already dead.
Yeah,
you get to see her in her prime here, where she's smaller and like more, nimble, which is a really cool touch. To know how you became so skilled at fighting, it was from the Queen of Bees.
I'm sensing a DLC boss in the future.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did do like a God Home version in this game, that the Queen Bee would be one of the fights, maybe. That would be cool.
Because the Hive in the first game wasn't accessible until they added it as a free update. I don't think it's even part of anything.
Yeah.
So hopefully something like that happens.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah. I'm so down for DLC in this game. I can't wait for whatever they decide to do. But yeah, there's the final part of this memory is you actually you have a conversation with the White Lady, who was the mother of the first game's main character, and she presents to you the Everbloom flower, which is just essentially just the pure, just light. The only way to conquer the darkness that her and the king at the time had, plagued on the land to try and fight the Radiance with. So you get that off of her, and then this is what you will take back down with you into the Abyss to be able to finish the game, essentially. It keeps the void away from you. You no longer take damage from falling into the Abyss pits and stuff. It's a shame that this doesn't protect you from void attacks, but then I guess that would kind of trivialize the end boss if they didn't damage you. So it's kind of weird how that works. Like, you should be immune to the Abyss, but you're still kind of not, in a way.
I feel like maybe a good compromise might have been if the regular enemies attack you, they no longer do 2 hearts of damage, maybe just 1, because their projectiles are just normal now. Or they don't drain your silk would be like a nice little
even
bonus,
just that. That would be something. Maybe that is a thing. I don't know. It might not be. But,
I don't know, because as soon as I got it, I went to go fight the last boss.
Are you happy to go to that now?
Was
there anything else you want to talk about?
We've mentioned everything I want to talk about. And we've done every boss leading up to it. So is there anything else you want to mention?
No, nothing on my end.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
Yep. So you get back to the place where you saw the vision of Lace above the pool in the Abyss, and she comes back again. And she's just standing there saying, like, yeah, come on, what are you waiting for, dude? Come here, let's do this. Let's do it. And this cutscene when you dive down, it's a long cutscene, and it's just a slow zoom in of Hornet plunging through the darkness, holding this Everbloom in her hands. And creating a way down for herself, and the music intensifies and builds as it zooms into her, and eventually it has a close-up of the Everbloom that she's clasping in her hand. And she floats down to the very bottom of this abyss ocean, and this is where you fight the last boss of the game. So is this what you were expecting?
No,
me neither.
And in fact, I'm gonna go out and say I'm slightly disappointed by it as well.
There's a part of me that feels like I missed something to trigger another fight. Something. I wasn't expecting it. I'm not unhappy with it, because as far as fights go, it's one of the best boss fights I've ever fought in any game. It's brilliant.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that. I'm talking not from like a boss fight technical level. I'm talking from like a cinematic final thing. Was I agree with you. I was expecting something a bit more than this, because let's just say it. It's Lost Lace. Full screen title announcement.
Lace Part 3.
Part 3. She doesn't have a very grandiose
She's
entrance.
completely consumed by the abyss. She's black instead of white this time. She's a black silhouette with white eyes as opposed to white silhouette with black eyes.
Yeah, she's been inverted. She doesn't have too much of a interesting reveal. She just sort of comes up from the ground.
Rises from the ground. Yeah, you interact with the grandmother Silk, who's there bound in void silk. I was definitely expecting there to be a fight against the grandmother again after this.
Yeah, stronger fight against her.
So her fight is really hard. Like, let's just get this out of the way. This is a hard fight. For me, by far the hardest fight in the game, for sure. She's cracked, man. She is cracked. She's so
you thought
fast.
her second fight with the speed up attacks was difficult. Like now it's like,
nah, this is
you
real.
will suffer. This is a duel between two people. Like this is and it's a good duel. It's really, really good. She has two phases, and in her first phase, she introduces the fact that she has a lot of void attacks, and unlike the Lost Garment fight, she incorporates these abyss moves into her moveset a lot better, in a quite more engaging way, I would say. Yes, I agree.
For sure. Yeah.
They complement her already existing moveset in a way that feels quite natural.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They don't fell out of place. So she'll do all of her same moves, but she'll just add in a couple things here and there just to amplify them. And when they're paired with a lot of the abyss moves that she does, that essentially is just area control. Like, she'll block off certain parts of the floor, or and stuff like that. She very rarely will attack you whilst an abyss move is happening, but she'll quickly follow it up. So you have to keep in mind where she is and what move she's telegraphing whilst you're avoiding the void attacks, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Is there anything in particular you want to talk about first phase before we go into the transition, which is a much cooler transition than the grandmother Silk transition?
Yeah, true. I agree with that. There's not too much I want to say. I say there's a lot of moves. Like it took me a long time to be able to tell what she was about to do.
Yeah.
Before she did it.
Her parries, parry windows to dodge them are even tighter now. She'll really punish you for hitting her when she's riposting.
Getting hits in is very, very few and far between. There's no she will only ever let you get in one hit at a time, basically.
And then she'll sink right into the floor again and appear somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah,
very rapid
another
fire.
attack ready to go.
Yeah.
Do you want to say how the second phase gets? What happens then?
So I believe what happens is it's a fake out where you think that you've defeated her, right, and she falls into the pool. And at this point, this is when I was like, right, okay, that was the Lost Lace fight, and now I'm gonna fight the Lost Grandmother or whatever, right? The grandmother in the background is gonna break free, and there's gonna be this huge, big, epic abyss boss that we have to fight. Instead, what happens is the floor starts shaking, and these huge tidal waves of abyssal tendrils will come from left to right that you have to jump over. And these are really big. Like, it's quite tight. You have to time your jumps quite well to dodge them.
Yeah, you have to be perfectly dodged.
And once these go by, Lace will rise up from the ground again, and then you go into phase 2. against Lost Lace, and this phase is like crazy. Like, you thought the first one was hard. Like, this really does test you. She's essentially just the same, but she's quicker with her attacks. She gets a couple, maybe one or two new moves in her repertoire.
She creates some bigger void circles. Like her one move that she had in her first fight, where she would create like a circle of damage, is now there's multiple circles of them damage, and they're void enhanced. So they're massive and they're very difficult to avoid.
Yeah. And the one that she ends up, she'll plunge down into the ground, and she'll tendrils will erupt from her and move out from her. And basically, when this caught me off a couple times, and I soon learned that whenever she does this move, just run away from her and wait for her to finish, and then just go back in. There is actually one thing I want to mention about this fight, and it's the fact that up until this point, I had gotten quite used to just like making a lot of distance to heal, right? Make distance so you're out of their attack range, and then get a heal off. This boss doesn't let you do that.
There's no such thing as that.
If you sprint away in a straight line in this boss fight, you will get hit, because more times than not, she'll just appear right in front of you, and you'll run into her and take contact damage.
So instead, windows.
Instead what you need to do is you need to wait for her to be currently doing an attack that you know that you're out of range of, in order to get a heal off.
So I don't know about you, but this definitely took multiple attempts to fully understand.
One of the only two bosses that were double figures. I died 10 times to Lost Lace before finally beating her.
Yeah, I died 15 times.
It's hard. It's hard. Yeah.
There's no annoying run back, because there's a bench right outside the dive. So
you get to the epic drop down every time, which really hypes you up for the fight. Gets you like, it's like a good mental reset. It gives you just enough time to disregard the last attempt and just be hyped to make this one better than the last.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. But to sort of sour this whole epic fight in just a little bit. So in my brain, I'm immediately comparing it to how awesome the reveal of the true boss in Hollow Knight was, where you go into you dream nail into the Hollow Knight. And you're presented in this like massive sunset environment, which you have to, I think, jump up.
You've just like ascended to the heavens, right? You look like you're above the clouds in this very angelic, setting, and your only option in this place is to challenge what you believe just the sun in the background, right?
Yes, you are literally challenging the sun. The knight looks at the sun and challenges it. And it's like, what? And then that's when Radiance shows itself.
Wings sprout out from the sun and flies up towards you. It's amazing,
it's so cool. And sadly, this game never gives me that kind of that feeling. No,
it never reaches that same wow factor. But I do think it is important to... I think it's important to talk about the interesting kind of opposing ends of story that these games tell, because in the first game you're harnessing the power of the abyss to beat the light, right? Whereas in this game you're essentially doing the reverse. You're harnessing the power of the light to beat the darkness. That's quite a cool reversal, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, I think, like you mentioned it earlier, I was expecting like a big fight with the grandmother Silk. It's Lace again.
100%.
And I think it's a bit of a shame that she gets used 3 times. But the boss itself, granted, is very good. It's
another level. Like, you can't even compare this fight to her first 2 fights, because they're just... They are, like, I guess, moveset wise the same, but they play out just completely differently.
You might as well unlearn how you fought like the last couple of fights, because this is just completely different.
For sure.
Yeah.
So, should we talk about the cutscene that plays when you beat this boss?
Yes. I'll
basically,
start
okay.
off.
So before the cutscene plays, there's this moment where you beat Silk, and then she falls down to the floor, and then the abyss like starts to drain out of her, and she gets her white form back while she's led on the floor. And you attempt to pick up her body and Silk soar like up out of the abyss, and as you're doing that, the grandmother Silk is trying to stop you and restrain you, but you manage to break free, and you're soaring up through the abyss. That's where the cutscene plays.
A different interpretation from me, but as soon as you pick up Lace, because I'm watching it right now, it's almost like the grandmother. Yeah, Hornet says something to the grandmother. She shrieks, but then she fills your silk bar. So I don't think she's trying to grip hold of you. I think she's actually trying to help you get out. Oh, interesting.
So you think she's trying to she's just trying to take this, I'll give you my strength. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it looks like she's giving Hornet the rest of her strength left so that she can free her child. So that she can make the climb out. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because she does look like a victim because she's tied up at the back during this entire fight, and she doesn't do anything to harm you. So I think that's the implication anyway. Yeah. There is actually one quick thing that this has just made me remember. The entire time you're in Act 3, there are just certain moments, regardless of which area you're in, where you'll hear Grandmother Silk from this very moment, from this very spot, shrieking, and you can hear this everywhere. And while she's in this shriek mode, the color drains from the scene that you're in, and everything goes kind of black and white for a bit, which is really cool. Yeah, it's pretty spooky. This would happen. Shakes as well. Yeah, this would happen a lot of times while I was doing the mini games in Fleetopia, and it was just such a dystopian like feeling where you're just in these festivities, but you can't escape the gravity of the situation even then. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah. Yeah, great. So anyway, you super jump your way out of the void, but it turns out it's just not enough. It's still you're still sunken, floating about, attacking you constantly as you're climbing up, aren't they? The tendrils. Yep. Yeah. And a cutscene plays where the tendrils spot Hornet and try to initiate a massive attack on her. But just before they land, a mysterious slashes happen on screen, and all the tendrils get cut off. And there's a quick slow reveal of the knight. This gave me chills. This gave me chills. It gave me chills as well. I say the knight. I believe it's the Godhome ending of the knight, which is like this void version of him, which I guess clears up some sort of mystery, whether or not he's. Yeah, because I was always wondering, like, because it seems like the first game has quite a dark ending. Where you become this void creature, and you don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I assumed it was a bad thing. Well, because you full on consume the whole of Godhome, right, and the host of it. You full on consume it in the true ending. And it seems really dark. But by the looks of things, it was a good thing. I mean, this is clearly his fate, right? He's destined to just be a part of the abyss now. I don't really see much of a redemption or escape for him. But I guess all he can do is protect those that are most dear, and like the way he comes back to save his sister is just it's crazy. Yeah, it's very sweet. Good. So good. It's good. Yeah. And you can see the as well. There's a brief bit where it's panned out, and you can see all the other, I think, vessels as well behind him, like all the eyes of the other ones as well, which is really cool. Amazing. Yeah. So they get out. Essentially, the abyss form of the knight carries them out
above to the surface and then leaves them there, and then goes back in. And there's a brief moment where you don't know for sure whether Lace is alive or not, and she slowly begins to stir, and then she looks over to Hornet and starts giggling. And then it just ends with a slow pan into Hornet's face, just staring into the camera. Which this shot really, I don't know, like it's very emotional, even though like there's no facial expressions or emotions there, but you really feel like what she's feeling in this moment. Just,
well, you sort of
completely spent.
Yeah, it's that classic comparison would be Master Chief, where you sort of inflict your own emotions onto this blank canvas of a face, because obviously nothing's changed. She's just staring at the camera, but the music's swelling, and your own emotions are being projected onto hers. And then the credits roll.
And this is just the world is kind of their oyster at this point. Like they can go like anywhere from here, but I'm hopeful that Lace will be part of the story now, and we can understand a bit more about that. It'll be interesting to see where they take it from here if they decide to, because they've got a lot of because they could decide to just kind of like make a DLC that gives an optional ending, and then just kind of wrap it up there. Like, and if they did that, I wouldn't be mad, because you don't want things to outstay their welcome, right? Or
the way I see it, it takes them far too long to make this kind of game.
Yes, true.
And I can understand from a creative perspective that they will probably not want to be doing this franchise for the rest of their lives. So if they were to just leave the Hollow Knight games on this and Silksong, I would be perfectly happy.
Me too.
They've done enough, and there's only so far they can take this fucking difficulty, I swear to God. So if they wanted
can take this difficulty into whatever they decide to make next, but it's probably for the best,
because I can imagine whatever other game they can come out with will probably have the similar sort of art style, but it'll be completely different world premise. Maybe not. It probably wouldn't even be a Metroidvania. It might be just something completely different. So that would be amazing.
But
I'm so glad
currently
this game actually came out.
2 for 2 in excellent masterpieces of games. They're brilliant.
100%. So good. Let's hope they make a live service multiplayer extraction shooter as their next game.
With loot boxes, and battle passes.
Loot boxes and
multiple battle passes.
Don't forget the battle pass.
You can only play the main characters if you purchase microtransactions.
And then of course they'll have like a Hornet and the Knight skins as well.
Of course. Of course. But that's Silksong. Man, what a game! I don't know what else there is to say about it. If you can muster like the difficulty, then it's just play it. But equally, I can understand how a lot of people would struggle to deal with some of its moments.
It's somehow even better of a deal as far as value for money than the first game. Because this game is easily twice the size of the first game, even if going for like 100% run.
But you sent me a screenshot of your save file time on the first game.
And it was only 20 hours. Granted, that was probably a subsequent time I played the game, so I obviously knew a bit more what I was doing, and I was a lot better. But still, I can't imagine being able to do this game much quicker than my first initial time.
So my game completion time for 100% was 51 hours in Silksong. So
that's pretty good.
51 hours and 6 seconds.
Yeah, mine was 45. So I suppose that adds up, and I got 89%, so I didn't quite get everything.
But you fought the bosses, and that's the most
did all the
bosses.
Thing,
really,
that was the main important thing. So
Anything else to say?
Yes, we're planning on doing a boss tier list to sort of be like a bit of a companion piece to this video as well. And I can imagine that will essentially be a speedrun version of this video.
yeah, a bit more fast-paced, and we can we won't talk about things quite as much in detail, but we'll just be kind of just. It gives you a good idea of where we rank things compared to others. So, yeah, that should be fun to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
That should be fun to do.
And
we haven't figured out.
Don't quite know what we're going to be covering next, but stay tuned, I guess, for whatever that ends up being. We won't commit to any sort of time frame, right? Because
definitely not. We weren't expecting this game to take us as long as it took to complete, and also to even record us talking about it. Like, seriously, we booked ourselves like one session where we had like maximum of 3 hours to talk about the whole game, and we're at almost 10 hours now of just talking about this game. So
I think
clearly there's a lot
expect the next game we cover to not quite be as big, just because of that reason. But who knows? Who knows?
Can you believe that you have the Witcher 3 on your backlog? Can you imagine how long it would take to talk about that?
I know. Yeah, we couldn't. No, that's an impossibility. We wouldn't be able to. It would be a disservice to the game to talk about that in such a short amount of time. But
Yeah, agreed.
Expect the next game we cover to be at least more than a month old.
Yeah, an actual backlog game. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't decided, but if you enjoyed this, please subscribe and stay tuned for whatever we come out with next.
Yep. Definitely. Yeah. Until then, I have been your very gracious host, Curtis.
And I've been your other gracious host, Saul.
So gracious.
So gracious. So humble.
Yeah. Take care, guys. See you in the next one.
Yep.